this event. It's been a pleasure to commentate for you, and now handing over for the next race, which is Agecroft, Strathclyde Composite and Twickenham.
All right, thanks for that, Greg. So we pick up the race of the aspirational doubles race 130, the composite of Agecroft and Strathclyde Park versus Twickenham Rowing Club. Just coming past the spectators area now, and there's really not much in it at the moment. So we're about 500 metres into the race here, and if I had to call it, I'd say the composite has got about a canvas lead at the moment, but there's really not very much to call between the two of them. Composite of Agecroft and Strathclyde, perhaps a little bit longer in the water, a little bit cleaner, and it is paying dividends for them. Twickenham just a little bit slower through the water, maybe a little bit less clean on the catch. You can see the oars on the stroke side there just not quite catching the water as effectively as that composite from Agecroft and Strathclyde, and that's sort of where the distance has come from. Agecroft and Strathclyde potentially out for about a lead ahead, so that's Twickenham there getting warned just to move back to their station. They're just getting a little bit aggressive there into the middle of the course, but they are the ones currently behind. That composite is still leading. It's, like I said, there's not much in it. The distance hasn't changed, so Agecroft and Strathclyde got a good start. They were up relatively quickly within the first couple of strokes, but Twickenham haven't let them get away. They haven't let them walk away with the race yet, and it looks like they're going to push them all the way through the boating area up towards the finish. So we've had these doubles of race 130, Agecroft and Strathclyde on the Berkshire station and Twickenham on the Buck station, and not a huge amount has changed. They are still really pushing each other all the way, but it does look like it's the composite of Agecroft and Strathclyde that has a slight advantage. But you can see there, Twickenham's just started to pick the rates up. Agecroft and Strathclyde have responded. That gap has really come down, though, probably no more than a couple of feet at the moment, though I would say that composite does still have the edge. And we hop back to the start, towards the start now, just coming past the spectators' enclosure, and we've got the first quads of the day, so the aspirational Coxless quads. You've got Nottingham University on the Berkshire station and London Rowing Club B on the Bucks station. And at the moment, it does look like Nottingham have got a fairly sizable advantage. They had a real quick start, super clean, super tight, really powerful through the water, and it looks like they're just going to be quite happy to sit on that distance. And Oh, that looked really close between the two doubles. I don't want to call it from all the way over here in the commentary caravan, but I would say it looked like the composite might have had it. But a really, really fantastic race there from the two doubles. Really pushed each other all the way to that line, and you can see how much it means to them. Like, they are completely exhausted. But we come back to this first heat of the aspirational quads. Nottingham University there, their A boat in this competition, looking very clean, very tidy, and they've dropped the rate just a little bit off of their rhythm from the top of the island, and looks like they're going to be quite happy just to sit and build upon that 3 or 4 length lead there. Really, London Rowing Club are going to have to do something special to come back into touch with them, but Nottingham University very much in control of this race. This Nottingham University crew placed 4th in championship quads at the Bucks Regatta last weekend. So one of the prospective favourites for this event, and you can see that quality coming out now. The catches are just a little bit sharper than London, the strokes just a little bit longer than London. They just look a lot more comfortable at the moment. And we've just hopped back to the start there, so straight off the top of the island, you've got the race 132, another aspirational quad, Marlow Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Wallingford Rowing Club on the Buck Station, and that was a real fast start there from Marlow Rowing Club. We're only 150 metres into that race, and they are already 2 lengths up. That was a super powerful start. Really well connected with the water, and it's done them a lot of favours. They're potentially up to about 3 lengths at the moment, and they're showing no signs of slowing. You can see Wallingford have settled into their race pace. They're going to take, this is going to be a long row for them. They're going to just want to reel Marlow back in every single stroke, but at the moment Marlow, a couple of 100 metres in, already in control of this race. Looking like they're going to be quite happy to dominate for the next 1,000 or so metres. And the crew from Marlow just down the river from here, just increasing that lead, just inches by inches, feet by feet, every stroke, looking really comfortable at the moment. That gap now, clear water of about 3 to 4 lengths between the two boats. Marlow looking really comfortable, really happy with their position at the moment.
Yes, good. Are they coming now? Good. I won't do that.
And as we come into the last couple of 100 metres of this first heat of the aspirational Coxless Quads, race 132, Marlow and Wallingford. You can see Marlow there with a healthy lead over Wallingford. They've dropped the rate right down into the low 30s. We're going to be looking to have a nice easy row towards the finish from here. They'll be racing again tomorrow, nice and early. Race 303, 9:38 tomorrow, but we have picked up that very first couple of strokes at the start. The next race, 133, Peterborough and Tideway Scullers. Both really quick off the start there, up into the high 30s, 30, 37, 38 strokes per minute. Tideway Scullers have got an early lead there, about half a length. There's still contact though between the two boats. Peterborough haven't let Scullers walk away with it just yet. Scullers getting a little bit close to the booms there. They're going to want to keep an eye on that because they are super unforgiving. You clatter into one of them and that's your race potentially over. But they are starting to now open up some clean water. Both crews still rating quite highly, still in their start, only a couple of 100 metres from those start boats. But Tideway Scullers there making full use of the energy available to them and are just opening up that lead now. There are a couple of lengths of clear water between the two boats at the moment, and it doesn't look like Scullers are going to let Peterborough have a look in at all throughout this race. They're going to open up that gap and it's going to keep on growing. And as these two crews come past the barrier, they've passed the spectators area now, making their way towards the competitors area and the landing stages. Tideway Scullers are just going to keep on opening out that lead. There's about 4 or 5 lengths of clear water now between the two crews. Scullers have brought the rate down, going for that really good length in the water, going to make this look like a perfect row for them. And like I said before, they're just not going to let Peterborough have a sniff of the lead at this. They want to dominate this race all the way to the finish. So in race 133, Peterborough and Tideway Scullers School. Got a couple of 100 metres left, about 400 metres to the finish now. And Tideway Scullers they've just moved out into the middle of the course there, taking advantage of that slack water. And are just going to be quite happy to have a nice quick paddle all the way home. Tideway scullers obviously train on the Tideway, so we're going to be perfectly used to some choppy water that we can see there, just the boat bobbling around a little bit. But certainly they're going to be really happy with this race. And just catching them coming towards the line there, bringing the rate right down, nice and comfortable, and they're going to be really happy with that. That was a very dominant performance from Tideway scullers. Really didn't let Peterborough have a look in at all, and like I said, they're going to be really happy with that. So we're just catching up there. Race, or what should be, race 134, Nottingham Rowing Club and Newcastle University B. It's not going to be rowed out at this moment. They're going to be racing later this afternoon. Hopefully should get some times for you relatively quickly. But for the moment, it's essentially a nice paddle for them. It looks like the two-seat of Newcastle may have potentially some mechanical difficulties there, potentially a footplate or a rigger, something's gone wrong. So be paddling back to the boating area to sort that out, then we'll come back up the course and hopefully get that race sorted relatively quickly. And that's the Nottingham crew there from race 134. So have a paddle down to the start, and hopefully they should find a gap, probably sometime around just after lunch, that they can have that race re-rowed. Obviously this does play with the athletes a little bit. They're going to have been sat up at the top, they're going to have been in their zone, they're going to have been ready to race. So it's going to be disappointing for them that they're going to have a second go later this afternoon. But obviously we always look for a fair race. So we're back up to the start now. You can see the next race just getting themselves aligned and attached to the stake boats. So that'll be race 135, our first heat of the day for Championship Coxless Fours. On the Berkshire station, we have the National University of Ireland Galway Boat Club and London University on the Buckinghamshire station. So we've got some real good performance in these two boats. So University of London won silver in the Championship Fours at Bucks last weekend, narrowly beaten to the line by Oxford Brookes University. And the Galway Boat Club, again, have some fantastic pedigree. So one of their members, Nuala Landers, represented Ireland at the Under-23 Europeans in 2017. And there's a whole host of medals throughout that boat. Really, it's the best of Ireland that we have in this boat at the moment. So it's going to be a really good race, whatever happens. Sab O'Connor at the 3-seat in that Galway boat, also represented Ireland under 23 in 2017, and is an Irish champion. Well, is an Irish champion in the senior 8s, Coxless 4s and pairs. Saoirse O'Donnell in the 2-seat represented Ireland at the Home Internationals in 2019, came away with a medal from that, and Lisa Murphy up in the bow seat of that Galway boat represented Ireland as well at the Home Internationals. So really some fantastic performances in these 8 girls. So hopefully going to be an incredible race there off the start, nice and quickly. Galway getting their blades in just a little bit quicker. Their rates up into 37, 38, just a little bit quicker than the women from London. Galway looking a little bit sharper, but London definitely longer in the water, definitely a more powerful stroke. So it's going to be these first couple of 100 meters are really going to be a competition of technique versus power, but it looks like essentially London have got a very, very slight advantage at the moment. Just a little bit longer in the water. Galway still up at the high rate, and they're just drifting into the middle of the river there, getting warned by the umpire. You can see communicating to the crew of that white flag, but certainly it's the power part of this competition that has won out. London already up to a length. Galway still keeping that rate nice and high. Excellent shot there. You can really see the distance that London is beginning to open up in this race. But there's some incredible experience in that Galway boat. They're not going to let London walk away with this. They're not going to let them get away with it. Galway getting a little bit close to the booms there, but London is really already in control of this race. We've said already that London boat won a silver medal at Bucks last weekend, so it'll be coming fresh off that experience. They're going to be hungry for blood. They're going to want to really make their mark on this competition. This University of London crew really showing that they deserve that silver medal at Bucks last weekend, opening some decent clear water between them and the boat from Ireland. London settled into a really nice rhythm there. They've kept the rate relatively high, certainly a little bit higher than the Galway boat. And it's just looking really comfortable for them at the moment. They've put some good distance in between them and the boat from Galway. And we just jumped back up to the start there for our next heat. So that is race 136, Tideway Scullers versus Molesey Boat Club. And it's looking really close at the moment. We're a couple of 100 meters into it. And Tideway Scullers raced yesterday. They didn't get a bye through to today. So they're going to be feeling it a little bit in their legs, but it's really not showing at the moment. They're giving Molesey a fantastic run for their money. So that's Tideway Scullers on the left of your screen, Molesey Boat Club on the right. Both crews getting quite close to the booms there, maybe not making the best use of the water down the centre of the course. But Tideway Scullers are giving them a real race at the moment. That's probably no more than a third of a length, maybe a little over a canvas at the moment. Both crews still rating relatively highly. Tideway Scullers up at around 38, 37 strokes a minute. Molesey a little bit lower, maybe about 36, 37. But Tideway Scullers are really racing now. They're putting some work in, and it's paying off for them in the grand scheme of things. Molesey in this race are just opening out a little bit of a lead. So it's race 136, second heat, certainly for Tideway Scullers, of the championship Coxless Fours. Molesey are pulling out to about a length lead at the moment, but Tideway Scullers definitely still in contact, definitely still here. They've not let Molesey walk away with it yet. Scullers still in contact, and they're going to be aware of that Molesey boat. They're going to be able to feel it just over their shoulders to their left. They're going to know that it's not particularly far away, and that's going to give them a lot of things to work with when they start coming up towards the finish. Tideway Scullers are still rating a little bit higher than Molesey at the moment. They can feel them there. That's when you're that close in a race, when you have an overlap, you can't see the boat just ahead of you, but you can feel it. And Scullers are going to be feeling Molesey now. They're going to know that they're there. They're going to know that they're not far away, and they're going to be thinking in that boat, when do we make the move? When do we make that move that's going to reel Molesey back in? We're coming up to about halfway now, so they're just coming past the boating area. Competitors area, and Scullers are going to have to start thinking about when are they going to wind up for the finish. Molesey have dropped the rate slightly, so there's not a particularly massive gap between them at the moment, so this could be risky for them if Scullers catch them unawares, but at the moment it is Molesey with about a length and a half lead. And we leave the Molesey and Scullers race to come back up to the start for race 137. Edinburgh University on the Berkshire station and Newcastle University on the Bucks station. And they're off nice and quick. Newcastle with the short, sharp strokes there just to pick them up off the start. And already they're opening up a lead. That's half a length. That's 2/3 of a length. And they're out to a length already. Newcastle really, really quick off the start there. That even looks like clear water. Edinburgh have just been caught napping. That's a fantastic start from Newcastle University. They were so much quicker off the start. The rate was so much higher. The length was there. And it looks like they're potentially already up to clear water. Edinburgh have just been left in their dust. That's a fantastic start. Looking so strong, so much length through the water for that Newcastle boat. And you can really see why they've opened up now clear water between them and Edinburgh. This Edinburgh boat just missed out on the A final in the Champ Coxless Fours at Bucks. So they'd have been coming to this, maybe not expecting to win, but certainly to be giving everyone they're up against a proper race, and they are still pushing Newcastle. They've not completely broken free yet. There's clear water between the two boats, but Newcastle are certainly still having to work hard to keep that gap. But they are starting to walk away. They're just opening up that gap now, as they've just come past the commentary caravan and the spectators area, and they're just opening up that lead into what's going to be a relatively comfortable race for them. They were so quick off the start. It shows why it's so important to get those first 10 strokes absolutely nailed. They were so clean, so sharp, and you could see from that drone shot that within the first half a dozen strokes they were out of there. And we can just getting reports that Edinburgh have potentially just clattered into the booms there. We can't see that on our screen at the moment. Potentially the cameras will cut back in a second, but Edinburgh just clipping the booms a few moments ago, and that's just going to give Newcastle everything they need to walk away with this race at the moment. So there's some real clear water now between Newcastle and Edinburgh. Newcastle are going to be feeling very, very comfortable up there. They've just shuffled into the middle of the course, making use of that slightly flatter water. But Edinburgh are going to certainly have been given a little bit of a chance to reset. So yeah, we heard a few moments ago that they just clipped the booms. Not a full crash. No one hurt or wrapped around anything. But it does give them something. It gives them a point to focus on, a point to reset, just to pick themselves up and to get back into this race. Newcastle with a good couple of lengths of clear water there. Just brought the rate down now to the high 20s. I think that's about 28 at the moment. And are just going to have a nice, comfortable race for the last third of this course. So that's fantastic there from Newcastle. Fantastic work. So we go back to the beginning now, back to the start, and race 138. The last heat today, or certainly last heat of the morning for Championship Coxless Fours. You've got Cambridge University, closest to us on the Berkshire Station, and Marlow Rowing Club on the Buck Station to the left of your screen. You can see the umpire's launch just coming up there. This Cambridge University boat is half of the winning blue boat from the boat race this year. So they've split out into fours. So fantastic showing from Cambridge over in Ely for that race. And they're going to be wanting to look to build upon that. So it looks like they're set up, ready to row. That's Richard Phelps in the launch there. Hopefully going to set them off relatively quickly. So this is race 138, our final heat of the morning for the Championship Coxless Fours. Cambridge University on the right of your screen, and Marlow Rowing Club on the left. And they are off, and you can see two very different styles of start there. Cambridge really short, snappy, quick strokes. Marlow a little bit longer, a little bit more powerful in the water, and there's nothing really to call between the two clubs at the moment. I would say those boats are neck and neck. Cambridge might have a few feet advantage, but it looks like the experience of the Cambridge boat is already starting to pay for them. They're just starting to open out a lead. It's up to about half a length at the moment. The angles from the drone are a little bit difficult to work out, but potentially up to a length, maybe even some clear water now. We can probably see from this camera as they go past that, yes, Cambridge have got some clear water very quickly with that Marlow boat. This Cambridge crew, one of the favourites for the event, like I said earlier. They are 4 of the 8 from that boat race winning crew only a couple of months ago. So some incredible experience in that boat. They're going to have been training together for the last 9 or 10 months. And you can see that out on the water. They are so together, they're so clean. And as they move down towards the boating area now, Cambridge look like they're just going to control this race. There's some nice clear water there. Marlow are quite far off to the right-hand side, and it's just giving Cambridge the room to breathe, the room they need to really just open up the lead on this race. Marlow haven't slipped off the back of them, though. It looks like that gap hasn't grown. It's maybe about a length of clear water between the two boats at the moment, but Marlow aren't letting Cambridge disappear into the distance, but very much Cambridge in control. So as we see that Cambridge crew, race 138, just keeping those couple of lengths lead over Marlow Rowing Club as they come up towards the finish. We can hop back to the start for race 139, the first heat of the day for the Development Coxed Fours. Surrey University on the right of your picture and Agecroft Rowing Club B on the left of your picture. And a fantastic shot there from the drone as it comes out the temple. It looks like, potentially, if I had to call it, that Agecroft boat has a very slight advantage, but both crews neck and neck at the moment. We're about 100 metres in, 15, 20 strokes off the start, and both crews still very close. Surrey University might have just picked up a few extra feet with some good strokes there. But not a huge amount to call between these crews at the moment. All of these Surrey rowers would have rowed last week at the Bucks Regatta. And so I've got some relatively recent race experience under their belt, and it looks like it's doing bits for them. They're about half a length up on this Agecroft boat at the moment. And you can hear the cocks in the boat. They're really, really pushing that Agecroft crew on, trying to keep them in contact with the Surrey boat. And it looks like it might be working. That Agecroft boat has definitely pulled some distance back. There may be about a third of a length deficit at the moment. Surrey moved very quickly in the opening strokes of this race, had a really good push off the end of their start, and had about a half a length up on the Agecroft boat, but Agecroft look like they're just slowly reeling them back in. This looks very much like it's going to be a grind out to the finish. Agecroft just going to be reeling Surrey in inch by inch by inch, and it looks like it is working. Certainly Surrey aren't going anywhere. And it looks like I was right. It looks like Agecroft have reeled Surrey back in. It's probably no more than a couple of feet in it at the moment. Agecroft are going to be, looks like Agecroft are going to be playing the long game. They're just going to rely upon that fantastic cardio base. They're just going to be working in their own rhythm, in their own race. They're not worried about what Surrey's doing. They know exactly how to race these 1,500 metres, and they're just going to reel Surrey in nice and slowly, and hoping that the plan is that on the line they are some distance ahead. Both crews rating relatively similarly at the moment. Maybe up at around the low 30s, 32, 33. Nice steady race pace. And you can see the Surrey girls, they're starting to maybe get a little bit messy in the water. Their catches are starting to slow, but then so are Agecrofts. They're both boats are about halfway through this race at the moment. They're coming past the boating area, so they're going to be feeling that pain in their legs. The lactate is going to be coursing through them. So those really clean strokes we saw from Surrey in those sort of first couple of 100 metres, all that good work has now been undone by the looks of things. Agecroft up to maybe half a length lead, third of a length lead at the moment. It's quite difficult to tell from this angle, but I would definitely call they are ahead, maybe by no more than a canvas. And Agecroft are now going to just look to move through Surrey. If Surrey are going to respond at any point, this is the place to do it. You can see the Surrey Cox just looking over to his right. He knows the Agecroft boat is moving. He's going to be urging his crew on. He's going to be wanting to pick the rate up relatively soon. They've not got massively long left in the race, only a couple of 100 metres. So if there's any magic from the Surrey boat, it's going to have to happen now, otherwise Agecroft are going to row through them. So on the left there, you can see race 140, Bristol University and Nottingham Rowing Club. Again, it's another heat of the development Coxed Fours. But on the right of your picture, it looks like Surrey might have responded to that Agecroft move. So Agecroft had been reeling them in throughout this course, looked like they were a couple of feet up at one point, but Surrey have made a massive move there. It's now out to almost 2/3 of a length, almost a length advantage over that Agecroft boat, and it looks like they are still moving. Surrey have really picked the rate up at the moment, and it looks like all of that work Agecroft has done to reel Surrey in throughout this course is going to be undone. But we're back with the Nottingham Bristol race. It's looking very close at the moment. Nottingham only about 1/3 of a length down.
Get ready.
And race 140, Bristol University and Nottingham Rowing Club. Bristol with about a half a length lead at the moment. They've not long gone past the spectators area. You can hear people cheering in the background because it is looking like a very close race at the moment. Bristol have a lead. It's not much. It happened relatively early in the race. They sort of picked that up within the first couple of 100 metres. But Nottingham have certainly stopped their advance.
You're right, you'll get used to me.
That's and we're back with the Bristol Nottingham race for development Coxed Fours. Bristol opened up a slightly larger lead, probably up to about a length at the moment. Nottingham are just starting to slip off the back of them, just starting to tire a little bit, and Bristol are taking full advantage of that. Still nice and sharp through the water, are just going to want to open out that lead. They're coming up to the boating area now, so maybe about 2/3 to 3/4 of the way into their race. And yeah, you can see as the angle unfolds there that Bristol have clear water between them and Nottingham, maybe up to about 2 lengths. So it's going to be quite comfortable for them this last couple of 100 metres. And we're just hopping back up to the start there for what looks like race 141. Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club B on the Berkshire station, so that's on the left of your picture there, and Agecroft Rowing Club A on the right of your picture on the Buckinghamshire station. And at the moment it looks like the Mortlake boat has had slightly better of the two starts, maybe about half a length up in this first couple of 100 metres. Both crews still really hammering out at each other. The rates are still relatively high at the moment, up into the mid-30s. But Agecroft do appear to have about a 2/3 of a length advantage at the moment.
After this race, we'll be having a roundup of the results going back to race number 135. But presently on the course, it's the development fours. And as you can probably hear in the background, it is Agecroft that have a lead at the moment over Mortlake Anglian Alpha B. And there's a shot there. So the conditions today, a little bit different to yesterday. We had a lovely blue sky yesterday, and today, well, a bit showery. Not cold though. It's about 19 degrees down here in the valley in Henley on Thames, and the wind possibly has just picked up a little bit. Certainly more river traffic today.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more bobbly than it was yesterday morning. We had some fantastic weather on Friday for all the time trials and the first of the heats. Today, a little bit more overcast. Maybe a little less smooth on the water, so potentially might see crews used to some poorer weather doing a little bit better. This Agecroft crew rowing out of Manchester. Mortlake Anglian and Alpha rowing down on the Thames, down in West London. Both crews are going to be used to some choppy water, but it is Agecroft at the moment with a fairly healthy advantage over the Mortlake crew.
And we can just look down the course here and see, lining up on the starts is the last of this block of races, with Canterbury on the Berkshire station and Norwich on the Buckinghamshire station.
Yeah, so we're going to leave race 141, which looks like Agecroft are firmly in control of at the moment, and onto race 142. Here you have Canterbury Rowing Club on the Berkshire station, so on the right of your picture, and Norwich Rowing Club on the left of your picture on the Buck station. This Canterbury Rowing Club has a huge amount. There's a huge amount of experience in this boat. All of them learned to row at Cambridge a number of years ago. The Cox is incredibly experienced, but this is the first time the crew will have raced together. So it's going to be really interesting to see whether they manage to gel as a crew for this race. But the first couple tens of strokes, Norwich Rowing Club have picked up a fairly early advantage, about half a length up at the moment. You can see there they're not a huge amount off the start, so Norwich have had a first couple of strokes that were much better than Cantab's, but they don't look to be going anywhere at the moment. So that start was much better from Norwich, but now they're into their rhythm, now they're into their race pace, and Cantab's aren't letting them go anywhere. That gap doesn't look to be getting much bigger, maybe still half a length, 2/3 of a length. Like I said earlier, this Cantab's crew, very experienced, but this will be their first regatta of the season as a crew. And in fact, it's going to be their first side-by-side as well. So they would have time trialled yesterday to make it into this competition, and today is going to be their first side-by-side as a crew. But it does look like the Norwich boat has a tiny lead at the moment, no more than a canvas. So this Cantab's crew are putting some real work down in the water to make sure that this Norwich crew doesn't go anywhere. Norwich had an early advantage. The first couple of strokes, those first draw strokes off the start, were just a bit cleaner, a bit more powerful, and it gave them that initial half a length lead. But Cantab's very quickly got it together and have halted that advance from Norwich. Norwich have kept the rate relatively high at the moment, so they haven't seemed to really settle into a comfortable race pace. They're obviously going to be able to see the Cantabs crew just to their right, and that does play mind games with you. When you've had a fantastic start and you haven't moved on the crew just behind you, it can play havoc psychology-wise, because you've not managed to crack them. And that Cantabs crew is going to know that the Norwich boat is there, and they're going to really be feeling the fact that Norwich haven't moved. The gap is still about the same. It's still about half a length, maybe a third of a length to Norwich, but Norwich haven't managed to crack this Cantabs crew yet. You can see we're just coming past the boating area there on the left of your picture. It's about halfway down the course, maybe 2/3 of the way down the course. You can see Old Blades and Upper Thames Rowing Club in the distance. So we've only got a couple of 100 metres left into this race, and Cantabs still very much in the mix. If they can pull something out of the bag now, overhaul Norwich, it won't be a huge amount of time left for Norwich to do anything about it. So this is going to be a push all the way to the line. Cantabs really pressing on Norwich at the moment, really making them work for that third of a length lead. Norwich know that they can't relax. Norwich know they can't relax into a nice race pace, into a nice rhythm. They're going to have that boat just off their right. It's going to be just in their peripheral vision. They're going to know and see everything that it's doing. But Cantabs have just put a little bit more power down through the water, and it looks like they are starting to reel Norwich in. Norwich are up to only about a canvas lead at the moment. If you remember, a couple of minutes ago, it was maybe half a length lead to Norwich, so Cantabs are slowly starting to move. They're starting to reel Norwich in. They've got a couple of 100 metres left on this race, so this might be a perfectly timed push from the Cox here if it comes off, but it looks like Cantabs are starting to reel them in. Cantabs have brought the rate up slightly. They have moved into the middle of the river. They've started to put a little bit of pressure onto the Norwich crew, starting to get quite aggressive coxing there, but it looks like Cantabs have done the work and are potentially back neck and neck with Norwich. But Norwich have seen the danger. Norwich have picked their rate up slightly. They've cleaned up their catches and have started to put a bit of press through the water, and they aren't going to get caught napping this time. It looks like there is still an advantage to Norwich at the moment. We saw that fantastic move from Cantabs just to start reeling in the Norwich boat, but Norwich have responded, and they've just come across the line there, and it looks like it was about half a length. So fantastic work there from Cantabs to push Norwich all the way, but it just didn't come off in the end. So it's going to be a big disappointment for them, but well done to Norwich.
Really good battle that. So there was over 5 minutes of racing there, and a really good battle. So we've got the Championship 4's results. I'm just going to give you a roundup here of the last sort of batches of races. We'll go back to race 135, I think, which was the first of the Championship 4's. That was a win for University of London, 2.5 lengths. We then had race 136, Molesey Boat Club. Went through there, the distance was 2 lengths. Race 137, that was a win for Newcastle University, 4 lengths. And the final batch there, Championship 4's, Cambridge University beat Marlow Rowing Club 1 3/4 lengths. In the Development 4's, these are the Cox 4's, the last little group of races that just went past us. We had 139, University of Surrey beat Agecroft by half a length. University of Bristol, race 140, beat Nottingham Rowing Club by 3 lengths. And Agecroft overcame Mortlake Anglian Alpha Boat Club, and the distance was 2.5 lengths. And the last race that went past to finish was a win for Norwich Rowing Club, and the distance was 1 length. Waiting on the start now, it is the Championship 8's.
Yeah, so the Champ 8's just underway. First couple of 100 metres in. On the right of your screen, there's the Enniskillen Royal Girls' School, all the way from Ireland. On the left, the Tideway Scholars' School. And it looks like immediately Enniskillen have got got a lead of about a length. They had an excellent start. You'd have seen it on your screens. Really, really powerful, so clean. They've come all the way from Ireland, so they're going to know that they're good. They're not going to have wasted the journey. They are truly one of the favourites for this regatta. So this is the Championship 8s. So these are going to be some of the fastest boats we see out here this weekend. And at the moment, it is Enniskillen with a lead of about 3/4 of a length on Tideway Scullers. Tideway Scullers there, just moving into the middle of the water. They're going to be bouncing around there in the puddles of Enniskillen. So the cock's just taking them back onto their own station out on the right of your picture. But Enniskillen with about a length advantage at the moment. This Tideway Scullers boat is a top boat of the regatta, so a lot of hopes resting on them at the moment, but it is currently Enniskillen with about a length advantage. See, they're just coming past the boating area there. Tideway Scullers still out in the centre of the course, taking advantage of that slightly flatter water. The booms do a little bit to abate the wake of sort of the river traffic you can see going up and down on the right-hand side of your picture there. But Enniskillen still with a fairly commanding advantage, maybe up to about 2 lengths at the moment, a length and a half, 2 lengths. There's definitely clear water between the two boats. So this is our only heat of the day for the Championship 8s. So the winner of this will be going on to race at about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And at the moment it is Enniskillen with a fairly comfortable lead. About 2.5 lengths at the moment. They're just starting to open out that advantage. They want to be in a really controlling position. And we can cut across to the left of your picture there for the first of the Junior 8s on the Berkshire Station, Latimer Upper School Rowing Club, and on the Buckinghamshire Station, Canford School. So really strong start from both boats there. Really quick out of the blocks for both of them, but it does look like it's going to be the boat from Latimer Upper on the Berkshire Station with an early advantage. So that's about a length up within the first couple of 100 metres. Latimer just keeping the rate nice and high there. They're going to want to break Canford early. They're going to want to make them hurt and then take advantage of any gap that they can open up and just sit back, relax and control the race from ahead. So there's already clear water there between Latimer and Canford. You can hear the cocks from Canford there, really just focusing heads in the boat, making sure that they all know they're still in the race. There's not a huge gap between Latimer and Canford at the moment. It's up to maybe about 2 lengths, but Latimer already really in control. So they've just come past the commentary cabin. We can see about a length of clear water between Latimer and Canford. This Latimer Upper School has some reasonable successes this season. So they were formed at the beginning of May and have been training as a bubble throughout sort of recent COVID issues. They came third at the National Schools Regatta Championship 8s only a couple of months ago, which is I believe the first championship medal for Latimer ever in the event. As well as that, we have Julia Hunt-Davis at 7, who is trialling for GB Juniors. So there's some real pedigree in that Latimer boat, and you can see that out on the water. So we're up to about 2 lengths of clear water between Latimer and Canford School. So Latimer really in control of this race. Our first heat of the day, our second Junior 8s heat of the day. Race 145, Latimer Upper versus Camford School. Latimer Upper with a commanding advantage at the moment. So this boat from Latimer is going to be, potentially, if nothing goes wrong, going on to race tomorrow morning, about 9:45. And so potentially they're going to be thinking of that already. They're going to be using this time to really focus their technique, focus some calls in the boat. I'm going to be using it to maybe potentially try out some things for Sunday. But at the moment, Latimer Upper with very healthy advantage over Camford School.
So here we are back down at the start. And we have Surbiton High School and Tyne Rowing Club A. So a school against a club here.
Yeah, so it's quite interesting actually. And Tyne Rowing Club, obviously coming all the way down from Newcastle, Surbiton only from London, so it's been quite a short trip for one of them and quite a long trip for the other.
And the course is a little bit shorter than they were expecting, 1,400 metres now, starting at the Henley end of Temple Island. And off the start, a nice clean start from both of these eights, and it's just a brilliant sight watching eights start powering away, desperate to try and get your nose, your bow ahead of the other crew, and then it's a question of settling down.
Yeah, so I mean, eights are obviously the fastest sort of boats people regularly row in, the most powerful, and for a lot of people, it is going to be the biggest crew boat they ever do row in. And you can see there, Surbiton had a fantastic start, really sharp in the water, very quick. And like you said, they've opened up about a 2/3, 3/4 of a length advantage. And yeah, they're going to be looking to settle into that rhythm, settle into that race pace, and potentially start to try and open up some clear water between them and Tyne Rowing Club.
And they're just passing our commentary position now, and there is still overlap between the crews. Surbiton settled down, lots of concentration in the boat, the cogs leaning forward, urging them just to keep the power on. And they're desperately trying to hang on to the tail of this extremely competent and really good start from Surbiton there. They do look a bit of a class act there. Do you not agree?
They did. They looked really fantastic off the start. So clean. Catches in perfectly every single stroke. Those first 10 strokes were really excellent. But if I had to call it, I would say it looks like Surbiton have opened up some clear water between them and Tyne Rowing Club. Now that's going to be really important. Tyne are going to start to lose the feeling that they have to Surbiton. When you have some overlap or when it is very close, the boat behind can feel the boat ahead. You can see them out the corner of your eye. Certainly if you're up at bow, you can feel the puddles, you can feel the wash. But as Surbiton start to open up this gap, Tyne are going to start to feel very lonely at the back of this race. They're going to start to lose the feeling. They're going to start not knowing quite where that Surbiton boat is. And it starts playing mind games with you when it feels like you're rowing by yourself. Some people do really excel, sort of rowing in their own race, staying in their own head. But for others, it is really important to know or to be able to feel where that other crew is. Because it does look like Surbiton are now opening up quite a sizable gap. You can see they're still rowing so cleanly through the water.
And you can see there the landmarks. So that's the old boating area and old blades that they're just passing through now. So yeah, the landmarks here are different. So if a lot of these girls and ladies, that they've not really experienced this course before, but it is different. 1,400 meters, so it's a proper sprint. They need to be aware of where they are once they get down to what was the old or the boating area. That's about halfway, and then as they move down the course, they'll come to Upper Thames, and then that really is the row in. You're about the last third of the course there, Upper Thames, through to Remenham Club, and then to the finish line. And it looks very much as if Surbiton have got this one very much under control. Good, powerful start, settled into their cruise, and really have just stretched away from the opposition. We are down at the start now for race 148, Development Cox Fours. This is Aberdeen University against Globe.
Yeah, so we're back onto the development fours at the moment. So I was talking earlier about the masses of power in a well put together eight. These fours are going to be a little bit slower, but a little bit more difficult to row well, and it's going to be really interesting to see these two crews. So Aberdeen University, obviously all the way up from Scotland, Globe Rowing Club from down in London, so not dissimilar to the last race. Aberdeen are going to have come a long old way, and so I'm going to be hoping to be doing well in this regatta. So we've got Aberdeen University on the right of your picture there, on the Berkshire Station, and Globe Rowing Club on the left of your picture. And
interesting to see the two boats here and where the coxes are positioned.
Yeah, so you can see on the right of your picture, Aberdeen University, the cox is down in the bows. It's a very aerodynamic position. It's not particularly comfortable and can get a little bit cold and wet sometimes, but it is a much better position for things like navigation. You get a much better view of the course ahead of you. Compare that to the Globe Rowing Club boat on the left of your picture. The cox is sat at the back of the boat, which gives him a much better view of his crew. The weight distribution is a little bit better as well. You tend to find that the bow of a boat comes out of the water a little bit easier when you've got the cox sitting at the back, but it is a less aerodynamic position. There's just more stuff in the way for the air to grab onto as you go through the water. So that's quite an interesting spot there. It'll be interesting to see how these two crews.
Yeah, you just look at it and you think, don't you? Aerodynamically, you've got somebody sat bolt upright, at the back of the boat, and then you've got the front loader.
Yes.
As they call it. With my size, I never get in that hole, so I dream of coxing, and that's all I can do is dream of it. Right, they're away.
Yep, they're up. They're off quite quickly. Aberdeen a lot longer through the water. The strokes looking a lot more powerful. Globe Rowing Club looking good though, nice and sharp, good quick catches. But I think relatively early, it looks like it was Aberdeen with a little jump off the start there, maybe half a length up, those long, powerful strokes really doing a lot for them. Yeah, you can see there from the drone that they've got about 2/3 of a length already, where maybe 20 strokes in, there's just more power in the boat by the looks of it, and that can be difficult to overcome. You can be really technically gifted, but if you're just up against people that are a little bit heavier and a little bit faster, it can be just really difficult to overcome that. And yeah, as you can see, as it comes past the camera, as the angles unfold, it's about 2/3 of a length lead now to Aberdeen University. So fantastic start from them there, so powerful, so quick through the water. But it does look like there may be the slightly finer technique there of Globe Rowing Club has arrested any major movement from Aberdeen University. The gap's not opened up in the last couple of strokes. It's maybe a length lead. They're just coming in front of us there in the commentary caravan. And there is clear water, but not a huge amount, no more than a couple of feet. So Globe Rowing Club are still going to be able to see Aberdeen University out the corner of their eye. They're not going to let them walk away with this. They're going to make sure that they're really pushing them the whole way, but it is currently about a length and a half to Aberdeen University.
Yeah, Aberdeen looking good there. Pushing those puddles away, and definitely today I can tell you that the water is, as I think you called it, more bobbly. It's more challenging. There's certainly more boats about, and I think the way that the wind has shifted, it's just sort of, fluffed up the water a bit. So different conditions today. But this is a very impressive row that we're seeing here.
Yeah, the first couple of races this morning, it was like rowing on glass. There was no breeze whatsoever. But we've had some dark clouds pass overhead. The breeze has picked up slightly, which is no bad thing. It does cool the course down a little bit, makes it a little bit more pleasant to row from a sort of heat perspective. But yeah, you can see that the water is just a little bit more dappled. Yeah, like you said, we've got a few more boats around today, so there is a little bit of wash here and there. But you can see there just the gap that Aberdeen University are opening up is going to make this race quite comfortable for them. They've got clear water, and it looks like they're going to be happy just to sit off the bows of Globe Rowing Club and let them tire themselves out trying to catch up. So it's been a fantastic start for Aberdeen. They've got a really good line at the moment. They're just really comfortable in that rhythm. They just look so relaxed.
If you look at their side of the draw here, I think there's Cambridge, Galway, City of Bristol, Edinburgh, and Oxford University and Nottingham Trent. That's the side of the draw, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, that's a good spread, isn't it? They come far and wide, and you've got to put the effort in. It's 1,400 metres. You only get one chance. It's side by side racing. There's no repechage. You lose, you're out. It's brutal.
Yeah, and so these development fours, so the category is sort of specifically for sort of rowers that don't have a huge amount of experience and very potentially have never raced side by side before. So a lot of big regattas obviously now are done multi-lane, sort of thinking Met, Marlow, sort of Nottingham City, that sort of thing.
And they're a different distance.
And they're a different distance. So this is just a completely different kettle of fish for a lot of these crews. They're not going to have raced this distance before. A lot of them aren't going to have raced sort of head-to-head in what is quite a gladiatorial sort of style of rowing. You've got people on the bank cheering. It's you and another boat, and it can. The pressure is on throughout all of these races. It's nothing easy. And like I said, for a lot of these boats, this is going to be one of the first big races they've gone to. Development fours are specifically for crews that don't have a huge amount of experience, usually are within their first couple of years of rowing. So this is going to be their first experience of Henley, generally, of the Henley Women's Regatta. So sort of a fantastic row there from Aberdeen so far, so potentially going to be ones to watch.
Yeah, we've got another race just got underway there. That would be City of Cambridge against Galway. Galway from Ireland, of course.
Yeah, so Galway have got quite a few boats here this weekend, so it'd be interesting to see how these get on. But it's very close at the moment.
It is, yeah. It's a good start. It's definitely it's a good start for City of Cambridge there on the near side, on the side of the bank. A good sprinkling of people here, not overly crowded. People being sensible, keeping their distance, and thankfully it's nice and dry, but a decent little bit of support. So it's nice just to have a few people around and get the odd shout of encouragement, and they feel like they're rowing in a full-on competition with atmosphere. And it is different side-by-side racing. Whatever your race plan is, it can go out the window because you've got somebody next to you that wants to beat you. And this is a good tight race.
Yeah, I've had that more than a few times. So they're just coming past the commentary caravan now, and there's really maybe no more than 2 feet in it at the moment. City of Cambridge. This is a fantastically close race.
I just heard Zoe call it dead level. There really is not a lot in this. It depends what camera angle and what angle you look at. But this is a cracker. We haven't had a humdinger yet. Do you know those?
Yeah, so we've
You
had
know a humdinger?
Yes, yeah.
Do you recognise this as a humdinger?
I recognise this as a humdinger.
I
This
think
is
so.
this is very close between the two crews. What we've tended to see happen is some really close starts, and then just the boat with the better fitness, the better technique, just sort of plays out relatively quickly. But these two crews are really scrapping at each other.
It's a great
there isn't
competition,
a lead
isn't it?
at the moment.
You were saying this is development.
I was saying this is development fours, but they're really, they're experienced rowers. They know what they're doing, and they've turned up wanting to win.
Well, yeah. I mean, we were talking about this yesterday, with various people, and saying how little racing people have done. They've done a lot on the ergos. They've done Zoom ergos. They've done training at home. They've been out in a boat training a bit, but actual racing, how little have they done? They've probably not raced at many regattas, if any.
Yeah, so Strava's made a lot of money this year, I can tell you that. But certainly, this is going to be it's potentially one of the first big races a lot of these crews have done this year. So we've had Met and Marlow the last couple of weeks, and if you're a university crew,
Well, we have Bucks, and then we have
Regatta
national
last weekend.
schools.
But for a lot of these girls, this is going to be potentially the first head-to-head, side-by-side racing that they've done this season. For a lot of them, potentially ever.
True.
And it's a bit difficult to see from the cameras, but I think that looks like Galway might have a very slight advantage. They were neck and neck, head to head, as they came past sort of the commentary caravan and the halfway mark. But Galway just looked like they're just a little bit quicker through the water. The stroke rate's just a little bit higher, and
No, it's a really good contest. This yesterday, the draw threw up Vesta A, Vesta B, not only in the 8s but also in the 4s, which they're club mates and they're probably used to racing each other. But these guys, I mean, they've not raced each other, so they don't know much about the opposition. All they know is, if they get their boat in front across the line first, they're through to the next round. And interestingly enough, there doesn't seem to be too many glances over. There's not a lot of rubbernecking going on here. The cox, right on cue, looks across to see where the opposition is. It's a really, really good race, this. Getting a bit tired now towards the end. Although it's only 1,400 metres, it's a good old 5-minute slog. And it is, in fact, Galway that are leading the way home. The next race has got underway, and this is Oxford University Women's Boat Club A and Nottingham Trent.
yeah, so that looked like a good start for both crews there. So this Edinburgh University boat won beginner fours at Bucks last weekend by a massive margin. I think it was almost 60 seconds. They were well ahead of any other crew. Edinburgh also winning beginner 8s, and 2 of the crew in this Edinburgh boat were in the A final of the beginner singles. So Edinburgh have had a fantastic couple of weeks. So they've coached out of Edinburgh by Mike Hughes.
How long has this beginner term been used? I don't do Bucks, but James sort of tells me.
Oh,
Lots about it.
good few years now.
Is it? Is it?
Good few years. So they had
No complaints?
I don't think so. They had an interesting system this year, beginner ones and beginner twos. So obviously with everything going on,
Replaces novice, I suppose. So
places novice.
Yeah.
But a lot of crews, for obvious reasons, haven't had a huge amount of racing the past
so
12
they are
months.
beginners. Yeah. Fair
So
enough.
beginner ones.
So here we go, passing our caravan now. That's 3/4 of a length.
There's not a lot in it. Edinburgh, all that fantastic experience, all those medals from last weekend, and Bristol City are still in contact with them. So it's going to be it's a little bit different to what they experienced last weekend, being a whole minute up on the competition. Having someone side by side with you like that, pushing you all the way, is yeah, so we can pick that up there, and you can see Edinburgh have just opened out a lead. So there's clear water there between them and City of Bristol A. Like we said earlier, you know, they're going to have come away from Bucks with plenty of medals apiece. You know, they're going to be so confident in that boat. They're going to know that they row well, and they're going to know that they're a good competition for any other boat out on this course today. So that's fantastic from them there. Like I said, the programme up at Edinburgh this year has produced some fantastic sort of beginner women, novice women. I think they won beginner 8s, beginner 4s. There was a couple in the beginner doubles and a load of beginner singles. I think the A final of the beginner singles at Bucks was all Edinburgh. I think it was 6 Edinburgh boats. So don't know what Mike Hughes is feeding them up there, but it's
Well, it's clearly
working.
a good programme, isn't it? Success breeds success, as we know, with Oxford Brooks. You know, by reputation, you know, you get more and more. But fair play, nice, controlled race.
Yeah, these certainly they row so well together. They don't look like a novice boat. You know, you wouldn't look at them and go, "Oh, they only started rowing this year." So they've come together so quickly, and I mean, we can see here they're just dominating the race. They're a good couple of lengths up now on Bristol City.
Yeah, and I think it's true to say, you know, some of those northern rowing centres, they've had lockdown a bit harder than other people, certainly around Manchester and indeed in Scotland. You know, their lockdown has been a lot tougher, so getting together and getting out and training, etc., has been a challenge for everyone. But, you know, some places, I suspect, more than others. Now it's the much anticipated, if not early announced, race between Oxford University and Nottingham Trent.
Yeah, so this is Oxford's A boat in the development 4s. They had a B boat, which I don't believe qualified. But that's a fantastic drone from the shot there, but you can see already...
Or even shot from the drone.
Or even shot from the drone. You can see there that Nottingham Trent boat has a fairly sizable early advantage. They're only a couple of 100 metres in, and already up to about a half a length lead. Looking really tidy there through the stroke, but I mean, I take that back. It looks like Oxford have picked themselves up a little bit. They're getting very close to the booms there. That could be risky, but certainly have put a bit of a press in and have wound Trent back in slightly. I think Trent do still have an advantage, but it's certainly not by much. They're just coming up to the commentary caravan now. We can give you a slightly better idea of where they are, but it's really close at the moment.
As they pass me now and now, so there's less than a foot advantage to the middle of the river.
Yeah, so there's advantage up to Trent. They're matching each other stroke for stroke there. You can see they're all so into their own race. There was a little glance across there from the stroke woman of the Oxford boat. They're going to be able to see the Trent boat, and if they're moving, they're going to know they're moving. They're going to know they're starting to overhaul Trent. So that's fantastic. So Trent had a fantastic start, up to half a length almost within the first couple of strokes, but Oxford have reeled them back in.
I see the umbrellas have gone up, but it's still dry here. It feels like it might have a little bit of a shower, but the conditions, not too warm, about 18, 19 degrees, and
I think I'd describe it
yeah,
as...
I think.
Yeah, so
actually, we're talking there. The advantage now to the Berkshire.
Yeah, so
station.
there was that early advantage to Trent there, but Oxford have just rode through them. You can see on their faces as well. They know that they've cracked. They know that they've cracked Trent. Now they're going to really be looking to just build upon that advantage. They're going to want to open out some clear water between the two boats. And you can see as well that Oxford's rate just hasn't really dropped. They are racing their own race there. They've clearly got a plan in their head, and they know that it works. And so they've gone out, they've rode it, and it is paying off for them. The rate's a bit higher than Trent at the moment. Yeah, Oxford just looking a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, 3 minutes into the race, and they're not gonna let this lead slip, are they? I'm just going to do a roundup of the results. I can tell you that in the junior eights, it was the Berkshire station that were successful. We had Enniskillen in race 144. They won by 2.5 lengths. We had Latimer Upper, very impressive, with a 4.5 lengths victory, and a win by 4 lengths also for Surbiton High School. So they go through to the next round. In this little batch of races, we had Aberdeen up against Globe. That was a win for Aberdeen University. 4 lengths. If you're wondering about the times, I shouldn't say they're hit and miss, because they're not hit and miss, but they don't relay to previous years, okay?
Yeah,
because the course is a different length. So Aberdeen overcame Globe just over 5 minutes by 4 lengths. Galway overcame the City of Cambridge in near enough the same time. And Edinburgh University beat City of Bristol, and that was about the same time. So the times to get over this distance are all pretty equal. If you like, those crews were all crossing the line 4-ish lengths ahead of their opposition. So that's tight. That's promising for the next round with some very tight racing. Oxford University continued to lead Nottingham Trent. Next on the course, we have the round of the junior double sculls. So these are like the little racing Ferraris, if you like. You can accelerate these boats really quick. And first up, we have Newark against Cheltenham College.
Yeah, so Newark and Cheltenham both had good starts. There's not a huge amount in it at the moment. So I mean, like you've just said, Martin, they're the sports cars of the rowing world. They are so quick in comparison to other boats the same size. You can see there, it looks like the boat on the Buck station just getting told to move back onto their side of the river. Cheltenham College just drifting over, putting some pressure on Newark Rowing Club. So it's Newark's A boat that we can see out on the course. But yeah, certainly these doubles are so much lighter. It's one of the things you notice about sort of swapping out of a big boat into a small boat, is how reactive sort of singles and doubles can be. Every little thing you do in the boat, you feel, you're slightly to the wrong side and it will thump the boat down sort of onto the far side. So you have to be technically excellent to row a good race in a double or a single. But at the moment, that's Cheltenham College on the... No, apologies, that is Newark Rowing Club on the Berkshire station with an advantage over Cheltenham.
And just to wrap up on that last batch of races I was telling you about, the Development 4s, it was a win for Oxford University Women's Boat Club over Nottingham Trent University. The distance was 3 lengths and the time was 5 minutes 11. So the times all pretty much identical. The distances all 3 or 4 lengths. So what promises to be a really, really good next round for the Development 4s.
Yeah, so Cheltenham College giving the umpire there a good arm workout. They've sat right in the middle of the river. They are slightly down on Newark Rowing Club, so they're not going to be wrecking Newark's race, but they are certainly encroaching onto onto Newark's part of the river, pushing them just slightly to the side. You can see the umpire raising her flag again. Cheltenham are going to want to sort that out. If nothing else, they'll get a stern talking to after the race from the umpire, but they are very much sat in the middle of the river. Those booms do something to abate wash and things like that off of the other boats, so it is slightly flatter in the middle. It is slightly nicer water to row in, but they are very close, the two crews at the moment. Certainly sideways, but Newark looks like they've got maybe a length and a half. There's some clear water there I can see between Newark and Cheltenham. But, it looks like Newark has picked up a fairly reasonable lead. There's about 2 lengths, I think. You can see there, we've just come back to the start on the left of your screen for race 153, another junior doubles, Hartbury Boat Club on the Berkshire station, so on the left of your picture, and Trentham Boat Club A on the Buck station on the right of your picture.
Now they've had a snappy start, these two crews. We get a shot there just to see how they're panning out. Oh, there's a shot from the umpire's launch, so almost impossible to tell who's ahead. If anything, I would say Trentham, but probably not by much, as the crews now come up to our commentary position. So they've crossing through the enclosure. Very, very close. Hartbury having a glance across. Yeah. No, there's not much in this at all. Hartbury keep having a glance across. So Hartbury rowing out of Gloucester Rowing Club. Really, really good programme. Do a lot with their juniors. A lot of them are on the, what was the ACE, now the DICE programme, and they produce some cracking athletes. Having said that, they got a bit to do here, but not much. It's about 2 foot.
Yeah, it's about half a canvas at the moment to Trentham's boat. Like you said, Hartbury are a performance centre, turning out some fantastic juniors that go on to row for sort of the national programme and things like that. But at the moment, Trentham Boat Club, it's their A boat in this event, does have a little lead. Really, really not much. And like I said earlier, you know, these doubles are so reactive. The slightest extra bit of pressure can add so much to the boat speed, or conversely, the slightest error can take a lot off of it. So it's really very much all to play for at the moment. You know, it only needs to be a small error from Trentham and Hartbury will snatch the lead from them. So Hartbury are going to push them all the way to the line at the moment.
Yeah, the Hartbury stroke concentrating hard. Bow, well, she's looking around not only where they're going for the steering, but she's also every half a dozen strokes she looks over to see where the opposition are, and the opposition are moving away from you at the moment. Trentham look to have just put a bit of a squeeze on, so they're probably now over the halfway point, and it's Trentham got the lead over Hartbury.
Yeah, so you can see the bowwoman of Hartbury there, just snapping her head to the left every so often. She's just trying to keep an eye on them. She doesn't want Trentham to sort of break out into open water, because if you lose contact with them, it is psychologically so much harder to reel a crew back in. At the moment, I mean, you can't really see it from the camera. If I had to say, I would say there's probably still some slight overlap. But at the moment, like you said, Martin, it is Trentham Boat Club with a bit of a lead, which is going to be disappointing. It's going to be disappointing for this Hartbury boat, who did come to the regatta expecting to do quite well.
Yeah, the water gets a bit bobbly about this point, so I think there's probably a gap in the trees where you get the breeze kicking across. There's also a bit of river traffic, and you can just see the boats bobbling about, certainly a bit more than they were earlier this morning and yesterday. Trentham in control. They've got clear water between themselves and Hartbury, and still keeping the rate up. Having a look across, seeing where they are, seeing where you're going, and they've steered a really good course here. So junior doubles, as you'd expect, Henley Women's Regatta. You know, they're experienced, albeit young. But a really, really good display. Down at the start is the local derby, Reading against Marlow. Reading nearest to the bank on the Berkshire station. Marlow, they're in the middle of the river, over by the boys, both are near the barrier. But anyway, they're on the Buck station and on the right of the picture. And it's Marlow that have taken an early lead in that one. As you've got two pictures on your screen, right hand side it is Trentham just coming up to the finish. And on the bottom of your screen, it's Marlow, who have decided to go off really, really quickly and try and break away from Reading. And
Yeah,
after
so
about what? That's not many strokes really to have a lead like that, is it?
no, not really. That's probably on 20, 30 strokes to already have a length lead. And it's a perfectly valid sort of race plan for this course. You know, go out hard, get that early lead, sort of break the break your opponent relatively early, get some clear water, and then you're in control. You can just sit off their bows. You can react really well to any move that your opponent does make, and you can just watch them. Sort of the alternative is to grind it out of the other crew, you know, keep a high rate, keep a high press, and just reel in a boat. But Marlow certainly have gone for the former program. You know, they've gone out hard, they've got some open water between the two boats. So yeah, now they're just going to look to sit and control this race from out ahead. You can see that they can see very clearly the Reading boat just off to their right. They're going to be able to react to any moves that the Reading boat makes. So all things going well. Marlow certainly in control at the moment.
So looking at the batch of races here, we had Newark, Cheltenham, Hartbury and Trentham. Reading and Marlow on the course, and then Peterborough and Trentham Boat Club B off next. Interestingly enough, I've been looking at the times here. The times of those last batch of races, so they were the development Cox 4s. They were going down the course in about 5 minutes 12, 5 minutes 11 seconds. These double sculls, 5 minutes 24, 5 minutes 28. So, you know, quick, and actually that time is really good, particularly for juniors, and it's difficult to gauge because we don't have the records. You know, for this distance, but it's good. It's really good. It's close racing, and we're looking forward to lots more of it this afternoon. Racing running right the way through up until I think around 6 o'clock today. So stay tuned. Henley Women's Regatta 2021. If you missed the results, you can get them on the web, and we hope you're enjoying the coverage. So this is Marlow leading Reading.
Yeah, race 154 of the junior doubles. Marlow had a fantastic start out the blocks really quickly, opened up a really early advantage. It was clear water between the two boats within the first couple of 100 metres. You can see though that sort of that decision to go out hard and go out early is starting to hurt the Marlow boat. They are looking a little bit less comfortable, arguably, than the Reading boat, but we're back up to the start now for this last heat of the junior doubles. It's Peterborough and Trentham Boat Club B.
Yeah, Peterborough are on the Berkshire station, nearest to the towpath. Trentham over in the middle of the river. How weird was that? My machine just rang. And it wasn't a phone. Right. What have we got then? So we have Peterborough and Trentham Boat Club B. Peterborough on the screen on the left. They've moved ahead nicely here. They've got, clear water, maybe a length and a half. As I'm looking out of the cabin where we are, I can see that they have really pushed on here against the B crew from Trentham.
Yeah, that's a really healthy early advantage. Like, really similar to Marlow in the last race. They went out really hard from the blocks, opened up that clear water really early, and are now just going to rely upon that gap between them and Trentham Boat Club B just to stay in control of this race. You can see on the right of your screen there, it's the previous race, 154, so Reading and Marlow. Marlow still out ahead. You can see though, it's hurting. They've brought the rate right down, but that early lead has served them really well, and they're going to be coming up to the finish any moment now. Comfortable in the fact that they've moved away quite comfortably from Reading and are going to win that. Yep, so there you go. That's Marlow Rowing Club B across the line. A couple of lengths ahead of Reading Rowing Club. But back up to Peterborough and Trenton Boat Club. Peterborough just opened out that lead. It's what we said earlier, that when you can sit that far ahead of the crew behind you, it's so easy to react to any move, to any fight back that they might put up. And yeah, you can see just how relaxed and smooth they are through the water. They know they're up. They know that they're going to potentially come away with a win in this heat. And so are really just now focusing on making it the best race they can. So that's Peterborough up by a couple of clear lengths of water. So we're just coming past the boating areas, Old Blades, and Peterborough comfortably leading Trenton Boat Club B at the moment. That's a good couple of lengths of clear water. They've brought the rate right down, nice and relaxed. You know, they're just really into their paddle at the moment. We're So it's just popped up on the left of your screen is the So on the left of your screen there, it's race 134, the re-row of the aspirational Coxless Falls for the Chairman's Trophy between Nottingham Rowing Club and Newcastle University. We think it was Newcastle University earlier this afternoon had some mechanical difficulties, had to row back to the boating area, sort that out. They've come back up to the start and are now underway in their race. So yeah, it's Nottingham Rowing Club would be on the right of your picture on the Berkshire station, but currently we are looking at Newcastle University on the Buck station with a healthy lead. You can see there on the right of your picture, that's a win for Peterborough Rowing Club in their heat of the junior doubles. They sort of held a fairly comfortable lead throughout the race over Trenton Boat Club B. Never really looked in any doubt. There was never any danger for them, so they're going to be really happy with that. But back to our re-row, so it was the aspirational Coxless Quads, race 134, Nottingham Rowing Club and Newcastle University. Currently, Newcastle leading by a couple of lengths of clear water. They passed a commentary caravan not too long ago. Both crews very tight, very strong, but it is currently Newcastle University up. And you can see in the blades as well, you know, Newcastle row so well together. You know, they're in the water together, out the water together, all the blades at the same height. And you can see sort of they're all squaring at a similar time. Nottingham Rowing Club is just a little bit more messy, a little bit scrappier. You know, we're about 2/3 of the way into this race. They're going to be feeling that in their legs. It's just going to be sapping some of their energy. But Newcastle University really just commanding this race at the moment, so that's fantastic to see. And so we've picked up the last results from the last two races. So Reading and Marlow, and Peterborough and Trentham for the junior doubles. So in race 154, Marlow Rowing Club B beat Reading Rowing Club. Verdict of 2.5 lengths. And race 155, the last heat of the day for the junior doubles, it was Peterborough beat Trentham Boat Club by 4.5 lengths as well. So that's quite good to see. And we've just hopped back up to the start there, moved away from that re-rowed quads race, and it's our next junior 8. So we've got Putney High School A on the Berkshire station, so on the left of your picture, and Wimbledon High School on the Buck station on the right. And it's a fantastic start for both crews, both out the blocks really quickly. And there's really not much in it at the moment. If I had to call it, I'd say Wimbledon High School are up by a couple of feet at the moment. But both crews really still into their start. We're looking at rates high 30s. So that's fantastic out of the blocks. It's a great shot from the drone as well, following the boats. Both coxes are really going to be urging their crews on. They're gonna want to get an advantage early. Otherwise, this is going to hurt. You know, these crews are both going to hammer it out of each other. And another fantastic shot there coming over the top of them, but it looks like Wimbledon High School potentially have a very slight advantage. They're coming up to the commentary caravan just as we talk, and yeah, I think I'm right. Wimbledon High School maybe a bow ball, no more than a foot ahead at the moment. They are neck and neck. They're matching each other stroke for stroke, but I had to say Wimbledon High School look a little bit quicker on the catch, but Putney High School much stronger through the water. This is a fantastic row from both boats. God, it's looking like it's turning into a real scrap at the moment. Both of them, both boats have kept the rate really high. So Wimbledon High School on the left and Putney High School on the right. But it looks like Wimbledon might have given away their early advantage. Like I said, it was only a couple of feet, but Putney High School, it looks like they've got about a canvas up at the moment. There's really not much in it. It looks like Wimbledon High School have just faded slightly. You know, they went out really fast, really heavy. Maybe it's just taking the toll on them, but Putney High School at the moment are just starting to move away from Wimbledon. They kept so close in that first half of the race. We're just coming past the boating area now, so we're over halfway. But at the moment, it is Putney High School A with a very slight advantage. Like I said, no more than a canvas. God, this is a really cracking race here. They're still matching, both boats are still matching each other stroke for stroke, but Putney High School are just a little bit longer in the water. And what that is doing is every single stroke, they are eking out an extra inch every single stroke. And there's not a lot in it, but it's paying off for them. Putney High School are up very slightly. Putney on the Berkshire station in the purple, and it looks like they're potentially up by about a quarter of a length at the moment. It's still really close. If Wimbledon High School respond, it's going to put them right back head to head. You know, there's not much in it. Putney High School can't relax at this moment. You know, they are still so close, but it does look like they're still moving. Like I said, inch by inch, every single stroke. They're just slightly longer in the water, slightly more powerful. And they are starting to draw ahead. As it went past the camera there, it was up to about half a length. So they stuck neck and neck with each other the whole way up. Off the start, Wimbledon High School had a very slight advantage, no more than a couple of feet. It was so close, and it does look like they've just, of the two crews, Wimbledon High School have been the ones that have just faded a little bit more than Putney. It's It's a course of about 1,500 metres, 1,450 metres. Certainly long enough to hurt. But it looks like Putney High School are going to get the better of Wimbledon. So we're coming up towards the finish line. We have maybe a couple of 100 metres left. It's going to be no more than 20 or 30 strokes for each of the boats. But Putney High School just looking the more composed, the more fresh, the more relaxed. And they've opened that lead out to about a length at the moment. I don't think there's clear water between the two boats. There we go. So that was Putney High School by only about a length. That was so close. Most of the way down the course, you know, they both went out neck and neck. Wimbledon with that slight early advantage, but Putney rode through them, capitalised upon Wimbledon just fading a little bit, and eventually took the win in that heat. So we come back up to the start. It's Putney High School B on the left of your screen there, again in the purple, and a composite from Cantabs and Rob Roy Boat Club. So as that drone comes overhead, you can see that Putney High School B, again, have a slight advantage. It's a fantastic program that goes on at Putney. If nothing else, being able to send two fully fledged eights to Henley Women's Regatta is no small feat. And it looks like Putney have the early advantage, about half a length. Boat from Cantabs and Rob Roy coming all the way from Cambridge. So both crews, no strangers to rowing on not particularly flat water, but as they're just about to come past the commentary caravan, yeah, it's not a huge amount in it. Potentially Putney High School with about a quarter of a length, third of a length perhaps. Cantabs and Rob Roy, that composite still very much in contention. So it's all going to depend on the fade. It's going to depend upon who tires out first. Both crews still rating relatively highly. Putney High School up at about 37. The composite from Cantabs and Rob Roy, similarly about 38 at the moment. So they're still rating really highly at the moment. They're just trying to, it's a battle of wills. Who's going to fade first? Who's going to tire first? And if you win that competition, you tend to end up winning the race. So as they come past the camera, it does look like Putney still has a bit of a lead, but certainly that composite is starting to reel them in. It's certainly less than it was, and they came past me about a minute ago. It was about half a length, a third of a length, but the composite from Cambridge is starting to reel Putney High School in. We said earlier that a lot of these crews, this is going to be the first big race of the season. So Putney High School will have rowed at the Nat Schools Regatta a couple of months ago, but certainly this will have been some of the first side-by-side racing they have done all year, all season. And it's difficult to call from this position, but I'm a betting man, and I think that does look like the composite of Cantabs and Rob Roy has caught up with Putney. So this is Putney High School's B boat. We saw the A boat in the previous heat against Wimbledon. But this is looking a lot closer than I think a lot of people would have called early on in the race. It's maybe up to about half a length to Putney High School at the moment. Certainly they're not moving anywhere Cantabs and Rob Roy have done a real good job of arresting Putney's advance. You know, they've not broken away from them yet, but we're back down the course on the left of your screen there for the next heat. That is the Lady Eleanor Hollis Boat Club on the Bucks Station, just out of shot on the right of your picture, and Camberwell Rowing Club and Tyne Rowing Club B on the left of your picture. And you can see the 8 there from the Lady Eleanor Hollis with fairly commanding advantage. So we have the result of the first Junior 8 this side of the draw. So it was Putney High School A versus Wimbledon High School. And it was a win for Putney High School. Only by a length. So we saw Wimbledon with that early advantage just get rowed through by Putney. Wimbledon just tired a little bit quicker, faded a little bit earlier, and Putney took full advantage of that. And up on your screen at the moment you can see the Lady Eleanor Hollis Boat Club looking very comfortable, very in control of this race. A couple of lengths of clear water between them and the Northern Composite. So the 8 from Lady Eleanor Hollis on your screen at the moment has brought the rate right down, somewhere nice and comfortable. And the Camas Rowing Club and Tyne Rowing Club composite, a couple of lengths behind them, but we've gone back up the course for our next junior doubles event. So that's St Peter's School, but currently on your screen, Wallingford Rowing Club. St Peter's will be on your left, and Wallingford on the right. There we go. So difficult to see from this angle, but very much Wallingford's race at the moment. Couldn't call if there was clear water, but certainly they're up by at least a length. We can see what we were saying about earlier, that the wind has picked up slightly and it's just made the surface of the water that little bit rougher. And in small boats like doubles and singles, that can mean quite a lot. You can feel the waves lapping against the bow as you cut through the water, and if you pick a particularly big wave, it can really mess with your race. But at the moment, Wallingford Rowing Club have clear water back to St Peter's School. St Peter's making the trek down from York for this weekend. Wallingford only down the river. So this is as close as Wallingford are going to get to sort of home water this season by the looks of things, and at the moment they're taking full advantage of that. Some very comfortable clear water between the two boats. Wallingford have brought the rate down, looking to just settle into their rhythm make it their own race. And at this point in the race, Wallingford are going to have a relatively difficult advantage for St. Peter's to overhaul. But St. Peter's keeping their head up very much into their race plan at the moment. The winner of this event going to go on to race tomorrow at about 10:30. And we'll be facing the winner of our next event, so either York City or St. Edwards. But it is very much Wallingford's race at the moment. They've been in control the whole way down. They've had a lead relatively early on in the race within the first couple of 100 metres and have just kept on moving. They're not going to give St. Peter's any chance to answer back, because there's a fairly sizable advantage. We have the result of the previous race. So the composite of Camas Rowing Club and Tyne Rowing Club B versus the Lady Eleanor Hollis Boat Club. It was the Lady Eleanor Hollis Boat Club that won by a verdict of easily.
So we're watching York City and St. Edward's School presently on the course. And this is the junior double sculls. Race number 161. And it's York City with a commanding lead as they pass our commentary position. I can tell you that it's now, yes, I've been given the signal, nearly 2.5 lengths lead. And as we continue to watch here, the junior double sculls with York City and St Edward's School. York City with a commanding lead. Moving down towards the finish. And we've got the next race up at the start, which is Clare's Court and King's Ely. Now, Clare's Court School, not so far away from here, just down at Maidenhead. And you can see there on the left of your screen, King's Ely out in the middle of the river and nearest to the bank. It is Clare's Court. The race before just coming to a conclusion now, and very strong row, very impressive scull there for the girls from York City Rowing Club. We'll do a roundup of the full results after the last race in this batch for the junior double sculls. Clare's Court, King's Ely underway at present as they pass our commentary box, so we're situated at the end of the enclosure area, which is actually not so busy. A few of the schools have their own sort of little areas under their gazebos, but yeah, mostly decent, but not a huge crowd here, and the conditions perfect for rowing. Not as perfect maybe as this morning, but we've had a little bit of wetness, a little bit of showers, a couple of showers actually, but by and large the conditions are good. And this round of the junior double sculls, in this race we see Clare's Court leading King's Ely. The last of these races will be Star Club against Warrington. So Clare's Court there just knocking on nicely together, and a decent outing there should see them through. Glance over the shoulder, check the steering, and they're moving that double scull along very, very nicely indeed. A bit more river traffic today, so there's canoes, kayaks. Saw a couple of paddle boarders earlier, and there's a bit more of the higher craft out and about, and all of that can make the water a bit unsettled, but they're coping with it well, these junior double sculls. So Clare's Court looking to bring that home. I haven't seen the next race yet down at the start. It's meant to be Star Club and Warrington, but no sign of those just at the moment. So let's just have a little look at the results from the last batch of races. What have we got here? Junior double sculls. The race number 161. The verdict was easily, and that was a win for York City Rowing Club. Race 160 was a win for Wallingford. Race 162 is on the course at the moment. Leading that we have Clare's Court, and then we're going to go down to the start in a moment to see Star Club and Warrington. Star Club will be nearest to us. Warwick's on the far side, but we're watching the closing stages of junior double sculls, and a really good win there for Clare's Court. Perhaps we'll pop down to the start and see how they're getting on with attaching themselves to the stake boats as Clare's Court approach the finish. And yeah, pretty decent time really, seeing as they're not being pressed too hard. Anything around the 5:20s is good. So there we are. That was race number 162. Race 163 is on the start. And we have Star Club nearest to us on the Berkshire station, and in the middle of the river it is Warrington Rowing Club. Junior double sculls. And the umpire addressing both crews, giving a roll call, raises the flag, and they are off. Okay, it's Warrington with what looked to be the more aggressive start, putting some rapid strokes in, checking the course, watching the steering. But a good start from both crews there, to be fair. Star Club, yeah, rating higher, definitely rating higher than Warrington. Warrington, very aware of where they are, keep looking over the shoulder to see where the other crew is, and more importantly, looking over the shoulder to make sure they're not going to hit the woodwork. So, after the first 20 odd strokes, it is Warrington that have a very slight advantage over Star Club. The last race was won easily by Clare's Court. And Star Club are closest to me as I'm looking out from the commentary position, and they've settled into a good rhythm, and they're just about 2/3 of a length down at the moment. And I'm been hearing that they finished fifth, Star Club crew. The double scull there of Star Club finished fifth at the National Schools Regatta, which, to be fair with these juniors, is probably about the only other regatta they've had to race in this year. I was just talking earlier to the director of rowing from one of the Scottish universities, and he was telling me that you know, training and the distance you know, has proved you know, a real challenge, with them only really getting out on the water, you know, fairly recently, and maybe just with the unis, I think, as we were saying earlier, just the one race at Bucks, and with the juniors really just the one race at Dorney for national schools. Different kettle of fish, 2 meters, 2 kilometers, multi-lane racing. And then to this, you know, side by side, intimidating, with great chunks of wood either side of you. But they cope well, and here is Warrington now leading Star Club. Race 163, junior double sculls. We have race 229 up next, so that is the championship lightweight single scull. This is Hoffman of Brooks against Naismith of Reading University. Then we go into the junior quads. So the junior quads, a couple of races there. Then we have junior singles. Then back to junior quads. And through to, as I say, around about 6 o'clock tonight. So
Yeah, so we can just pick up there on the left of our screen that Championship Lightweight Single Sculls event is underway. So that's the sculler from Reading. That's Kirsty Naismith on your screen then. And just to the right of your screen now is Jennifer Hoffman from Oxford Brookes University.
Riders before now. That's pretty much finished.
So we're back on with that heat of the Championship Lightweight Singles. Hoffman of Brookes versus Naismith of Reading University. And it's currently a bit of an advantage to Hoffman there. So both of these women raced at the Bucks Regatta last weekend. So Jennifer Hoffman was part of the intermediate double sculls that won gold last weekend. Kirsty Naismith from Reading University was 5th in the intermediate lightweight singles at the same event. But at the moment, it is Hoffman of Brookes with a slight lead, no more than a length or so when they last came past.
And on the course now, we have the first of the next round junior quads. Lee up against Shiplake College A. Shiplake College are on the far side on the Buckinghamshire station. In the orange nearest to the bank, we have the Lee Rowing Club. Shiplake, of course, training on the on the next reach up from this, is it? Or the reach up from that? Anyway, it's not that far.
Not that far.
Not that far. Up river. So Shiplake girls, have been doing really well, no doubt about it, over the last few years. The rowing programme there has grown from strength to strength, and they presently lead here, the Lee, by just about a length as they pass me, and it's clear water, just. Shiplake, looking very good there, long and strong in the water. Huge rivalry with the next race, which is Henley Rowing Club and Wycliffe. Now, Henley Rowing Club won this event over the years. Different, yes, I know, it's 1400 metres, but it's still the same event. So Shiplake, Henley, huge rivalry. In fact, this event, junior girls, was the first event for junior girls to be put on at Henley Royal Regatta.
Yep, schoolgirl quads.
Schoolgirl quads. Now, we are told we're going to have a fly past fairly shortly, and that's going to be a Hurricane of the Royal Air Force. James Lee offered to pilot it, but they said no thank you, they've got their own pilot. So
He's done
But
just about everything else. in this
he's
regatta,
probably
isn't
more excited about this flower pass than anybody else here. Most people here couldn't actually care less that there's an airplane coming, but there is, and we'll let you know. Meanwhile, it's Shiplake flying past and flying down the course ahead of Lee Rowing Club. The single sculling race is coming to a conclusion.
coming to its conclusion, and as she's led throughout the whole course so far, but it looks like it is going to be Hoffman from Oxford Brookes University that just crosses the line. Couple of lengths of clear water ahead of her counterpart from Reading University, Kirsty Naismith. And back onto the left of your screen, that is the boat from Shiplake. Done fantastically well so far. They were gold medalists in the J18 quads at the Nat Schools Regatta. I think it's the first time Shiplake have won that event, so or certainly in recent history, so that's fantastic there. So they're going to be looking to come out and just dominate this event, really. They are really one of the big favourites.
They are indeed, and the other favoured crews have just gone off in the next heat, which will show Henley Rowing Club, Henley Rowing Club against Wycliffe. Wycliffe, not Wycliffe. Wycliffe's a detective on telly, somebody told me, although I've never seen it. But Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, this is their A crew. Henley Rowing Club are on the Berkshire station nearest to us, and it's Henley that have the lead over Wycliffe. And top of us, on the right hand side there, we can see that Shiplake have powered away from the lead. So, what should we look at? Let's have a look at Henley. Tell us about Henley.
Henley Rowing Club, obviously down the river. Perhaps the lesser counterpart to Upper Thames and Leander in some people's eyes, but an absolutely fantastic junior programme. We can see that being borne out here. There's about a length of clear water now between Henley and Wycliffe. And like you said earlier, they're potentially the other favourites for this event.
Is this the same crew that raced at Nat Schools, do you know?
This was the same crew that made the A final at Nat Schools, I think 5th or 6th, but
Yeah.
a very good showing in a very tight field.
Yeah.
But similarly, Wycliffe did really well at Nat Schools. I think placed quite highly in the B final. But Henley Rowing Club, this is going to be their home water. They're going to have paddled up and down this countless times in the past weeks, months.
Well,
and years.
we'll watch this one with interest. This as indeed will we all. But the junior quads is always, particularly. Have I bored you with a story about my daughter won junior quads here at Henley Royal? Have I bored you with that?
No, I don't think you
Oh,
have.
gee whiz. Later, mate. You're in for it.
Later.
You're in for it. I'll talk you through it, stroke by stroke. And how proud we'll be. So Henley Rowing Club. Yeah, fantastic programme there of junior girls. And then, big rivalry now with Shiplake College. And of course, then everybody else, Latimer Upper. They've always, had good quads. St Edwards, Marlow. There's a lot of William Perkins, of course. Yeah, there's a lot of good crews. So this will be a really good competition. We're looking forward to this one.
Yeah, there's a lot of quality there.
Yeah, we've kept an eye on the time, see how quickly the crews are going down the course. We looked at the double sculls. We ended up coming to the conclusion that they were all going down in about 5:20 something. Have we got any times yet for the can you drive that thing? That's it, yeah. Have you got anything on there? No, you haven't.
We have the first of the junior quads, actually. So race 164, so it was Lee Rowing Club and Shiplake College, and one we just saw not too long ago. It was a win for Shiplake College. Time of about 4 minutes 40 seconds. Verdict of 4 lengths. So these quads are going very quickly.
Having said that, curse the commentators, what they called Henley, have just wound it right down, saving their energy for the next round. Right, well that's been fun. We've got chaps hovering here to take our seat. So I'll say goodbye to you. Our friend here will jump in your seat, and we'll have what they call on the radio a handover,
Yep.
as
Awesome.
opposed to a handoff.
Awesome. Right. Well, cheers out, Martin.
So we've had no sport for ages, but I was just thinking, and today we got this, tennis,
Grand Prix.
Grand Prix, British Lions, 5 o'clock, and then the round ball game at 8.
Yeah.
How amazing is that? I'll be exhausted.
It's a big day across
I
all
need
of
to
it.
lie down. Here we go. Next up then, down at the start, is the next heat of this, the junior quads, Nottingham and Union and Sir William Perkins School A. There's a mouthful. Talking of mouthfuls, here he is. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. It's Jack joining the live stream here for the next shift as we pick up these races coming down the course.
What we got
what
here,
race
Jack?
number have we got here, Martin? I'm just sitting in your seat.
Okay, we've got, we have Nottingham and Union and Sir William Perkins School A.
Fantastic.
My dear boy, this is very professional, but those two buttons there, they're on and off, and the very best of luck.
Well, there you go. We'll pick up this race as it comes on down the course. Nottingham and Union on the Berkshire station. Sir William Perkins School on the Buckinghamshire station. And those boats now approaching, just coming up to our commentary hut, so into the first third or so of their race. We can see it is the crew of Sir William Perkins School, crew 379, who are just out in front there, about half a length of distance separating them from Nottingham and Union as they set off on this race in the junior coxless quads. And you see a nice drone footage there showing you that half a length distance separating the two boats. The yellow boat of Sir William Perkins School out in front, this their A crew, followed by the white boat of Nottingham and Union, about half a length behind. Well, Aisling joins me now. The two of us will be taking you through this next shift, the next 2 hours of racing. But on the course here, we have the junior coxless quads, and leading out this race, the crew from Sir William Perkins School, their A boat, ahead of Nottingham and Union, now by about a length as they push on towards the halfway point. They've just come through the boating area, and they're pushing on now towards Remenham. So they're well through halfway, actually, coming into the final third of their race.
Go, Wally!
So they're looking quite strong there out in front. They'll be comfortable here in the knowledge that it's going to take a hell of a move for the crew of Nottingham and Union to catch up with them at this stage. A comfortable lead for Sir William Perkins School. We'll see them go through to the next round in this event, and they come on now towards the finish. But the next race is off the start. So Ashley, do you want to introduce us to the competitors in this next one?
Yeah, we've got Wallingford Rowing Club and we've got Trafford Rowing Club just coming off the start here.
So yeah, left of your picture there, you can see this new race just starting. And you can see there the green kit of, I think that's the crew on the Buckinghamshire station. So that's Trafford Rowing Club. But you've got Wallingford on the Berkshire station, the green grassy bank side of the course. And it is Wallingford who are out in front in this next race of the junior Coxless Quads. So they continue down the course, and they've got a good, strong early lead there, a length of clear water separating them as they come to the end of the spectator area. That's a sizable distance to have developed early on in their race. So again, we're looking at quite a comfortable lead in this race. So it's Wallingford leading this race. But you can see on the right of your picture, also with a comfortable lead in their race, Sir William Perkins School A. So Wallingford and Trafford continue down the course there. That's your picture, and you can see Trafford pushing further ahead. Sorry, Wallingford pushing further ahead on the Berkshire station there in the bright red kit there. Looking very comfortable out in front. A nice shot there from the side on. You can see the beautiful technique in that boat. Comfortable out in front of this race. Doing enough to hold on to their lead, to hold on to their advantage, but not doing much more, saving their energy for the future rounds. They'll be happy with the distance separating them from Trafford Rowing Club at this stage in the race, and if they can hold on to that through to the finish, then they'll be pretty confident and pretty happy just to push on at that stage. Meanwhile, quite a mental game now for the crew of Trafford Rowing Club. They know that their competitors are well out in front. Their goal really is to try and close this gap, try and push back here, but it's a very difficult thing to do when you know that your other crew's quite a way off in the distance ahead of you. And you can't see them, and you can't really hear them, you can't really see their puddles anymore. So they've really got to push off now, really got to try and close that distance, try and show what they can do here at Henley Women's. This, in all likelihood now, given the gap between these two crews, will be the last race for this Trafford crew. So they want to go out strong, they want to go out with a good performance and try and close that gap as much as they can. But on your screen there, that is the crew of Wallingford Rowing Club, 384, looking very comfortable out in front. So this junior Coxless Quads, one of the last quarterfinals for this event, just pushing on down the course. And it is the crew from Wallingford who have the lead in this race, but we'll take you through the scullers in that crew. We've got Sinead Turner-Frick, we've got Annie Burdis, Anna Grace, and Olivia White, representing Wallingford there and well out in front. But with that, we can take a look to the next race on the course. We're now moving to junior single sculls. So Ashley, do you want to take us through who's in this next race?
Yeah, we've got two scullers here, one from Reading Rowing Club and another from Radnor House. As they're coming up to us in the commentary box, it's still looking quite tight actually. They're looking pretty together. There's still some connection between the two.
Absolutely. Single sculls are always an interesting race to watch because things can change very quickly. It's a smaller boat, it's one athlete. These athletes can make moves at different points in the race, and we'll start to see the order change. But we can see at the moment it's the Berkshire station that has the lead here, so that will be bus of Reading Rowing Club, who's currently out in front by about 3/4 of a length as they push on just through the spectator area now, moving on towards the competitor area. So, I mean, I wouldn't by any means say this is a comfortable lead at this stage. It's a single sculls race and things can certainly change, but the current advantage is with Lexibus of Reading Rowing Club. Behind her, about a length back, is Imogen Parker Elms of Radnor House School.
Lexi here of Reading Rowing Club. She's just making a move. She's just pushing on, starting to get that disconnect between her and the boat in front, or boat behind her rather. Trying to get out, trying to create some distance between her and the other crew. As you said, it's so difficult in a single. It's so much a mental battle as much as it is a physical battle. It's all on you, every single stroke, and it's so tough. And I think we've seen a couple of races here in the singles where we have seen a few of the singles row through each other, even in the earliest parts of this regatta.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, behind Lexi, we've got this sculler, Imogen Parker Elms of Radnor House. She's holding on. She hasn't, the elastic, as we would say as a commentator, hasn't broken between these two boats. The stern of Imogen's boat is still in touch. The bow of Imogen's boat is still in touch with the stern of Lexi there, which means that, to me as a commentator, this race is still in contention. It's not comfortable by any means between these two scullers, and things could change, and it looks as though things might actually be changing at this very moment.
Yeah, it looks like Imogen is actually making quite a big push here, as the sculler from Reading having a brief flirt there with the booms and getting back onto course. And I think that's kind of worked in Imogen's favour. She's taken that as an opportunity to keep pushing on and get that connect back with the boat in front.
Absolutely. As we say, single sculls, races that can change very quickly, and here's an example of a sculler taking advantage of the events of the race, going, this is my opportunity to get myself out in front, and Imogen is really going with it for Radnor House. It looks to me as though she could be having the slight advantage now over Lexibus of Reading Rowing Club. Lexi is going to need to fight back here if she wants to regain her pole position in this first quarter-final of the junior single sculls.
Next up, we've got race 169, another crew from Reading, against...
So yeah, on the right of your picture, you've got that next race. Reading Rowing Club, represented by Mills, and Sir William Borlase School, represented by Jackson. So they're on the right of your picture, setting off down the course, but we're still with this first quarter-final, where it looks as though Reading has fought back. Lexibus now ahead of Imogen Parker Elms again, as we push on towards the finish of that race. And looking actually fairly comfortable at this stage now. A fair lead there for Lexi, so she fought back after that brief flirtation with the booms. She's now pulling out in front in the closing stages of her quarter-final. So that first quarter-final there finished. Lexibus did indeed go through in first place there for Reading, followed by Imogen Parker Elms. But we can look ahead to the next race, which we briefly introduced. We've got Mills representing Reading and Jackson representing Sir William Borlase School. So it looks again as though it is the Reading sculler who has the advantage in this second race. You can see there on your screen, that is Mills of Reading. Lena Mills of Reading. Just looking at my commentary information there.
She's looking really relaxed actually, quite long, just tapping it along, keeping an eye on the competitor. She keeps looking over, having a little cheeky look, making sure that she's still not letting off too much. But she's definitely looking incredibly comfortable there as she's just tapping it along.
So the red scully you can see over on the Buckinghamshire station, that is Maya Jackson of Sir William Borlase School. So Maya, we think, currently sat in that second place. It's actually a little bit close between these two scullers here. It's not a huge distance separating them, but it is the Reading sculler, and that is Lena Mills, who is out in front at this stage. You can see there as the scullers get closer to our camera, the difference separating these two singles as they push on down the course. The second quarter final of the junior single sculls at Henley Women 2021. So as the camera pans round, we'll get a sense of the distance between these two athletes. It looks to me as though there's at least a length of clear water here, so fairly comfortable for Lena Mills of Reading. Her fellow sculler of Reading, Lexi Buss, went through in the previous race. Lena will be happy with this result at this stage, and it looks like she's fairly comfortable. She pushes on down the course. That's got to be 2 or 3 lengths there. Looking over to the bank, she's probably got some supporters cheering her on there. She pushes on down the course. Little smile at the camera as well. So Lena Mills of Reading Rowing Club leading ahead of Maya Jackson of Sir William Borlase School in the second quarter final of the junior single scull. So the next race is on the course, and that's Notts County Rowing Association. Anna Shaw racing against Heather Taylor of George Heriot School. So in a moment our camera will pick up the green of Notts County Rowing Association. We're pushing on down the course. There you can see, and George Heriot School represented by Heather Taylor. So it looks as though Heather Taylor is here with a comfortable advantage over Notts County Rowing Association. A number of lengths distance there. She pushes on down the course. In the third quarter final of the junior single sculls. So far, Reading, and it looks as though it's going to be George Heriot's who take that third spot moving forward with the competition in this event. You see some nice drone footage showing you the distance between these two athletes as they go through the boating area. That's got to be 3 or 4 lengths of clean water separating there. So we're looking at an easily verdict at this stage. Hannah Taylor leading over Anna Shaw of Nottingham County Rowing Association. So while that race progresses down the course there, we're fairly confident it will be George Heriot's Hannah Taylor who takes the lead. On the start is the final quarter-final for the junior single sculls. Aisling, who have we got in this race?
Yeah, we've got Anna Shaw from, oh no we don't, apologies. We've got Maisie Archer from Newark Rowing Club, and we've also got Ella Fulham from Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. This Ella from Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, she actually placed second over at Met a few weeks ago, a J16 athlete.
So we're just waiting for that final quarter-final for the junior single sculls to get underway. Maisie Archer Deitch of Newark Rowing Club against Ella Fulham of Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. They're on the start, under starters' orders. But also on the right of your screen, you can there see Heather Taylor of George Heriot School, well out in front in the third quarter-final. We're going to look ahead to this next one and see how close this race is between Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club and Newark Rowing Club here as they set off from the start. So it's looking neck and neck in this third quarter-final as they come through the spectator areas. We've got Maisie Archer Deitch of Newark Rowing Club, level with Ella Fulham of Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. This is going to be a very tight last quarter-final in the junior single sculls. Nothing to separate these two athletes as they go through the first third or so of their race. And they're coming up to our commentary hut now. We can see them looking out over the course. It is incredibly tight between these two athletes. It looks to me as though the slightest advantage now sitting at the Buckinghamshire station, maybe by half a canvas. And that is Ella Fulham of Wycliffe Junior Rowing, just taking out a slightly early lead here, but only ever so slightly ahead of Newark Rowing Club's Maisie Archer Deitch at this stage of the race. Incredibly close to call. We need to keep a close eye on this as it goes down the course. Who will be the last of these single scullers to qualify for the next round of the event? You can see Newark Rowing Club, who are on the near side of the course, the Buckinghamshire side of the course, and in lane 2 on the Berkshire side of the course, the white boat you can see there, that's from Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. But look how close these two athletes are. You can tell by the post they are level with each other as they push on down the course. About halfway down the course now. Still nothing to separate these two athletes. No, I would...
Insanely close, isn't it? They're just every time, every stroke, someone's popping out in front.
Absolutely, and this is halfway down the course as well. This isn't just off the start. They are now some 500 to 700 metres into their race. And this is the point where it's really going to start to hurt for these athletes. They're going to have to start turning the screw on each other, start testing the ability of the other sculler next to them and see if they can eke out in front. But still, neck and neck between these two athletes. I'd say maybe the ever so slight advantage at the moment on the Buckinghamshire station with Wycliffe Junior Rowing. But oh my God, is this close at this stage. So we're now pushing through the boating area. We're going through the middle third of the race. We're fast approaching the closing third of this race. And it does look as though Wycliffe Junior Rowing, that's Ella Fulham, is making a bit of a move here. She's starting to pull out in front. Still in contact with the other sculler of Newark Rowing Club. That's Maisie Archer Deitch. Still very, very close between these two scullers, but it does look to me as though Ella Fulham now has the advantage as we push in to the final third of the course here. So we've had 4 quarterfinals in the junior single sculls. This quarterfinal selects the last sculler who will go through in that event to the next round, and it looks as though it will be Ella Fulham of Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. But quite a tight race that we'll keep a close eye on as we go down the course. But the next race is off the start, so Ashley, do you want to take us through who's in this next event?
Yes, we've got some junior quads now, taking us from singles to quads. We've got Henley Sculling School and York City Rowing Club.
So in these crews, Hinksey Sculling School's got Alice Purver, Ellen Grimes, Beatrice Myers and Hannah Ashley Carter. And then for York City, we've got Josie Lewis, Daisy Jackson, Eliana Soma and Charlie Faint. Those two boats looking fairly closely matched. It does look to me as though on the Buckinghamshire station it is York City who have the advantage in the early stages of this race. They're about a length out in front. As they push through the spectator areas there, you can see the pink and white parasols of the Henley Women's Regatta Cafe. And you can see the white hut in the bottom of the picture. That's where we as commentators are sat watching this race as the boats just speed past us now. But right of your picture, the single sculls race continues. The last quarter-final of the junior single scull. And it is Ella Fulham of Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club who is out in front. She's consolidated her lead there as she pushes on down towards the finish. It's hard to conceive that at this stage of the race, Newark Rowing Club's Maisie Archer-Deitch could fight back. So it looks to me as though it will be Ella Fulham of Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club who takes that last spot in the semi-finals of the junior single sculls. So York City in this junior coxless quads now stretching out their lead there. They've got a couple of lengths of clear water separating them from Hinksey Sculling School. It's the crew of Josie Lewis, Daisy Jackson, Eliana Soma and Charlie Faint out in front in this quarter-final of the junior coxless quads, competing for the B. Langridge Trophy. There you can see them on your screens. That's the York City Rowing Club crew, number 406. As they push on down the course. They've got the visors out today because the sun is out now this afternoon. It's great to see nice bright conditions for these athletes for the quarterfinals at Henley Women's 2021. With that camera shot there, just showing you the distance between these two crews. Just saying we're not sure what the distance is separating them now, but it is a fairly comfortable lead for York City Rowing Club. Now some 3 or 4 lengths of clear water over the crew of Hinksey Sculling School. But with that, the next race is off the start. So Aisling, who have we got in this next event?
Yep, so we've got Marlow Rowing Club against Northwich Rowing Club. So we've got Annabelle Renette, Amy Furlonger, Della Luke and Isabel Sellers in the Marlow crew. They came second behind Shiplake at Marlow and National Schools Regatta, and placed second at Met a few weeks back. And in the Northwich crew, we've got Sophie Guy, Erin Kendall, Cara Brooke and Darcy Smith. The stern pair of this crew are part of the GB Women's J16 Development Programme. So both crews got some solid pedigree, but as we progress, as they're coming past us in the commentary box, it appears to be Marlow who extended about a lead, maybe a lead of about a length, 2 lengths, as they come past us.
Yeah, Marlow out in front of this race. We saw the drone footage just a few seconds ago showing that the other crew there, the Northwich Rowing Club, just pulling a little bit into the middle of the course there. They were probably warned by the umpire, so that will have affected their speed a little bit in the early stage of this race and allowed Marlow to pull out this lead that we see here of some 2 or 3 lengths of clear water now separating the two boats. and 2 or 3 lengths are sufficient distance to allow Marlow to move a little bit into the middle of the course, enjoy the smooth water and the best stream. So they've moved over to take a little bit of advantage of that as they push on through this race. And they'll just be looking to hold off the crew of Northwich Rowing Club as they carry on down the course. They're now level with the boating area, pushing on through the middle third of the distance they cover here at Henley. So I'm quite liking this Marlow Rowing Club crew, not just because they're out in front, but also it's nice to see their technique there. Now, if you watch their blades go into the water, just look at the splash that's coming off them, and you can see it's mostly splashing backwards. You've got a nice backsplash, and that shows that these athletes are really bringing their blade down to the catch. They're really making the most of that lever and making sure they pick up all of that water in their spoon they can push off down the course. And I'll wager it's that kind of technique that's getting them right up there at the front of the stroke. It's allowing them to develop this lead over the crew of Northwich Rowing Club. So some fantastic technique in the Marlow crew. They've really drilled down their catches here so they can really pick it up at the front end of the stroke. You can see them accelerating through to the finish, squeezing on the legs and developing that real power here in the junior coxswain quads. A nice close-up shot, showing a little bit more of that backsplash there. You can see these blades really coming down to the water at the catch, really making sure they make the most of the front end of the stroke there. So the opposite of backsplash, if you were seeing the splash on the front of the spoon, that would show that the athletes were missing that front end of their stroke, that their blades were coming down to the water with power already that wasn't being used in the water. But by having that splash off the back, it shows they're getting it right out to the front of their slide in and really taking advantage of the full lever there. So great technique in the Marlow crew. They lead out this second semi-final of the junior coxless quads. The third semi-final is now off the start. So who do we have in this next race?
We've got St Edward's School against Hartbury College. Just off the start, I think St Edward's School have just been asked to move back slightly further onto their station. But they seem to be, everyone seems to be lining up nice and straight. Some good clean racing. And I think it's St Edward's School who are just about maybe half a length up on their opponents from Hartbury College.
Yeah, you can see the difference between these two races. Of course, it's still a very close race in this third quarter final. And as a result of that, the crews are rating much higher here at the front end of this race. And they're just coming past our commentary hut now, and it's looking very close indeed between these two crews. So there was an early lead for St Edward's School on the Berkshire station, but it looks as though Hartbury College now fighting back on the Bucks station here, really trying to level up with the crew of St Edward's School. And this is going to be a nice tight race for us to watch here as they push on down the course and in towards the competitor zone. So we're just reading some of the information about these crews. Hartbury College was 7th in the quads at Met and 3rd at Marlow. But the crew of St Edward's School were 9th at National Schools Regatta in the championship quads. So two crews with good pedigree here, battling it out in this third quarter final of the junior coxless quads. Only one can go through to the next round though, and it looks to me so the advantage at the moment on the Berkshire station with St Edward's School. So 3 of the athletes in this boat are lower 6th. Saskia Ward, the captain of boats, is the only upper 6th athlete in this junior coxless quad from St Edward's School. So all the more impressive to see that we've got 3 slightly younger athletes racing in the Open Junior event and really showing their pedigree here as they push on down the course, holding a lead over Hartbury College Rowing Association. It is the crew of St Edward's School out in front in their third quarter final of the junior coxless quads.
a look out there from the bow girl from Hartbury College. She's just keeping an eye on her competitor. Both of the bow ladies just keeping an eye, looking over, checking in where the other crew is. I think they probably are trying to make a move, trying to keep in contention, get it level. I'm actually starting. I think might actually have done quite a move there and might have started to bring it back. I'm thinking they're maybe half a length now. I think it is starting to overlap a bit more significantly. It'd be really interesting to see if these girls from Hartbury can just push it on. Can they get back into the race? Can they push on? Can they get past their competitors with what's left of this course?
Absolutely. Hartbury definitely not let go there. They're still trying to push up on this crew of St Edward's School. They're not going to let them have it easy here. Both these crews have got good history of doing well at events. We know that the Hartbury College Rowing Association crew, they've got a lot in them there. They came 7th at Met, 3rd at Marlow. They know how to race. What they need to do is to find that speed, to find that real inner strength and push on as they come into the second half of this race. They're really going to have to respond here if they want to catch up with the crew of St Edward's School. St Edward's School, though, have the advantage of being able to look back here. They can keep an eye on Hartbury, keep an eye on any moves they try to throw at them, and try and hold them off to hold on to a position going through into the semi-finals. Hartbury College clinging on here, trying to keep up the speed of St Edward's School. St Edward's School not being able to extend the distance any further, but still holding on to about a length of clear water over the crew of Hartbury College. And there they go over the line, so it will be St Edward's School who take that 3rd spot in the semi-finals. With that, the final quarter-final for the junior coxless quads has just set off from the start. So we've got Sir William Borlase Grammar School against Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. So in this next race, Sir William Borlase School, crew 396, who you can see on your camera, continuing to press on down the course. But Wycliffe Junior Rowing seem to have had an issue here, and you can see them in the right of your picture. Not sure exactly what's happened here, but some kind of issue off the start of this race. But Sir William Borlase still pushing on. They haven't been told to stop by the umpire, so of course they will keep pushing down the course. Yeah, it looks like some kind of broken blade issue in the Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club crew. Sir William Borlase continue to push down the course unless they're told otherwise by the umpire. That, of course, is their prerogative. So they'll continue to push on in this last quarter-final of the junior coxless quads. An issue there for Wycliffe Junior Rowing, unfortunately, in this race. They're being applauded by the spectators here for continuing down the course here with just 3 athletes to push through. Yeah, you can see on your camera there a broken blade for the 2-seat, unfortunately, there for Wycliffe Junior Rowing. They hit the booms early on in the race, so we think that was probably what caused the error, unfortunately. But they will continue down the course. The athletes determined to go over the finish line. So well done to Wycliffe Junior Rowing, pushing on down the course. But it will be Sir William Borlase Grammar School who take this final place in the semi-final, winning this last quarter-final for the junior coxless quads. But on the start, we can start to look ahead to the next events coming up. We have junior single sculls next, competing for the Di Ellis Trophy. So we're back to junior single sculls races. Another 4 of these races ahead of us. I do apologise, I've been saying quarterfinals, but actually what we're doing is batches of 4 races for each event. So we've just had 4 races of the junior Cox's quads. We now move on to 4 races of the junior single sculls. So in this next race we have Reading Rowing Club represented by Annie Bates and Royal Chester Rowing Club represented by Lucy Thompson. You can see them there on your screen. They've just sat on the start getting ready to set off in this next race of the junior single sculls, competing for the Di Ellis Trophy. So Reading on the green grassy bank side, the Berkshire station, and you've got the sculler from Royal Chester Rowing Club on the opposite side, the Buckinghamshire station, the side of Temple Island there. So left to your picture, that is Lucy Thompson of Royal Chester. Right to your picture, Annie Bates of Reading Rowing Club. You can see our catamaran with the umpire. He's about to put these athletes under starters' orders as we prepare for the next heat of the junior single sculls. And these athletes are underway in the junior single sculls. Lucy Thompson of Royal Chester on the Buckinghamshire station. Annie Bates of Reading Rowing Club on the Berkshire station. And it is Annie Bates who has an early lead here of about half a length as they push on through the spectator area, but plenty of time for Lucy Thompson to fight back here. And we'll see how this race develops as we go down the course. There you go, as the scullers come in past our commentary hut in towards the competitor area. It is still Annie Bates of Reading Rowing Club out in front, leading Lucy Thompson of Royal Chester Rowing Club. That half a length lead she had earlier, still holding on to that there, trying to push out towards the length of lead. She's just putting a little bit more distance between her and her fellow sculler here as she pushes off. So far, these 2 scullers still in contact. Lucy Thompson holding on from Royal Chester, trying to keep pace with Annie Bates of Reading Rowing Club.
Yeah, this is another incredibly tight race for the junior single sculls. It's really great to see, actually, so early on in the competition. They're so close together and a real fight from each athlete as they're going down the course.
Yeah, the challenge for Lucy Thompson here, she doesn't want to fall out of contact with Annie Bates. Her bow is still just overlapping with the stern of Annie Bates, but she will not want to let that elastic break. She will not want to fall further behind here. She needs to maintain this position if she wants a chance to fight back in the closing stages. But it looks to me as though Annie Bates just starting to move out in front here, just starting to put distance and clear water between her and Lucy Thompson. Annie Bates of Reading Rowing Club there on the top of your picture, just out in front of Lucy Thompson of Royal Chester in the junior single sculls. As with all the races here at Henley Women's, a win means going through to the next round, but a loss means elimination from the event, so these races are all important to these athletes. There is no settling for second place at Henley. You can see there on your picture Annie Bates of Reading Rowing Club continuing to push off down the course, developing quite a sizable gap now between her and Lucy Thompson of Royal Chester. And there the drone footage showing the separation there, about a length of clean water between these 2 athletes as they push through the competitor area. You can see the boats stacked on the side of the course there where competitors are storing their equipment between races. And the competitor area about halfway down the course there. But the next race is off the start. So in this next heat of the junior single sculls, Aisling, who do we have here represented?
We've got Agecroft Rowing Club and Tideway Scullers School.
So it's Milan of Agecroft, Zoe of Tideway Scullers. It looks as though Zoe has the early lead here as they push on down the course. The very early stages indeed. So on the left side of your picture is the current race that's just set off from the start. That is Milan of Agecroft versus Zoe of Tideway Scullers, and it is Zoe who is out in front. But on the right of your picture is the previous race we were talking about, Annie Bates of Reading Rowing Club, leading Lucy Thompson of Chester Rowing Club. It looks as though there's quite a sizable gap in both these races. You can see the drone footage there of the current race between Milan and Zoe. Zoe of Tideway Scullers on the bottom of your picture, some 2 or 3 lengths out in front there. And they're coming up to the competitor zone that's halfway down the course.
Zoe's another previous Henley Women's Regatta winner. She won this the J14, no, she did not. She won the junior quads back in 2019. She also won the long distance GB trial just before lockdown. And in May 2021, she was the fastest sculler in GB trials. And that pedigree is really showing here as she makes her way down the course.
Absolutely. It's when you read this kind of tidbit information that we've got here in our commentary notes that some of the results we're seeing on the course make a little bit more sense. But fantastic race here from Zoe of Tideway Scullers School. A previous winner at Henley Women's Regatta.
Wound it down just some energy, hopefully.
So apologies, we're intermittent power issues in the box, but do bear with us. Ladies and gents, we are back with you for Henley Women's Regatta 2021. Apologies for the disruption. We had a bit of a power outage on site, but we're back with the live stream broadcast. I'm delighted to bring you this race. This, we think, is race 182 between Lady Eleanor Hollis, crew 413, and Kingston Grammar School, crew 426. So we're watching these crews. They push on down the course, probably coming into the last third of the distance or so. It looks as though it is the crew of Kingston Grammar School on the Buckinghamshire station who are out in front in this race. And they push on towards the closing stages of this race. Kingston Grammar School leading Lady Eleanor Hollis in the Junior Coxed Fours, race 182. So there you see a shot of the Kingston Grammar School crew. Ifinka Dobrowski, Alice Cassidy, Calla Spy, Sharamet for Kingston Grammar School, leading out this race in the Junior Coxed Fours. So the red kit of Kingston Grammar School pushing on down the course. You can see the KGS on their backs. And they are leading out this heat of the Junior Coxed Fours, competing for the Groton School Challenge Cup. Behind them, the crew of Lady Eleanor Hollis. But quite a considerable distance separating these two crews.
Next up in the J16 Coxed Fours, we've got Yarm School, and we've on the Berkshire side, and we've got Henley Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire side. Both crews just getting set up there, getting ready to move.
Yeah, nice difference in kit here. You've got the white of Henley there on the left of your picture, and the dark blue with the red stripe of Yarm School on the near side, Berkshire Station. So this race will be for the Junior 16 Coxed Fours. So we're going a little bit younger than the Junior Coxed Fours we had before. The Junior 16 Coxed Fours, of course, competing for the West End ARA Trophy. They're now under starters' orders. Red flag is raised, and they're underway here. And it's a bit of a tip for the Henley Rowing Club crew, which means that it is Yarm School who pull out in front. Yarm School make a clean start, and they'll want to take full advantage of this. And the Junior 16 Coxed Fours, Henley need to try and recover here as they push off from the stake boats. Well recovered by Henley. Henley now trying to get back in competition with Yarm School here, pushing up on Yarm School in the early stages of this race. Yarm School have an early advantage. They're going to try and hold them off now. And try and make the most of the opportunity that's been given to them in the Junior 16 Coxed Fours. Yarm School about a length of clear water up on Henley. Henley still not out of this race though. They need to do a lot of work to get back in contention here, but it is all still possible, and the girls are showing the right attitude. They're really pushing on the Buckinghamshire station, determined to catch up with this race against Yarm School. So out in front, the Yarm School crew, Cordelia Deering, Anna Heward, Harriet White, Emily Dunn and Cox Annabelle Cunningham, currently leading this race in the Junior 16 Coxed Fours, followed by Henley Rowing Club. A little bit of trouble at the start, but they're definitely trying to push on and get back in contention here in this race for the Junior 16 Coxed Fours. Yarm School still holding Henley off here. They're about a length out in front. Length of clear water separating them and the Henley crew as they push on now to the competitor zone. About halfway down the course for Henley Women's towards Remnant Club, which is of course the finish line here. Henley Rowing Club still pushing on here, trying to get back in contention with Yarm School. Yarm School, the advantage here being able to look back and hold them off. This being a coxed event, I'm sure the coxes will be calling on their crews to push on in the stages of this race, reminding them of their race plan, reminding what they need to do at each moment, each opportunity here. And in the case of the Henley Rowing Club crew, I'm sure lots of encouragement. We're closing on Yarm. It looks to me as though Henley closing that gap between them and Yarm School. There was a length of clear water. We'll see as we pan round here and view a side on what the distance is now, but it looks to me as though Henley getting closer. Henley coming back into contention here.
Yeah, absolutely. That Henley crew, as they came off, they did have that slight wobble, but as they've gone through the race, they kind of settled into a rhythm. They didn't seem too flustered. They held their rate, and now as they're trying to make a move, you can just see they're starting to come up on the rate. They're trying to attack that crew in front of them and start to get through them.
So there you see the two boats heading on down the course. They're now coming well through the boating area and on towards the finish. Yarm School are still out in front. Henley still about a length of clear water behind. We thought they were gaining there, but it looks to me as though that momentum has kind of faded a little bit and they're just holding on to that position they have. So about a length of clear water separating these two boats as they continue to push down the course. Yarm School leading Henley Rowing Club in the Women's Junior 16 Coxed Fours. We do, however, have the next race on the course. This is between Latimer Upper School and Wimbledon High School Boat Club. So on the right of your picture there, the race continues between Henley and Yarm. Henley are indeed getting closer to Yarm School on the finish, but it looks as though Yarm still had them over the finish line there by about a canvas. So a real late fight from Henley in the closing stage of that race. They must have come up as they pushed on towards the finish line there. It doesn't look like it was enough to defeat Yarm School, who of course had the early advantage and held on to that lead throughout the race. But what do we think is happening in this next race here, Ashley?
Yeah, we can see two tied rivals, Latimer Upper School and Wimbledon High School, so coming up towards us in the commentary tower. It looks to me like Latimer have just got about possibly a length on Wimbledon just here. Both crews racing incredibly high, both coxes screaming at their crews, keep moving, keep going. Wimbledon definitely trying to make a move, they're hanging on. In fact, there is at least, maybe they're only up half a length now. It seems to me that Wimbledon are really pushing, they're holding onto the crew, they don't want to let go.
Absolutely. We're talking commentary about the elastic between boats, and it's about the mental difference between one length versus clear water. If you're still in contact with the crew in front of you, you know you've got a chance, you know you can respond. The minute there's that clear water, the minute that crew starts to get that little bit further where you can't hear them, that little bit further where you can't feel the puddles next to you, that's when you start to realise, oh, can we do this? And that question of doubt starts to rise in your mind. So they want to try and hold on to the stern of that Latimer Upper School crew. Wimbledon need to keep pushing on here, remain in contact if they want to keep that opportunity open to try and come back in this race. So you can see there the girls of Latimer Upper School leading the crew of Wimbledon High School, but both crews still in contact here.
Yeah, Yeah, Wimbledon certainly aren't making it easy for Latimer. They're applying pressure to their competitor as they come down the course. Looks to me like both of them are actually rating quite high still. No one's quite settled into their rhythm. They're really, really pushing for it, trying to break and create some more distance on the crew from Wimbledon.
Yeah, traditionally in a sweep boat, you'd probably rate a little bit lower than you would in a scull. The nature of swinging out to your position means that often you benefit from a little bit longer time to take advantage of that long lever, to recover on the slide, but these crews really upping those rates here, and a fast-paced race we have coming down the course in the Junior 16 Cox Fours. So you can see the Cox of Latimer Upper there, cheering her crew on, shouting at her crew to make sure they perform at their best here. The role of Cox in these races, of course, are much about steering as it is about coaching. And the role of this Cox to remind their crew of the race plan they set out with, remind them of what they need to be doing at each stage of the race, and make sure they deliver that performance. It's a very important role in these Coxed events. And a good Cox can make a lot of difference in these races, not only in keeping a nice straight line and not using too much rudder, which of course is a bit of a break on the boat, but also in terms of encouraging their crew and creating the positive atmosphere they need to perform at their best. Now you can see on the Latimer Upper Crew's boat, if you look quite closely, they've got these little kind of cable ties pointing up from their riggers, probably put on by their coach, but they're there to encourage the crew to seek length in every stroke and to make sure that they're getting their hands right out to touch the cable tie at the front end of the stroke, making full advantage of the lever that's available to them. So perhaps this is a crew that sometimes is known to row short and their coach wants to encourage them to row longer, but it certainly looks to be working here to develop a strong technique in the Latimer Upper School boat. And you can see, watch a stroke there for the Latimer Upper School. You can see that with every stroke, she is hitting that cable tie to make sure she's getting right to the front end of her stroke. You can see it just shudder with every stroke as she matches it. And there they go through the finish line. Latimer Upper School leading Wimbledon High School. And they'll go through to the next round of this event. But with that, we look forward to our next event, our next race, in the same event, the Junior 16 Cox Fours. We've got St Paul's Girls' School versus Surbiton High School. So we had the green of Wimbledon High School in second in the previous race, but it is the green of Surbiton High School that is in the front as this race sets off down the course. So on the left side of your picture there, that is St Paul's Girls' School in the white and blue. On the right side of your picture, that is Surbiton High School out in front in the green. Surbiton High School, the crew of Sophie Rankin, Megan Johnson, Madeline Greenstock, Izzy Kennedy and Kate Theobald, leading out this race over the crew of St Paul's Girls' School. Well, look at those blades there. They've got a nice big S on their blades to represent Surbiton High School.
Oh yeah, you definitely can't miss those blades.
They continue to push on down the course. It looks to me about 2 lengths of clear water perhaps separating these two crews in the women's Junior 16 Cox Fours. So we're delighted to be back with you to bring you these Women's Junior 16 events. Of course, if you missed us recently and spotted we were offline for a little while, we did have a power cut here on site. But we're back and live with Henley Women's 2021. The race currently on the course is race 186 between St Paul's Girls' School and Surbiton High School. Next up will be Godolphin and Latimer School and Surbiton High School in race 187. So if you're watching the racing from home and preparing for a race coming up, that's where we are in the programme. And we'll keep you updated with all the races as they take place today throughout the remainder of this afternoon. But there goes Surbiton High School leading out this race in the Junior 16 Coxed Fours. But on the start, we have the next race between Godolphin and Latimer School and another crew from Surbiton High School. You can see them on the left of your picture just getting ready to go under starters' orders. So Surbiton have won, we think, or are fairly confidently leading at least the previous heat in the Junior 16 Cox Fours. Can their second crew in this race also win out over Godolphin and Latimer School? Crews are at attention. The umpire just waiting for the boats to be set level down the course. You can see the hand raised at Surbiton High School indicating the Cox isn't quite happy with that line. Just tapping it on the bow side. Sorry, stroke side, I think. But there you go, both crews level, the white flag's been waved and the race is underway. So yeah, a conversation in the commentary box. It's been a little while since I was in a boat and I forgot what side bow side and stroke side were. So it was stroke side that Surbiton were tapping on to straighten up their boat there, but they're now off the start and it is neck and neck between Godolphin and Latimer School. They're on the right-hand side of your picture and the green of Surbiton High School on the left-hand side as they set off through the spectator zone here. And it looks as though it is Godolphin and Latimer who are pulling out in front there, probably about half a length. And they're coming up towards our commentary box now. There go Godolphin and Latimer on the near side of your picture in the black and red. Surbiton in the green and white, just a little bit behind. You can hear the Coxes shouting on their crews as they push on down the course. So I think the Cox we can hear, that's from Godolphin and Latimer. She's encouraging her crew to try and extend the early advantage they have to push on down the course here. They're about half a length to 3/4 of a length out in front. If they can just get that little bit further, they can break that elastic that separates these two crews and they can start to really turn the screw on the crew of Surbiton. Surbiton, of course, will be trying to fight back here, trying to remain in contention for this race. Now holding on to the stern of Godolphin and Latimer here.
Yeah, really punchy start from Godolphin and Latimer here. They're really getting out there, extending that lead. But it looks like Surbiton making a move. They're trying to get back in contact. They're going to try and get some overlay between the boat in front.
Absolutely. Surbiton definitely fighting back here. One thing I can see in the Godolphin Latimer boat, though, there's some really good acceleration through the stroke going on there. You can see as they go through their stroke and towards the back end, they're really squeezing on the legs and the hands are coming in quite fast to the chest through the finish there. And that shows the amount of power that these girls are putting down through the stroke.
Yeah, every single stroke really packing a punch.
So real emphasis, it seems, on the finish there in the Godolphin and Latimer crew. Meanwhile, the Surbiton crew perhaps emphasising more on the catch, trying to pick it up at the front end of the stroke. They're definitely not letting up against Godolphin and Latimer here. They're holding on. They're still only about 3/4 of a length down. they haven't let that distance widen at all since they came out of the spectator zone. So they've gone the entire middle third through this race holding on. But if they want to get back into contention to try and take this race in the Women's Junior 16 Cox Fours, they're really going to have to push on in this final third of the race. Looks to me as though a closing push from Surbiton High School. They're just slightly outrating Godolphin and Latimer now as they push in towards the closing stages of this race. Could Surbiton High School try and regain that distance between them and Godolphin and Latimer? It certainly looks to me as though Surbiton High School now much closer with Godolphin than they were earlier in this race. Probably now only half a length separating them. There's not much distance left on the course though.
An excellent push from Surbiton High School. I'm sure their coach is sitting on the bank screaming them on, hoping they're going to get both crews, their A and their B crew, through the next round here.
Absolutely. You can see the Latimer Upper Girls Schools really trying to push on there. They've noticed how close it is between them. But the camera footage we're showing you now is of the next race coming down the course. We'll pick that up shortly, but we want to pick up the closing stages as Godolphin and Latimer take on Surbiton High School. So we can see them coming into the finish line. Godolphin and Latimer School against Surbiton High School. Just coming into Remnant Club now. And it looks to me as though Surbiton High School have fought back in the closing stages of this race.
Oh, that is a fantastic push from Surbiton High School.
So we were picking up the race on camera 6. We're hoping that we can get that footage to you now. The closing stages as Godolphin and Latimer take on Surbiton High School here. Okay, it looks as though we might have lost the footage on that last race there. We'll bring you the results as soon as we know it. Godolphin and Latimer taking on Surbiton High School there, but we will move forward to the next race. And this is between Latimer Upper and Marlow Rowing Club. So in the next race we have on the Berkshire Station Latimer Upper School, on the Buckinghamshire Station Marlow Rowing Club. Marlow Rowing Club well out in front in this stage. You can see the red kit as they set on down the course there in your picture.
Yeah, the crew of Marlow Rowing Club, Molly Newman, Elizabeth Hollis, Eloise Brindle, Isabel Checkley and their cox, Neve Stark. Quite a dominating lead there they have against their competitors from Latimer Upper School. Newman and Brindle won this event, the J16 Cox Fours at Henley Women's Regatta back in 2019, and the current crew took silver at National Schools Regatta. That pedigree really showing here in the junior Cox Fours. Possibly one of the first bucket rigs we've seen of the day for the junior crews as well. And this crew from Marlow just looking really relaxed, really long, just tapping it along to the finish.
Well, I was just looking there at the result of race 187. The previous race we were looking at, and it was indeed Surbiton High School who came through Godolphin and Latimer in the closing stage of that race. A final move and a strong push saw them come out 3/4 of a length ahead of Godolphin and Latimer. So we're sorry we didn't quite get the pictures to you of that race. But the result of race 187 now available on the website. Surbiton High School girls looking delighted as they row up after their race there. You can see them on the near side of your picture as Marlow set off down the course there, well out in front in the following race against Latimer Upper School. So Marlow Rowing Club, the crew of Molly Newman, Elizabeth Hollis, Eloise Brindle, Isabel Checkley and Neve Stark. We're told Newman and Brindle won the Junior 16 Cox 4 at Henley Women's Regatta in 2019. And the current crew represented here today took silver at National Schools Regatta. So some real pedigree in this boat. And they lead out this heat of the Junior Coxed 4s. But on the start now, you can see there from the drone footage, this is the next race. In the same event, you've got Emmanuel School on the Berkshire Station there on the green side of the course. And you've got George Watson's College represented on the Buckinghamshire Bank. That's the Temple Island side of the course. Both boats sat at attention. They're just getting their bows straight. Getting ready to set off down the course in this Junior Coxless 4s event, competing for the Groton School Challenge Cup. And there you go, we're underway. A clean start for both crews. Emmanuel School on the grassy bank side, the Berkshire Station. George Watson's College on the near side of our camera shot now. The Buckinghamshire Station there, and it looks as though Emmanuel School just a little bit faster off the start here and have pulled out an early half a length lead over the crew from George Watson's. The Emmanuel School crew, they're setting off at quite a high rate there, rating a little bit higher than the Watson's crew, and it's helping them to pull out a further advantage, now looking like they're 1 length ahead of George Watson's in not much time in this race already. We're pushing through the spectator area. And Emmanuel School showing some real class here as they start off their race in the Junior Coxed 4s. Already a canvas of clear water separating Emmanuel School from George Watson's College.
Yeah, and as they come through past the commentator box, it definitely looks like Emmanuel School have just managed to break away from their competitors from George Watson College.
So we've been saying George Watson's College, and there is a George Watson's College sculler in the boat, but it is actually a composite of Scottish athletes from several different clubs there. So in that Scottish crew, we have Isla McCallum, Jessica Stewart, Isla Bathgate, Isla Wilding, and Cox Rebecca Miller. Lots of Islas in that boat, but it is the crew of Emmanuel School who are pulling out in front in this race. Phoebe Trevelyan-Clark, Maddie Kitchen, Emily Howcraft, Maya Varley, and Cox Rosalind Thwaites. Scottish Composite doing all they can to stay in contact, but the Emmanuel School continuing to push away in this Junior Cox 4. So Emmanuel School continuing to lead George Watson's College and the Scottish Composite as they push on down the course in this junior Cox Fours. Well, as the Emmanuel School crew continue to lead the Scottish Composite down the course, the next race is off the start. This is between Lady Eleanor Hollis and Henley Rowing Club. And you can see there in your picture on the left-hand side, that is Henley Rowing Club leading Lady Eleanor Hollis in the early stages of this race. They're now coming through the spectator zone, and already Henley Rowing Club about a length out in front. Looking very comfortable in the early stages here. So Henley, the white kit you can see in the distance there on the Buckinghamshire station. Meanwhile, on the near side and just out of picture now as we swing round is the crew of Lady Eleanor Hollis. But there go Henley out in front in the left frame of your screen. But it looks as though we have some developments in the previous race between Emmanuel School and George Watson's College. The Scottish Composite now pushing on in the closing stage of their race. It looks as though they've come through Emmanuel School in the final stages there. They're looking to take the lead in the women's junior Coxed Fours. The Scottish Composite continuing to push on. Emmanuel School will be trying to fight back here in the closing stages. This in the right-hand picture of your screen. But it looks as though it was George Watson's College and the Scottish Composite who fought back there against Emmanuel School. Emmanuel led all the way through the spectator zone, most of the way through the boating zone, but really fought back there in the closing stages was that Scottish Composite, and they come through with a good length lead over Emmanuel School to take the lead in that women's junior Coxed Fours. What a move there by the Scottish Composite. But on your screen now, we look ahead to the next race. Henley Rowing Club continuing to lead Lady Eleanor Hollis School. So Henley Rowing Club continuing to lead Lady Eleanor Hollis as they push on down the course. But on the start now is the next race under starters orders. And this is between Headington School and Tideway Scullers School. Headington are the blue, Tideway Scullers are the red and white. And they'll be underway shortly. The last of this batch of races for the junior Coxed Fours. And they are underway there, Tideway Scullers and Headington School, setting off down the course. On the right of your picture, still in the lead, Henley Rowing Club in their heat of the junior Coxed Fours as well. So, Tideway Scullers School versus Headington School. Who will take the early lead in this race? It's looking neck and neck as they push off down through the spectator area. You can see from our drone footage there, these two crews very much level as they push into the first stages of the course. Tideway Scullers and Headington School matching each other stroke for stroke. Some real acceleration in the Tideway Scullers School boat. Same true in the Headington School though. Look at that acceleration through to the finish. You can see the hands coming into the chest in the final stage of the stroke, showing the power that these girls are putting down. Neck and neck still between Headington and Tideway Scullers. As they come past the commentary box, I'm trying to get a sense. I look out the window between these two boats. Tideway Scullers the slightest advantage, but it's only a foot separating the two boats, and they're 1/3 into this race already. This is one of the closest races we've seen in the last hour or so on this course. Headington School in the blue on the Berkshire Station, taking on Tideway Scullers School in the red and white on the Buckinghamshire Station, pushing off down the course here, neck and neck between these two boats. Now coming into the middle third of the race, it's still level between Tideway Scullers and Headington School. Tideway Scullers had a foot of advantage as they came to the end of the spectator area. They seem to be holding on to that now, but oh so close between these two boats. Have Tideway managed to pull out a little bit more of a lead here potentially? But no, it looks very close indeed. Here we go as the camera swings round. How close is it between Headington and Tideway? It looks neck and neck. In fact, I would even say that Headington now have the slight advantage over Tideway. Stroke for stroke, metre for metre, these two crews matching each other down the course. Only one can go through to the next round of the Junior Cox Fours. Will it be Headington? Will it be Tideway? As they push through the competitor area, coming into the second half of their race. The crew of Headington School: Beatrice Swanson, Rose Crawford, Magdalene McGuinness, Freya Jones and Alison Powell as Cox. The crew of Tideway Scullers School: Sophie Waddington, Annalisa Jans Lamfond, Olivia Jans Lamfond, Aurelia Elliott and Freya Loverick Kemp. Tideway and Headington School still battling it out here. The blue of Headington, the red and white of Tideway, as they push on down the course into the final stages of this race in the Junior Cox Fours. A very close race indeed, one of the closest we've seen in the last hour. And as they continue down the course, the next race is underway. We'll pick that up a little bit later though. We're going to stick with these Tideway Scullers in the right of your picture. We may be focused on them, but right up with them is the crew of Headington. And this is an incredibly close race that we need to see in towards the finish. It looks as though Tideway now have the advantage, but Headington must be right up there with them. So there go Tideway in your picture. There you see the boat of Headington. So Tideway now out in front, maybe a length in front. They've put in a strong move in the second half of this race to overcome the crew of Headington. Tideway now leading Headington in the Junior Cox Fours as they push on towards the finish of their race. They've got about a length up on Headington. They'll hold them off as they push on down the course. But now we can take a look at this double sculls race. We have taking on the course now, and this is between Reading University and Bath University. Reading on the near side, the Berkshire Station. Bath on the far side, the Buckinghamshire Station. And it looks as though Bath have the slight advantage here in the early stages of this race. I'm told this boat is made of world-class staff athletes. Becky was a swimmer who started rowing in 2017, Rebecca Wild. And then you've got Amelia Hempelman-Adams, who had been a high jumper and a netballer and started rowing in 2017. Apparently at 16 she became the youngest person ever to ski to the South Pole. Rebecca Wild, on the other hand, raced at the Under-23 European Championship doubles in 2018. So a strong boat from Bath University, and they are leading out the early stages of this race, some 1 or 2 lengths ahead of Reading University. So Reading University won the gold in the Championship double sculls at Bucks this year. That's the crew of Rachel Heap and Olivia Morgan, but so far being overcome by the crew from Bath University of Rebecca Wild and Amelia Hempelman-Adams. So as they continue down the course, Bath University leading Reading University. The next race is off the start, and this is between Tideway Scullers School and Marlow Rowing Club. Marlow in the red that you can see on your screen there, the left frame of your picture. From Tideway Scullers School, just out of frame in the white and red. Early stages of this race as they push on through the spectator zone. But it looks to me as though Marlow have the early advantage over Tideway Scullers. As they come up towards our camera here. Oh no, it's very close indeed, in fact. Tideway Scullers out in the lead over Marlow School by maybe a canvas. As they push through the middle of our spectator zone and through the first third of this race. But in the previous race, Bath University, Rebecca Wild and Amelia Hempleton Adams still leading the crew from Reading University of Rachel Heap and Olivia Morgan. So Bath University will take the lead in that championship double sculls heat. But it's still all to play for in this one as we watch Tideway Scullers take on Marlow Rowing Club here. Tideway Scullers just being warned for their steering as they come out into the course. They need to move back towards the booms on their side to prevent any issue with the crew from Marlow. But Tideway are out in front in this race. Worth just mentioning in your picture there on the right, that is the crew of Bath, Rebecca Wild and Amelia Hempleman-Adams, who took the lead in the previous heat over the crew from Reading University. But we will continue riding with the Tideway Scullers and Marlow battle here. The second heat in this batch for the championship double sculls. Tideway Scullers School just ahead of Marlow, probably only half a length. These boats now pushing through the competitor zone in their second half of this race. The Tideway Scullers double looking very snappy here. In comparison, Marlow Rowing Club looking quite long in their stroke. Both valid approaches. Tideway rating a bit higher. Marlow putting down a bit more power. You can see there the Marlow crew, the red kit, number 171, pushing on through the course. Tideway Scullers and Marlow were neck and neck as they came through the spectator zone. Looks to me as though Marlow just starting to pull out a bit of an advantage here, perhaps, as they push into the second half of this race and on towards Remenham Club that marks the finish for Henley Women's. Marlow Rowing Club looking long and strong here. This a crew of Katya Robbins and Emma Dabinet. A good technical row there by Marlow. You can see the backsplash off their oars. That shows they're really coming down to the catch here, using the length of their stroke. And it looks to me that Marlow now leading Tideway Scullers in that heat. But the next heat is off the start. Still riding with the championship double sculls, race 194, London Rowing Club taking on Nottingham Rowing Club in the left of your picture. London on the Berkshire station, Nottingham on the Buckinghamshire station, the right-hand side, and they're in that left frame. And it looks to me as though Nottingham have the early lead in that heat. If we look again to our right-hand picture in the small frame, you can see that it is indeed Marlow Rowing Club leading Tideway Scullers School. A close early stages of that race, but Marlow now winning out with some one length of clear water over Tideway Scullers as they push in towards Remenham Club and the finish. You can hear the applause from the spectators on the bank for that Marlow crew. On the near side, the battle continues between Nottingham Rowing Club and London Rowing Club. Nottingham out in front in this next heat of the championship double sculls. The crew of Amy Hicken and Jade Lindo, leading the crew from London Rowing Club of Jessica Eddy and Katie Greaves. Okay, and they're rowing as Wallingford. I'm told Jessica Eddy is unfortunately not able to race this weekend, so it is Katie Greaves and sister rowing under the club colours of Wallingford.
Yes.
But it is the Nottingham Rowing Club crew of Amy Hicken and Jade Lindo who are leading out this next race of the Championship Double Sculls. And they will push on down towards the course. A sizable gap now separating these two crews, but led by Nottingham Rowing Club's Amy Hicken and Jade Lindo.
Are you upstairs now?
So you can see there in your picture, that is the crew of Nottingham Rowing Club leading out their heat in the Championship Double Sculls. And they push on down towards the course, but the next race is on the start. And the final heat for the Championship Double Sculls in this batch will be between Bath University and London Rowing Club. But continuing on towards the finish, Nottingham Rowing Club leading, and that is the crew of Amy Hicken and Jade Lindo. They're leading over the crew of Katie Greaves and sister. Quite a sizable gap. But the next race is off the start, so we'll pick this one up. This is between Bath University and London Rowing Club. In your picture now, that is the crew of London Rowing Club. They're on the Buckinghamshire station. On the near side and just out of frame is the crew of Bath University. Early stage of this race, it looks as though Bath out in front. That is the crew of Rachel Burrows and Jennifer Titterington. Leading the crew of London Rowing Club, Beverly Goodchild and Fleur Tavare. Bath University looking strong here. They're rating quite high, but they're really putting some power down as well. Crew of Rachel Burrows and Jennifer Titterington pushing on now through the spectator zone. You can see the White Hut where we're producing the commentary for this weekend's event. And that marks that they are through roughly the first third of the distance they need to go here. And they continue to lead the crew of London Rowing Club now by about a length of clear water. Bath University pushing on strong in this heat of the Championship Double Sculls. I can see in my crew information, Rachel in her final year at Bath University. Both athletes learn to row at Nottingham under the leadership of Des Adkins. They both know each other from home. But racing now for Bath University. Rachel Burrows and Jennifer Titterington pushing on down through the course, leading the crew of London Rowing Club in the Championship Double Sculls. So it's looking like a comfortable lead for the crew of Bath University, Rachel Burrows and Jennifer Titterington. They will take this race into the line, Championship double sculls. With that, I'm going to leave you for this afternoon. I'm going to pass you back to Martin and Aisling, who'll be taking you through this afternoon's final races.
The next race up on the course is the Aspirational Academic 8. This is London University A and Bath University. London University are on the near side, and they look to have a decent lead at the moment. You agree?
Yeah, absolutely. They're at least one, maybe 2 legs up at this point. I'm really comfortable coming out as they come past the spectator zone.
Yeah, you can see on the screen here as they sort of go past the camera point, but in just a couple of seconds they're going to pass out finishing point, so you can see then what the distance would be. But a really good start there for London. There we go. They're passing us now. What do you reckon that distance is?
2 legs?
Yeah, looks like 2 lengths. And of course with an 8, difficult boat to accelerate. So as you get that lead, it's very, very hard, you know, to get back on terms. Not saying they can't, but this is a powerful crew.
Oh yeah, undoubtedly. To have that much clear water so early on in the race as well, it's pretty impressive. Pretty dominant crew from London.
Yeah, look at the cohesion there. You know, it is about cohesion. And if you imagine that these crews really not had that much time racing. Okay, they've done a lot of training, but if they'd done, I don't know, regatta, they'd probably done bucks, yes?
Yeah, definitely.
So that's probably the one race, you know, whereas normally crews are racing and racing and racing. So to come here and, you know, put in a performance like this is very impressive. Watch we're not chatting, man. And we're looking there at the image of University of London heading away down towards the town of Henley and the finish line.
Yeah, this London crew has 6 athletes who've won gold in intermediate 8s at Bucks and 1 from the silver champ 8.
And they're winding down now.
Yeah, they look really, really comfortable here.
Yeah, good performance. So that's them going through, by the looks of it, to tomorrow. Just a round up of the results then. So we have for the championship double sculls, the Bath Minerva composite race number 192. That was a win there, 2.5 lengths. The time was 4:53. Marlow, race 193. That was a win, 2.5 lengths again. Their time 5 minutes. And then Nottingham, race 194. They got a win in a time of 5:02. And the last little batch of those championship double sculls was a win for the Bath Nottingham Composite in a time of 5:02, 2.5 lengths. So interesting there with that little batch of racing. They're all around 5 minutes.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'd hope then for some pretty exciting racing going forward. Closing stages of this race.
Yeah, London looking really comfortable as they come to the end of this race. And there they go, right through the finish line.
That's where the times can be a bit deceptive, you know, because they'll give a time there, but they wound down for quite a way. Whereas, you know, this next race that's up on the start, which has just got underway.
Yeah, Durham University A versus Durham University B.
Now that's bad luck, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you go to the effort of coming down to Henley Women's Regatta and you end up racing your club mates.
Yeah, it's not ideal because you know everyone in the crew next to you, you know what they pull. You've done this over and over again in the short season that everyone's had. I don't think it's happened too much this weekend. Unfortunately, I think Vesta happened in their 8s and their 4s.
That's right,
really unlucky.
It did, that was really unlucky. But Vesta, you know, they're looking terrific. And in fact, the more terrific you say they look, the more beer they'll put me on the bar next time you get up there. Did you know that?
Yeah, I've heard, yeah.
I thought they were fantastic.
Absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. Now, Durham, a length up on their club mates, would you say? Here they go, they're passing. So we're about a third of the way down the course, 1,400 metres from the bottom of Temple Island. Decent amount of people on the river watching this racing, and a very, very tidy programme they run at Durham, attracting, you know, some really good athletes. They're heading away from us. So when they get to the boating enclosures, they're at about halfway. Then you've got about 750 metres, 700 metres to go to the finish down at Upper Thames. There's the drone shot. Impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, really lovely shot from the drone there. I mean, no major upsets here. Looks like Durham A over their competitors Durham B.
You'd expect that, wouldn't you, unless they're playing games.
But Durham B don't look like they're letting up. They're still rating quite high.
Is it more than likely that the younger girls would be in the B boat and maybe the more experienced ones in the?
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, the last couple of seasons we've had, like, there's not been much opportunity to race. There's not many, you know, the girls coming in maybe at the freshers end of university rowing won't have had any of a season last year. So, yeah, quite possibly that might be the way around it's gone this time.
And we were talking yesterday, I mean, I don't suppose people listen to this thing 24/7, but the same sort of conversation yesterday was that, you know, some areas of the country, particularly, you know, around Manchester, the lockdown has been more severe than other areas. So the opportunity to get together, firstly, and train together, and to get out on the water, has been limited everywhere, but in some areas more so than others.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of the London clubs were able to get out far earlier in their singles. I mean, the Tideway was just, it was like Sculler's Head every day over the summer of last year, and I think a lot of people actually took a move into sculling after those few months of just being in a single every day. But if you're a university rower, you're used to maybe junior rowing, you've always had a crewmate, maybe you've not been out in a single, maybe you are, you know, far more fluent with sweep rowing. There was a real period of last year where you just couldn't get out in a crew boat.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's stating the obvious, isn't it? But you can't go sweep on your own, can you?
Well, you could, but I think you'd be going for a swim shortly
Yeah.
after.
Or round in circles. No,
Round in
but
circles.
seriously, the Zoom rowing, what do they call it? Where they all get together, not the...
Female goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't do it. Could you tell?
No,
I don't do
really?
it. But no, I don't. But I've heard about it. But that's some people's experience of rowing, isn't it? For gee whiz, what, probably 18 months?
Yeah.
Which, so it's just so brilliant. I was so made up yesterday, sat here watching the racing. It's just like brilliant. It's
just a
actually
taste of
quite emotional
humanity.
because, and the effort some of these people have gone to.
Oh, absolutely.
Is huge. He's huge. I was talking to the director of rowing from St Andrews University. And, he brought his girls down, and they didn't qualify. They were one-off qualifying, but just to be down here in amongst it has been a great experience. Now, isn't that lovely? I mean, you'd think, gee, that's a long way. It's
It's a long way.
it's Scotland. I know that
Yeah.
much. Yeah. Right, here we go. Next up, you've got race number 198, Brooks, Newcastle. Aspirational Academic 8s. Durham A, Durham B, we saw that go past. We now have Oxford Brooks and Newcastle. Now, Newcastle, very, very impressive here in previous years. Brooks, well, what do you want to say about Brooks?
Oh, it's Brooks. Look at them. So early on in the race, and they're already up. I mean, they've already broken clear water on Newcastle. Such a strong performance in Brooks over the last few years. Their women's squad just coming on again and again and again. And yeah, it looks like they've settled into their rhythm as they're coming past us here and just doing what they need to do. The Cox has looked over their shoulder, just having a look at Newcastle. Are they going to make a move? Doesn't look like it. Somewhere we're sitting.
Well, there you are, crew number 1. Oxford Brooks University, and performing as if they are number 1. You've got a bit of background noise here with the blades hitting the water, but they're certainly hitting the water at the same time. I'm not going to do that great display of how you drop things, because, but just look. I mean, it's pretty, isn't it? Yeah, and do you know what? It looks effortless, and anything that is excellent generally looks like there's not a huge amount.
It always looks really easy when they're doing it right, and to be this high, like far up in the race. I mean, even at a minute they looked this relaxed, this comfortable, almost like they're out for a paddle.
But you know what? If it was easy, then everyone would do it. But not everyone can do it at that standard.
No, definitely.
So how do you get to that standard?
I think a lot of hard work.
Yeah, and
Maybe a lot of Zoom ergos in lockdown.
yeah, but how do you get that cohesion? There's practice, there's commitment. Anyway, this is only a round. They've got to progress through. They've got University of London, Durham, and Brooks. Actually, all the Berkshire side of this stretch of the river. There you got a shot there of them just winding down, heading towards the finish. But it's about peaking at the right time. Their final, they all want to win that final tomorrow, and it's the Berkshire side, as I say. Read nothing into that. There's virtually no stream here, and the river does, although it's the course is straight, the river does sort of have its kinks and bends, but there's no great stream. So next up, it's Newcastle University A against ULB crew. So you'd expect here that this is going to be a bit of success, would you not, for Newcastle?
Yeah, definitely. Again, really similarly to that Brooks crew, they've just gone out really hard and fast, and they've already kind of broken that clear water, looking really comfortable as they come past here.
So what's that, length?
Yeah, about length. But UL crew, they are fighting back. They're not giving in that easily, are they?
No, it's a race, isn't it? And it's about racing, doing the very best you can. So, those guys might say, okay, we're coming up against an exceptional crew. We didn't win, but did we put in a good performance? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's difficult with times. We have records going back for this regatta for eons, but this is 1,400 meters, so it's difficult then to gauge like how good you are. But you'd kind of think with the year that we've had, the times are not going to be exceptional. However, look at this, brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely.
Newcastle, good on you. Yeah, and the ULB crew, so there's Newcastle going away there to the finish.
I was talking to the Canterburyan coach the other day, Tom Copeland, and he was saying about, I think for some of these events you've got over 30 people entered, and only one of them's going to win. So why else do you do it? Why else do you put in all this effort?
That's a good.
It's
conversation.
the marginal. Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking about you can't, if your sole focus is just a win at Henley Women's Regatta, it's a lot of effort, for in amongst your life. None of these athletes are being paid to be here. They're balancing lives.
If you live just down the road, then pop along and have a go. If you're coming from Enniskillen, Galway, Aberdeen, Durham, that's a lot of effort, isn't it?
It's a lot of effort, yeah, absolutely. And a lot of effort to... rowing's hard work at the best of times. It's throwing a couple of lockdowns.
And you're in London, are you?
Yes, yeah.
Well, it's nice to get out of London, so this is any
I'm on holiday.
Excuse. Well, Henley's like being on holiday all the time.
Absolutely.
It is. Right, so this is good. This is a nice close race. So on the screen now we have the J16 quads. Now, I love these. They have no fear. They have absolutely no idea of pain. It's just go for it, right? And this will be a cracker, I guarantee you.
Look at that shot.
Yeah, Henley, Tideway Scullers. Henley nearest to the bank. Tideway Scullers, look at that aerial shot there. So that's the winged rigs you can see overhead. Henley can't afford them. They've got some bit of water. No, they haven't. The Henley boat's looking good. Side by side, look at this. This is cracking. J16. And there'll be a bit of noise here for this, I should imagine. A few of the local mummies, some of the TSS egging them on, and I think Scullers slight lead.
Yeah, slight lead. I think they're just coming out, maybe a quarter of a length on their competitors. They come past us here. Both crews rating exceptionally high. Like you said, there's just no fear. They're just going out. They're going out hard, and they're going to hang on. See how high you can go.
Well, there was a Henley race earlier. Were you listening to it? Oh, maybe you were commentating on it, actually. Were you? The Henley race earlier, that was a real, with Yarm.
Yes.
It was a real sprint.
Oh, yes.
Who won that? I think it was Yarm, wasn't it?
It was Yarm, yeah. But
Not by much.
Not by much, no.
So Henley, I'm sure it's not deliberate, but they do love to come from behind and have a bit of an exciting finish. So this could be, but there's got a bit of steering. Not seen too much now. We've not seen too much warning. There's an under indication of the standard, right? They're not being warned. And the fact that the weather's nice, it's not blowy. So we haven't seen a lot of umpires' flags. I don't think we've had one red flag.
No. A bit of warning here and there, but...
Not too much, though.
I mean, if I was Scullers, I'd be enjoying this water a lot in comparison to the Tideway. The coastal Tideway. I can vouch for that. It has its moments. It's sometimes absolutely beautiful, and then the next minute, you're wondering if you're coastal rowing. Well,
it can get a bit biblical here. This course runs north to south. Have I mentioned that?
No, you haven't.
I normally mention it on the hour over here. But it is. If you look at a map, it's really weird. It runs north to south. Why is it weird? Well, no, it is. I mean, people just don't think. You think the Thames runs left to right, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Am I making sense? I'll shut up. Look, back to the race. So, Tideway Scullers moving ahead. So the river does run north to south. I'm just looking at James because he knew that. He knew that. He's still looking for his hurricane aeroplane flying around somewhere. Bless him. Right, there you go. Tideway Scullers and Henley Rowing Club. Scullers moving nicely there. Now, are Henley going to put in a bit of a burst here? Are Henley going to come up with a bit of a finish? Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, do we know? No, it looks like Scullers
I think they're going to run out of course.
run out of water.
Yeah.
That's impressive, isn't it? So actually, you know, you're not wrong. If you're used to rowing on challenging conditions, this is playtime, isn't it? This is like, wow,
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, I learnt to row on a nice, bendy, still river in Bedford, the Star Rowing Club, and I got to the Tideway in my single and just was like, oh my goodness, what have I signed myself up for? Get me in the bows of an 8 where I feel safe.
It does look scary. It does look scary. Right, nice race. Next race on the track. Marlow. And well, we've run out of what this is, but it looks like let's say it's a Glasgow composite.
A Scottish composite.
Yeah, as is the next race actually. So, what do we say here? They've both got George Herriot's in. George Herriot. Yeah, you have a little look. You drive that machine. What's it called? Laptop. You have a
The
look.
laptop, the old computer.
Yeah, that will explain. And so we're on race number 201. J16, quads, Marlow, and the Scottish girls. How's that?
Yeah, the Scottish girls works because I've got absolutely no more information than you do. In fact, I've just got Glasgow Academy, but I do believe it's a Scottish composite.
That'll do. That'll do. So Marlow. So I think you were talking earlier, weren't you, about rowing styles and how they throw the puddles away and how the styles are different. Would you recognise that as being a Marlow style?
I think so. Yeah, Marlow are quite. I don't know. They're very tidy at both ends. They don't hang about. I've noticed over the years. Some coaches really like that kind of quick hands, get out. Some coaches really like quick hands into the finish and then a really slow recovery. But Marlow are pretty tight at both ends. They're not messing about. They're not waiting, throwing their blades in the air. They're getting it square and in.
So we're on J16 quads. We're watching Marlow against what is Glasgow Academy. Next up will be Kingston Grammar School against another Scottish and I think Glasgow composite. I hope that's right. Apologies if some of you are from Edinburgh, but that's the only information we've got down here. So we'll go with that. But this race on the course at the moment looks like Marlow in control, doesn't it?
Yeah, they're just walking away from their competitor.
Aspirational Academic 8, race 196, was won by, excuse me, that was University of London. 197 was won by Durham. 198 was won by Osford Brooks. And Newcastle University A were the winners of race 199. Now, times, I know you enjoy times, don't you? I can tell. Your eyes light up when I say times.
Oh, I like a bit of data.
You like a bit of data. Here we go then. So, 1.5 lengths, 1.5 lengths, 2.5 lengths, 2.5 lengths, times 426, 435, 433, 425. So, you know, and the caveat on that, some were being pushed hard, some weren't.
Yeah, some are.
So Marlow, you know, they've gone down the track here very efficiently. Tideway Scullers arguably were pushed maybe a bit more by the Henley crew. So what we're saying here is don't read too much into times, particularly at this stage. The the big thing is to cross the finish line, maybe without too much grief and effort, to set you up for the next round. Oh, the Pims is flowing by the sounds of it. Do you know they put lemonade in Pims?
Yeah.
Did you?
Do you think it was just...
Well, it kills it dead putting lemonade in it. You know what I mean. Right, here we go. So this is Marlow heading towards the finish. Right, on the start now for the next race.
It's Kingston Grammar School and George... No, is it Kingston Grammar? Yeah, Kingston Grammar School and George... Is it Harriet School?
Well, yeah, we're going to say this is another Scottish Glasgow composite. They're on the far side, red flag up. They're away.
Yeah, Kingston Grammar School, rather. Really, really impressive start here. They've just got out of the blocks really, really quick. Nice clean blade work. Really tidy sculling, actually.
Right, they've left the Scots a little bit in the blocks here. They pull up the blocks with. So this is a view of the from the umpire wall with sunglasses on. It's not that dark, is it? Is it that dark? No. It's a bit cloudy. We might be in for our first sort of drops of rain, unfortunately, at the end of what's been a brilliant day. Excellent day's racing. Nice to see people out and about. Everything's fresh here, everything's open here. Really, really, really enjoyable. Really
Yeah,
good stuff.
been
We're
a really
totally
lovely
made up.
atmosphere.
I'm so grateful for Mr. Lee for inviting me. It's been wonderful. Kingston Grammar School.
Oh, that's some lovely sculling as they come past. Really tidy blade work.
J16, right? So these girls are what? 15, 16
15,
years.
16 slaves.
And they've not actually been out on the water that much for the last year. That is just outstanding. Honest to God. How good is that?
That
All
is-
of them. All
yeah.
of them.
Oh,
Not
yeah,
only the ones
everyone.
leading, all
Yeah,
of them.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, the schools must have had it incredibly difficult because, okay, yes, I know there was an argument at one point some schools were getting out in the water before clubs, but when you think about the amount of schools who've had to contest with, being told someone's got to isolate, you've got to go home, whole crews,
Oh,
whole
some of them
classes.
yo-yo in and out.
I
you know?
mean, yeah, I know a lot of
Yo-yo in and out.
teachers, and
Oh,
they've
yeah.
been in, they've been out, and
Yeah.
then these athletes as well. You know, they're not knowing whether they're coming or going in terms of exams, which are just equally as important for them. And to come
You're
out.
so right. And just, respect really, isn't it? To this, and they've got to love it. I mean, there's been
Yeah.
smiles on people's faces here. We're out, we're racing, arguably one of the best stretches of water in the world, certainly the most famous, to race on.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
we're here, thank goodness. Anyway, enough of that. There's Clydesdale, George Watson composite. There's a challenge, isn't it? So they're not all from the same institution, if you like, so
Yeah.
they've got to get together.
And
Yeah,
their
brilliant,
sculling's
just
looking
brilliant.
really good as well. Stroke girl just making a shout there. Come on.
Kingston, yeah, not heard a huge amount about Kingston. I'll get shot for saying that, but over the last few years in juniors, I don't really recall. Maybe a
Yeah,
little bit, not.
a little bit. No, but I mean, I've seen them out a couple of times practicing this last few days, and they've looked really good. Every crew I've seen have looked really, really strong.
Yeah, well, they're leading this one, and they do indeed look strong. Right, we need to keep track of this. I haven't got a pen. You haven't got a pen behind your ear, have you?
I'll find one.
Let's have a look. So, Henley Rowing Club, they came second. Tideway Scullers first. Marlow beat Glasgow. Kingston Grammar School. That was the voice of rowing there in the background. Did you hear him? Somebody's called him Bob or something. He didn't like that. Kingston Grammar School here leading the Scottish Composite, and then we've got Hinksey and Molesey Boat Club.
Yeah, as they come past us, it looks like Hinksey's up by about... I'm kind of peering out the window now. I think about a length. We're going to say a length.
I'll tell you, you're getting good at this because you're actually guessing without even looking. that was total guess. We had a fella once commentate up a tree here, and people know him well, and he was actually facing the wrong way, commentating and guessing the distance, and more importantly, the rate. Yeah, so the rate. Do you do rates?
Do I do rates?
Yeah.
I tend to watch them when I'm in the boat, yeah.
Yeah, so
I'm not a good guesser though.
So they Kingston, they're knocked the rate up just for a little bit of show before they cross the line, so well done to them. They're through to the next round. These guys here, Hinksey's Sculling School, they're up at Oxford there. They're rating quite high. But really good. That's been cracking, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really good.
It's
really good. I mean, it's so the Nina Padwick Trophy. Actually, no, Nina Padwick. And she would be delighted to watch these girls sculling. She's really, really passionate about girls rowing, and particularly junior girls. And it's just so lovely to see, isn't it, really?
Well,
Bit of normality.
It's great.
I'm just looking over, though. Would you say Molesey are potentially just sitting now in wash and sitting in puddles? I'm not sure if that's the angle.
No, they are.
Have they
they're
moved
in
off
tandem.
station?
The umpire seems to be leaning out the boat the other way. Well, that's about. I'm sorry, but why would you want to do that?
I can't imagine you would want to be there.
Eat my wake. Is that what they say?
Yeah, eat my wake.
Is that the T-shirt? I don't know.
Coming to a square blades top near you.
No, good performance by Hinksey, but if Molesey were going to have a go to get back, they're not going to go through them, are they? They would have to separate a bit. And they were supposed to be on the other side of the river, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. That's why I was quite quickly as well. I'm wondering what happened there. I didn't see them catch a crab. That meant that they went over to the other side.
Too busy trying to drive your laptop. Any news? Any news? Right. 8's next. Right, so in that round, it's Tideway Scullers beat Henley, Marlow beat the Glasgow Composite, Kingston beat the Scottish Clydesdale Composite, Hinksey Sculling School now charging down to the finish with Molesey trailing, so that looks very much as if Hinksey are going to go through there. Aspirational Club 8. Thames, Agecroft, London, Manchester.
Discuss. No, this is going to be quite a showdown, I hope. I'm just reading the notes here from the crews as well. So this Agecroft crew, half the boat are doctors. We've talked about all the juniors.
I heard this yesterday.
Having lots to contest with. Frontline workers smashing the training whilst being at the front line of a pandemic. That is incredibly impressive.
I'd give him half a length start just for that alone. You allowed to do that?
I also really enjoyed the note of the bow girl, Charlotte. She makes amazing cakes, so...
Does she?
Yeah, I hope she was making cakes for the frontline pandemic.
What a shame, I'm on a diet. I'd go a bit of lemon drizzle right now.
But this Thames RC 8, they're the fastest 8 for Thames Rowing Club, and they made the A final both days at Met Regatta, so also got some good pedigree in that boat.
Yeah, Thames are good, always good. They had 3 8s in this event, didn't they? Am I right?
Yeah, I think they did. Yeah.
Yeah, they did have 3 8s in this event, and they've always been impressive, good.
So many athletes. That's the thing about Thames. They've just got they can cater for so many men and women.
Well, there must be a few at Vesta. I mean, they've got quite a lot, haven't they?
Yeah, it's really interesting actually, talking to a lot of the Tideway clubs. A lot of the clubs last year in the summer, so many people locked in, couldn't do anything. A lot of people returned to rowing in
Yeah, okay.
September. 'Cause
Yeah,
I went
okay.
over at Mortlake, that's my
Yeah.
home club. We
Yeah.
went from I think 12 girls to 40 girls over the summer. Like,
I'm not being funny, but I've not known you that long, but you must have mentioned half a dozen clubs. You member of them all?
no, thank you. No, the Tideway is an incredibly tight-knit, small community.
Yeah.
All its ends. Everybody
Yeah.
knows everybody.
So do you I mean, so rowing just in that little body of clubs there and women's rowing. So you're saying that there's quite a lot to come back to rowing.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people have a bit of a resurgence. I think they were stuck inside for so long.
Yeah.
And I thought, you know what I want to do? Get back to that thing that I haven't done in a while. 'Cause, I mean,
So do you reckon they rowed as juniors, or do you reckon some of them rowed
was
at
a real-
university?
it was a real mix. I mean, I can only really speak for Mortlake last year, but I mean, we
Did you
saw-
row as a kid?
No, I didn't.
So you took it up when you were
My late 20s, yeah.
no.
Yeah, no, but I think a lot of the girls were ex-juniors. They'd done it. Actually, there was a lot of ex-Oxbridge students
Yes.
as well. A lot of college rowers who'd done it. They had a good understanding of how to row, but they, got into London,
Yeah.
settled themselves down, got their career, and then thought, oh, do you know what I fancy? Picking up the oar again, having a paddle.
So Thames, big membership.
I'd argue Thames have the biggest membership on the Tideway.
Yeah.
Absolutely, probably followed by one of their neighbours, maybe London or Vesta.
Yeah.
London women's squad as well, huge this year.
Yeah. Well, they weren't allowed there for a while. I remember those days. I do. Yeah. Well, there we go. We've moved on from all that nonsense. So, yeah, it's great, isn't it, watching 8? Just great. Powering down. So no real stream, as I said. They are heading upstream, 1,400 metres. Looks like we got the next one on the track. So this is going to be City of Bristol. Not Bristol City, what somebody's written there. Against Tideway Scullers School. So I was actually watching these qualifiers yesterday. They're racing high, City of Bristol.
Yeah,
Tideway Scullers. Not rating quite as high, but arguably a little bit more efficient. Well, ahead, mind you, this is a cracking race. Look at them powering past us. Now, I'm not being funny, but they're quick, aren't
yeah.
they?
Oh yeah, both these crews are very quick. I think it's Tideway Scullers who are just slightly, they're about half a length up, but Bristol are,
They're giving it plenty.
they are
aren't
giving it some welly.
That's the voice of Zoe de Toledo, who's commentating live here on the course. So knows a bit about coxing, does our Zoe. Thames Rowing Club A, Agecroft. City of Bristol, Tideway Scullers. Tideway Scullers leading this one. This is good. I mean, we're in for some cracking finals, aren't we?
Oh, I mean, if it's this tight so early on, yeah, definitely.
About a length now. A bit more than a length.
Yeah, I'd say so. Tideway Scullers looking, they just look really, really confident, really comfortable.
Well, Bristol had a plan, didn't they?
Did.
Let's chuck everything at it at the start. But as they're moving down the course now, our clock stopped. We used to have a little clock. Is my man listening? Where's my clock gone? Time. Yeah, this will be quick. I'm taking a stab at saying it'd be one of the quickest times of the day, but I might be wrong.
I don't know, I think Tideway are just dropping the rate now. Just doing what they have to do, stay in front.
Yeah, well, Thames went down the course in 4 minutes 29, and they won by 2.5 lengths. So arguably they weren't being pushed. This lot are winding down now. This lot,
Yeah.
how rude. Tideway Scullers School are winding down. There you go, my man. You see that? I asked for a
As
clock.
if by magic.
Look at that. Hey.
Ask and you shall receive.
A clock. Give me a clock. 3 minutes, 29 seconds, and they're winding down now towards the finish. Yeah, so as I say, it was a win for Thames Rowing Club A over Agecroft. 4 minutes, 29 seconds, and the distance was 2.5 lengths. Next up we have
Thames RCB versus Vesta A. So next door neighbours.
yes.
This will be interesting.
Right, as we're watching Scullers winding down, heading towards the finish now, let's see what sort of a start these two have got. Thames, B crew,
Yeah,
impressive yesterday. Cox there sat bolt upright. And yeah, you'll certainly get a bit of noise on this one.
Yeah, quite contrast between those two pictures on your screen there. Tidal Scullers just easing into their finish, and then you've got the start from Vesta and Thames. And it's quite a different picture. Both crews are just rating high. I think Thames are just up a bit there, but Vesta are not letting go.
No, there's not a lot in this. We'll have a look as they pass our window. So what you've got to do here is look in a straight line. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll tell you what, they're pretty much level, I reckon.
Yeah, I think they are. Both coxes are just screaming and then looking over to their left and right hand side, keeping an eye on the other cox and going,
Yeah,
have we got a seat on them yet? Have we gone on? It's gonna be a tight race. I think this will be a fast race. I think out of all the eights we've seen in the last couple of races,
That's your prediction, is it?
that's my prediction. It's going to be a fast race.
Well, we had a 4:29 for Thames Rowing Club A. Tideway Scullers School, 4:31. Same distance, 2.5 lengths, but they did seem to wind down
Yeah.
considerably. So you're going for under 4:29, right?
Right, yeah, we'll
all
go
right.
4:29.
All right. We'll watch. So 2 minutes down the track. So just coming up to the halfway point. And it's Vesta now with the advantage. So Thames there, sorry, excuse me. It was Vesta there that went for a bit of a push.
Yeah,
And they've moved out now to what, probably about half a length?
half a length. Yeah, I think Thames, as they were coming up to it, just had them, and yeah, Vesta's done a really, really big push as they've come into the boating area. I think it's this Vesta crew had to knock out their own B crew yesterday.
Yeah.
You want to make that worth it, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Vesta look really tight here, really controlled.
And, you know, arguably just a bit tidier. Certainly, look at that.
Yeah, I think a little bit tidier.
Yeah, a bit more punchier. The blades are not
Yeah.
maybe skying. Anyway, look, we're not criticising. We're just commentating on what we see. And what we see here is a damn good race with Vesta going for a very quick time.
I'm keeping an eye on that clock.
Yeah.
Sub 4:29.
Sub 4:29. What's your prediction?
That's my prediction. Yeah, Vesta, I think they just look a little bit calmer, a bit more relaxed now. They can see the crew. And they know they've pushed through them. That push was worth it. So
Now
they
Thames, you
just
see
sit
by this, Tideway Scullers by this point were winding down, but they are still under pressure. So there's only just over a length.
just over a length. Yeah, you wouldn't want to let up. I don't think the Cox is going to let them wind down anytime soon.
Who we got down at the start now?
We've got Putney Town against Canterbridgian A. Both crews wearing very similar kit. It's Putney Town on the Berkshire side and Canterbury Inn on the Buckinghamshire station.
So Cantabs from Cambridge, Putney, West London. So we're looking top right. The finish there. There's still not much in that. I think they've just crossed the line and it's just over a length by the look of it. Do you know I'm laughing? Go on, say why are you laughing? Why am I laughing?
No, what was the time?
4:29.
Excellent.
You can make that up, couldn't you? It's exactly the same time. Well, 1.5 lengths the distance, and it was exactly 4:29. So you lost the bet because it wasn't under. And there we go. Cantabs on the far side, Putney nearest to the bank. And as they pass us, Canterbury Inn are 1.25 lengths the call there. It is actually getting a little bit darker, isn't it? There's
Yeah.
low cloud cover, which meant that James's Hawker hurricane, was it?
Yeah, the flyover.
Flyover.
Famous flyover.
Famous flyover, much announced. Didn't happen. Maybe tomorrow, eh? So there we are. That's the 8 aspirational club. 8 has seen Thames, Tideway Scullers, Vesta, and the outcome of this one. The race hasn't finished yet, but it looks very much like.
I think Cantabs out in front there. Cantabs are another club that I think have got quite a large women's squad.
Yep.
Lots and lots of clubs going on in Cambridgeshire, but they're club level rowing. Lots and lots of girls travel. In fact, I know a fair few have travelled over from Bedford, and I think surrounding areas, a few of them have even moved to Cambridge to be at Cantabs.
I read something. I think I was telling you earlier. I read something before lockdown that I think rowing was the second largest growing sport for females.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure. It might have been something like rugby. It wasn't football. There was something else ahead of it. But yeah, certainly the clubs are busy, aren't they? The clubs are full. In fact, some of the clubs are crying out for equipment because they've got so many.
Some of the clubs are having to turn people away.
Yeah, waiting list.
Just isn't.
Yeah. Well, I know one of the things in Henley is, if you're slightly older and you want to learn to row, that you won't do it in Henley because the clubs are full of people who row, not beginners. Right, that's Canterbury winding down. Probably got another minute or so of that. They're really taking it easy, not using up too much energy. So that's that round of, as we say, Academic Club 8 out of the way. I'm looking here at our menu, and I only go up to 6:20 as the last race, although there's a bit of a gap early on. So next up we have the Championship Single Sculls.
Yeah, we've got Thames Rowing Club, Elo Luik. I hope I haven't said that wrong. And we've got Queen's University Ladies Island, and we have Fiona Bell.
Excellent. So Thames Rowing Club, her first name was?
I'm going with Elo Luik.
Elo and Fiona.
I'm
Right.
incredibly sorry if I got that wrong.
Okay.
Elo has rowed for the Estonian squad.
All right, I seem to remember that. Yep.
A scholar. And she won the champ single in 2019. Fiona just missed the A final of the champ singles at Bucks, so
Yeah, the Cantabrigian time there was a bit slow. It's 4:36, but they won by 4 lengths and were really winding down. So you can't read too much on times, but I think to be fair, 4:29 from Thames Rowing Club A in those 8s, and the crew from Vesta is a it's a good indication. So that's a terrific contest moving forward. So we'll look forward to seeing how that goes tomorrow. So that will be the semi-final and then the final. We're now going down to the start. There we are. They're underway and they're off. So, we've had 8s. Now we're back to single sculls. This is a different race altogether, isn't it? A lot of mind games, a lot of sussing out your opponent. It's you against the other person, isn't it?
Yeah, you can have all the strength in your legs, you can have done all the training, but you have to have your head in the right place for a single scull.
Yeah.
You have to believe you can do it.
So you would know how quickly you could go from A to B, 1,400 metres. You'd have an idea of how quickly you can proceed down. Yeah?
I'd certainly have an idea of how quickly I could do it, and I wouldn't like to say it's as fast as any of these scullers.
But they would know their optimum. So,
yeah, absolutely. They'll have done this a couple of times over in the days
what you
leading
hear
up to
very
it.
often as a reason for not winning, I wouldn't say an excuse, is that sometimes they will claim, I went off too fast. I went off too fast and then I blew up. I didn't have enough, juice in the tanks or whatever. But, single sculling is brutal. When it's a close race, and there was one yesterday where they were pushing each other, it's like, gee whiz, it's almost going to be the first one who says, I'll tell you what.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it is as much it is mind. Like I keep coming back to it, but it truly is. Like I've spent a lot of time in a single injured over the last few years on the sideway, and it's really easy just to say, I don't want to do this today. I want to go home. It's cold, it's wet, I'm tired. I don't want to go back out for a second session. And I think single scullers, it's just so much a mental battle. And I know that with single sculling, if you can get out in front, if you can see your opponent, it's really hard to come back from being the opposite crew. You almost don't want to look over your shoulder. You just want to keep going as hard and as fast as you can. And you don't want to rock the boat. You don't want to turn around and go, ooh, actually, how far up is she? But at the same time, it's like you really need to know where they are. To know if you're in contention, can you bring it back? We've seen a couple of singles over the last couple of days who have. But I think with the singles, it's so important to get out and get in front quickly.
Well, there's your example. But, she's hit a good rate. She's up front. Front loaded the race, decided to get ahead. Yeah. Good reason for doing it. The second batch of these is underway. This is
Kyra Edwards from Nottingham Rowing Club and Annabelle Stevens from Oxford Brookes University. Kyra, a very familiar name at this regatta and beyond. Rose up as a junior and then onto the under-23 squad. I believe she's not made the senior squad this time around for Tokyo. I think she might have been injured, so she's been spending some time in her single, but an excellent single sculler.
Well, we're looking there at images on the top right of the last race, and it is in fact the sculler from Thames.
Oxford Brookes.
Well, yeah, top right. Top
Oh,
right
sorry,
is
apologies.
Thames. Left here. Go on.
There we go. It is actually Oxford Brookes Annabelle Stevens, the winner of the champ single at Bucks, who is leading Kyra Edwards maybe a quarter of a length. There's not much in it.
But they really went off. I mean, they're rating high. You know, there's a real determination for them, you know, to get ahead.
I mean, Kyra knows this course like the back of her hand.
Yeah,
She'll
yeah.
have done this
Yeah.
many times over, representing her home club Nottingham. I think she represented Nottingham as a junior as well. She'll know this course. She'll know all the markers. She'll know when to go, and I think she'll stay relatively calm. But this sculler, Annabelle from Oxford Brookes, you know, she's recently won. She's got that confidence of winning a champ single
Yeah.
at Bucks.
Right, so we're just watching the closing stages there on the screen of the previous race, and that was a win for
Elo Lewick of Thames Rowing Club
Over-
Fiona Bell of Queen's University Ladies.
And now we've got Annabelle Stevens still leading. I think there may have been a bit of a push there while we were looking at the finish of the other race, but they're quite a distance apart. No, I think you're right.
Kara's made the move. She's up there, about maybe a length up on her competitor, so she's pushed through, she's rode through her competitor of Annabelle Stevens of Oxford Brookes University.
Well, Annabelle Stevens decided obviously to go out, get ahead, give it a good go, but that's terrific sculling there, isn't it?
Yeah, really nice sculling from both athletes. But I think Kyra's pedigree just showing there as she moves through the course, looking really relaxed in her single.
And the remainder of the quarterfinals coming up. Here we have Kay Morrill of Leeds up against P. McCluskey of Edinburgh, and then A. Parker, Cambridge University, against L. Macro of Plymouth Amateur Rowing Club. So the overhead shot here. Is showing the next race on the course, which is
It is Catherine Mole from Leeds Rowing Club, Perry McCluskey from Edinburgh University. And it's and it's Leeds RC who are currently up against Edinburgh. About a length as they come past the commentary box.
that's just over a length, isn't it?
Yeah. Catherine came second overall in GB Trials on the 22nd of May, so not long ago, so she'll be quite confident in her single as well. Perry, though, she's got her own accolades. She's won gold in the champ quads at Bucks, silver in the champ doubles, and fourth in the champ singles, and is part of the start programme at Strathclyde Park, and was coached by Tom Young. So both fairly experienced scullers. And there we go, you can just see in the right hand of your screen there, Kyra Edwards just crossing the line ahead of her competitor Annabelle Stevens of Oxford Brookes University.
Yeah, that's a class act, that, isn't it? A really, really good performance. Yeah, Catherine Mole, it looks a bit more than a length to me as, she sculls away. That's nearer 2 lengths, actually.
Yeah, nearer to. She's looking really controlled, really comfortable. I think she's wound down just a tad.
Well, interestingly enough, they're doing this in 5 minutes 20, 5 minutes 10. The first two crews in these quarter-final races. I've covered this 1400 metre course. But it's kind of, you know, racing for as long as they can and then establishing a lead and then calming it down, dare I say, for the finish. Would you agree?
Yeah, I'd say so. Catherine there just warned for her steering. She'd gone quite into the middle of the river. But I think she's back on the station now and, yeah, still looking quite relaxed.
Okay. Okay, and we're looking here at the closing stages of this heat of the championship single sculls, and it's Catherine Mole of Leeds Rowing Club heading towards the finish. Down at the start we have the next race waiting to take place,
Which is Abigail Parker of Cambridge University against Laura Macro of Plymouth ARC.
Plymouth Amateur Rowing Club. Miles away. That's, yeah, I mean, people seem to think Southwest is just around the corner, but it's a long way. It's you know, it's further than Leeds, I reckon. I guess. Right, here we go. That's underway. Cambridge Sculler, nearest to the bank, and Macro from Plymouth over on the far side, just looking at the overhead drone, and it's Macro that has a lead already of about a length. Look.
Yeah, Macro, Laura Macro of Plymouth, a previous winner of the Champ Lightweight Single at Henley Women's. She also represented GB at under 23, again in a lightweight single in 2018, and won in her lightweight single at the...
A bit of chanting there. People shouting.
Absolutely
Isn't
not.
that
I
good?
believe there are signs that say no shouting.
Oh, are there?
Have you not seen them?
No.
There's some signs up and down the bank. You're meant to clap politely for your team.
Is that right?
Choice, yeah.
Is
As
that
you can
right?
tell, that has, I think that has been guidance over the weekend. Definitely heard some shouting, some screaming, some whistling.
But not from anybody at this regatta.
Absolutely not.
No, it must have been somebody from the public, from one of those motorboats.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there we are. It's about a length now.
The Cambridge Sculler Abigail Parker is a former Cambridge University Women's Boat Club and Radcliffe president, and has been a multiple blue for Cambridge. Also won silver in the champ single at Bucks. So both these scullers pretty comfortable in their singles.
Yeah, this
Not
is
much in it.
no, there's not. I was just going to say this is an over. This one, that's
Absolutely
pretty
not.
close.
What do you say? Third of a length up?
I'd say they're 2.5 minutes down the track, and well, neither of them not given up. Neither of them's
Absolutely
giving
not.
in
No,
to the other.
Abigail Parker from Cambridge looks like she's making quite a concerted effort here. Big move.
Yeah. And that's like a, I don't want to say weird part of the course, but it is a bit weird because you got, as you can see from the drone overhead, the boating area on the left. So that's the crossing point for the boats. But there's obviously a big gap in the booms, and so you kind of can lose your steering a little bit if you're not careful. And it's very often where you see a move in the race being made. And if we look at these two, I'd say...
I think that move from Abigail Parker of Cambridge has really paid off. I think she's just got her bows in front and she's just going to keep on pushing.
I think you're right. They're looking like a squash fly on my windscreen at the moment, but I can just about see... yeah, there we go. 83 nearest to us, leads 80 by not much. Right, we're going to have a bit of a sprint in at the finish.
Ooh. I think, yeah, Abigail Parker of Cambridge really has made a move, and I think she's starting to break away. Maybe a length up now.
I think you're right. So we had the winner of the first round of these races was
Elo Lewick of Thames Rowing Club.
And then in the next race it went to
Kyra Edwards of Nottingham.
And in the third of these quarterfinals it was
Catherine Morley of Leeds Rowing Club.
And now it looks very much as if
it's going to be Abigail Parker of Cambridge University's race.
You see what I did there? I fed you the line.
I know.
Because I couldn't read my own writing.
Really slick, those results.
Really slick and dreadfully lazy of me. Right, anyway, what I was going to say was, yeah, again, all the Berkshire station, read nothing into that with the stream or whatever. I think it's just the way the draw felt. But now we're into pairs. Lee, Tideway, Scullers School. Lee nearest to the bank, Tideway, Scullers School over on the Buckinghamshire station, and they're making their way down the enclosures and the few little shops that we've got here, and there's a little bar, and the biggest queue, socially distanced queue, was for the wood pizza oven. Is that right?
Wood-fired
That's
pizza
the fella.
oven.
That's the
Yeah.
fella. Yeah. Wow. I think he's got through a few trees today because the queue was huge.
I think it was over an hour long at one point.
Good God. Lee and Tideway Scullers. Here we go. The Lee battle length up, approaching us.
Yeah, about a length up on their competitors from Tideway Scullers. Tideway Scullers look to me a little bit, they're quite in the middle of the river. I think they could probably move over a bit and save themselves from being in the wake of their competitors. Just popping in the stroke sides blade into the puddles.
Highly
The bow
professional.
side blades.
It wasn't a
probably-
brew dog because they've been naughty.
They have.
We don't do that. Ooch, no advertising.
Oh, and Tideway Scullers, they've just moved over and they've just had a flirt with the booms. I'm not sure if that bow woman's blade did actually hit the booms there, but they have moved back. But Lee have really taken advantage. They've just carried on moving. Completely unflustered. Oh, and Tideway Scullers have now moved back into the river.
The pair racing it, at max. How hard is that to steer? Eh?
It's notoriously difficult.
Have you had a go?
It's the only boat I haven't steered. I have managed to squish all centimetres of me into a cox's seat when the cox has been ill at Christmas times normally. But I've never steered the pair, thankfully.
Well, the river taxi, as they used to call it, the Cox pair, they do quite a lot of that in, I think it was Gibraltar, was it, or Spain or somewhere. I saw it, and it literally, it took them forever to go anywhere to anywhere. Hauling some lump around. No, sorry, hauling a cox around in a pair. Can you imagine?
When was the last time we saw a coxed pair raced on the international
When
circuit?
Gary Herbert was crying, I think. Wasn't it? All that way with the seals, yeah. All that way back. Yeah. And now he does what we do, which is talk about rowing. But we're far more entertaining. That's what my mum told me. Right, the lead. Good lead, decent lead there. Down at the start, we've got the next round of the championship pairs. So this is Lee against Tideway Scullers. University of London against Newcastle down at the start, and they're underway.
Yep, it's Emily Lindberg and Isabel Powell from University of London, and Catherine Bulmer and Chloe, I hope I didn't say this wrong, Chloe Diamond from Newcastle University. Both of these have had pretty impressive performances of bucks of late. With the University of London crew, they've won silver in the Champ 8 and gold in the Champ 4 at bucks. Newcastle, they got a bronze in the Champs 8 at bucks. So these two crews have raced each other once before this season.
You all are looking good. Yeah?
Yeah, looking really nice actually. That's quite an established lead as well, so early on in the race.
Yeah, you know, it's such a difficult boat to keep straight and get the max performance out of. But this is good stuff. All they look like they're going close to the booms.
Yeah, Newcastle just getting a little bit too close to the booms.
I'll tell you what, there's only one winner if you do that.
I think they just got away with it, that Newcastle crew. I think they got as close as they could get without having a good luck tap from the booms.
So we can see the Lee here finishing their heat, where they've overcome Tideways Scullers School. Okay, so it's just about 20 odd minutes to 6, is it? Yeah. 20 to 6, last race here is due at about 20 past 6. Championship pairs, aspirational academic coxed 4s. They've got their 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 races of that. To see us out. In fact, one of those is a no race. So 7 races following this round of the championship pairs. And we're looking at the overhead shot here of London, University of London and Newcastle. UL now with a commanding lead. That's the way they put it, isn't it?
Yeah, commanding lead.
Commanding lead.
They've kept in sensationally straight down this course.
That's
They've done
amazing,
some
isn't it? So
brilliant
this drone
steering from
shot,
that UL crew.
There's the boating area. You can see on the drone shot there, Upper Thames, and then
Newcastle.
Remenham. So this is Newcastle on the far side. They're still sticking in there, but looks like UL have got control of this. They're sat in the mossy. Oh goodness me! Is that a clash?
I think
What's
that
going on
might
there?
be
They're
a
having
clash
bit of a
there.
fight. This is good. Oh, so it's Leander. Why am I laughing? Leander and Nottingham up against Oxford Brooks. The only reason I'm making sorry because obviously Leander got down this bit of water a lot.
I don't actually. I've got a little bit of info on this crew, I think.
Go.
So this is Lucy Holgate and Olivia Caesar representing, I think it's Leander and Nottingham composite. And I think they actually rode together at university, possibly in a slightly bigger boat, over in the States. I think it might be UCLA. I could be wrong. And they've come over and they've done this race whilst they're at home. And they did send in. They tried to do a pre-paddle, but unfortunately they forgot their seats. So they might have lacked a little bit of practice at the start, but they look like they've straightened up.
Where do you get this information?
I have my sources.
Gee.
I think also.
How do you know all this stuff?
Do you want another fun fact about this crew?
I do.
Apparently, one of them holds the Guinness World Record attempt for downing a Capri Sun in 14 seconds. And I'm not sure if that's in the boat, but just remember they would have had to call in somebody
Downing
to...
a Capri Sun. What, the orange one with the bits in?
Well, I don't know if it's specific to the flavour of Capri Sun and whether it was in a boat, but remember they have to get an official from Guinness World Record to turn up for that attempt.
And you think they did it in a boat?
I would like to think that they did it in a boat. I'd really like to think that they did it both of them standing up in a pair. I might be embellishing there, but I'd like to think that.
We've been sat here doing this, and I've done this for years, and I've never ever heard such a fact unrelated to rowing. Brilliant. The Capri Sun So is it like that programme on telly where you've got to guess which one it is?
As in which?
Take me out. Take me out.
Take me out.
Take me out. Down to the final two. Which one is the Guinness World Record holder of Capri Sun? Anyway, I'll tell you what. This is a bit of a race going on.
Yeah, Kira Allen and Jordan Simper of Oxford Brookes University. I don't have as many fun facts about them, I'm afraid, but both crews, they're sticking together, aren't they?
They are.
There is no obvious winner.
This is a cracker. So about halfway, yeah? Just coming up to halfway. Please agree with me. Yeah, it's about halfway.
Yes, I'll agree with you.
It's about halfway, and Brooks. Oh, I don't know. You can't call this. It's close, isn't it?
No, I think we need the drone shots are really.
Yeah. Now is the time to throw your Capri Sun out your boat. What a fun fact. How did you get that?
Maybe they'll be sponsored. I think they actually emailed it in. I'm not going to pretend. I think they emailed it in.
Did they email it in? Oh, warning. No.
Nope.
No.
Almost a warning there.
Just a flag wave. But there's a bit of a wobble going on there, Brooks. I don't know if that's a bit of wash. Did you see that? The boat definitely dipped all one again. Oh dear. Why is that? River?
Yeah, a couple of the crews have come off the water and said actually, from about halfway to the last third
Gets
of the
a bit
course,
lumpy.
it's been quite lumpy. A couple of tideways crews did actually say at one point, a little
Well, if
bit
you watch here,
lumpy like they used to.
The far side, fairly shortly, the trees
breaks,
thin. So if there is any breeze or anything, well, there's not a lot, but if there is any, that's where it can sometimes catch you out. I'm told. I've observed. Right, so this is a good race. We're going to stick with that for just a minute. We're down at the start of the next heat. Oxford University and Enniskillen Royal Grammar School from Ireland. So it's Oxford nearest to us on the left-hand side, and Enniskillen, Ireland. Now it's the other way round on that shot. So Enniskillen are on the left-hand side in the middle of the river, nearest the bank. It is
Oxford University.
crew from Oxford, yeah. I was watching the other bit here, but Brooks came through at the end there. That was a good race, that.
Yeah, that was really good.
I mean, although they're not going racing right to the finish, there's some decent racing going down, and some decent times there.
Yeah, and as they come past this new pair, this pair's coming down, it's Oxford University women's who are about 2 lengths up on their competitors from Enniskillen. This Oxford University crew recently won gold in the champ pairs at Bucks, so they'll be well drilled, quite comfortable in this pair.
We just heard Zoe de Toledo there with a bit of a one-eyed commentary, I think you can call it. But anyway, it is Oxford who are leading the way here.
Yeah, this Oxford crew, I think it's Julia Lindsay and Anya, I'm so sorry, it's Anya Joufs. I'm going to hope for that. But it is Anya's first year at Oxford. She was in the Blue Boat this year. She's American. She is a Stanford graduate. Lindsay, Blue Boat again, 2021, a Canadian. And she has won, oh my goodness, many, many accolades, it looks like, at Canadian Henley, Canadian trials, Canadian secondary schools. Mostly in sculling, so a move across to sweep here. But that pedigree really showing. I think they're about 4 or 5 lengths up on their competitors from Enniskillen.
Okay, I'm just looking at the times and the results and where we are. So we've only got half an hour. We've got 20 minutes of racing. It's been fun, isn't it?
It's been good fun.
A bit more enthusiasm, young lady. It's been fun, isn't it?
It's been great. I've had
Thank
a
you.
lovely time.
Gee whiz. Right, so aspirational academic 4s. So these are cocks, I suppose. So these have the potential to have a bit of fun, don't they? But mind you, at this stage of the event, you'd hope that they'd successfully navigate the course. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 races. Race 219 at 6 o'clock won't go ahead. So we'll all be done and dusted by 6:30 as we watch the last of the championship pairs cross the line. So the Lee won easily in 5:16, but weren't really pushed there in that race really by Tideway Scullers. University of London, UL won in just over 5 minutes, 5 minutes and 1 second, 3.5 lengths. 4.5 lengths win for Brooks, 5 minutes 10. So, yeah, decent time there with UL posting the probably the best time. Championship pairs, and we're watching Oxford University Women's Boat Club crossing the line.
Yeah, crossing the line. It is Julia Lindsay and Anya Joufs of Oxford University Women's Boat Club crossing the line ahead of their competitors. Maeve Donnelly and Zoe McCutcheon from Enniskillen.
And that's, yeah. That's the semi-finalists decided on the championship pairs. Now we are down to race 216, academic, aspirational. Academic, I've got that right, haven't I?
I think so, academic aspirational.
Yeah, that'll do. Right, so this is the Coxless 4s, Aberdeen, Robert Gordon Uni, and University of London. So UL are on the far side, middle of the river.
Yeah, far side, middle of the river, and then we've got Aberdeen University on the bank side.
It's a composite there, so I remember a mum of a junior rower saying to me once, "Oh, I don't like those composites." I said, "Really? Why?" She said, "They just look so scruffy, all in different kit."
Oh dear. Oh dear. I have to say, I do know people who won't row unless, even down to the earrings of the crew match.
Really?
Yeah, it's a luck thing.
Oh, it's a luck thing.
I think it's a luck thing. Everybody, and one of the girls I know once missed her earring, was sent back to the car to pick up her matching earring.
But you see socks, don't you? They either all do socks or don't do socks.
They all wear the same top underneath.
Yeah, in
occasionally
fact,
the same
there
hairstyle.
There was, I want to say a Thames 8 went down earlier. 4 of them had white vests underneath.
Yes.
The Sternfall.
Sternfall had it, and the Balfour
didn't. Did you
didn't.
notice that?
I did.
I didn't mention it because it's a fashion statement, and I thought I'd leave that to you.
A lot of coordination goes into this.
Absolutely.
On the box side, they missed a few strokes there, but managed to get themselves back.
Yeah, they had a little bit of an incident there, but they're back. That's right. Yeah, they clipped the booms there while we were. Did you see that?
Yeah, they did. And University of London just took it in their stride and opened up that gap.
Yeah, that's a shame there because they were going well. Hard to get going once you've done that. Anyway, they're back up and running, all safe, all well. UL out in front. The next race up with Yeah. It's race 216. It's the Aberdeen composite, having just clipped the woodwork there, the booms, that's the word I was searching for, and UL.
woodwork.
Yeah, the woodwork. UL of timber. The UL of pressed away. NUI Galway Boat Club, Cambridge University are on the start. They're in a bit of a competition of who can hold their hand up in the air the longest at the moment before the umpire he gets fed up and he drops his flag and they're off. So the Irish are on the Berkshire station and Cambridge are on the Buckinghamshire station. And
Ooh.
Cambridge are having a really good look. Is that because they've clashed with them?
I don't know if they
yeah,
yeah.
the red flag's up. Oh, here we go. So, right, do we know the rules here? So what's happened here? If it's neutral water,
If it's neutral water, they might say we'll do a rerow. They might say let's take it back to the start. We'll back it down.
so you assume in this racing, so side by side racing, you assume that the umpire on the launch will go down the middle of the river, and well, not the river, the middle of the course. If the clash takes place in neutral water, he'll go and restart it.
Or he's taking them off the course.
Well, disqualifications are rare, are they not? Right, so they're going to have a restart there. Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They're turning them. They're going to take them back down.
Right, so Galway and Cambridge race 217. That was short-lived. There's a gap in racing, so they can use that to have that race, as if they knew it was going to happen. Oxford Brookes Sheffield Uni next up. So, will they take that, or will they put that race on? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. We'll keep you posted there. I'm watching Galway turn, so I would imagine they're not going to go straight back onto the state boat. I think they'll have to go.
No, I think they're going to go around.
They'll have to go round, and there's the drone shot showing that he's very good. This producer, I said drone, and he's in there like Flynn. So there's the drone shot of the crews heading round the island. If you look to the right hand side, you'll see the state boats there were waiting for the crews from the next race. So they'll do a little lap of the island.
I almost think when this happens and you're going to go again, it's actually nicer to have a little row. Just let what's happened. Just row it out.
Yeah, I mean, where they were, like on that shot there, if they back it down and go,
that would have been
on
quite
to
stressful.
Here, and then you've got to align, and and actually you're wondering, well, was that my fault? Did I miss a stroke? But you can see the girls in the Cambridge boat looking over.
Yeah.
So it's like the other crew had come into them, possibly. I don't know.
I didn't see it off the start, but I mean, neither of them looked very over when they first went. They looked pretty straight, so I'm not entirely sure what happened there. But both crews, you could see it on their face. It was quite a nice close-up, and both crews knew something was. They were either going to clash blades or be asked to stop. And that's exactly what happened.
Well, I'll tell you what. So, traditionally the start is at the other end of this island.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got the worry of getting into the booms.
What you normally get is loads of clashes, particularly if they come out at the end.
Oh, yeah.
So having shifted it here, I mean, there's been a lot less. Somebody will no doubt argue, but actually I'm right. No, there's been a lot less fuss and clashes.
Yeah.
Having not started it, and I don't know the reason why I don't know. Do you know? I don't know.
I think part of it is the mental game of getting into the booms. No one wants to get into the booms, and I know a lot of competitors. We saw them this week. They were relieved when they saw that. They were like, brilliant. A lot of bow women going, excellent. I don't have to navigate myself into the booms
it is tough.
around that. And then,
I don't know. I'll ask somebody. There's some very clever people around here. They won't know the answer, but they'll say it with such conviction.
You'll believe them.
Yeah. Gullible. Right, here we go. So, we got Brookes nearest to us in Sheffield. Brookes are nearest the bank, and Sheffield are over towards the temple. Sheffield University, race 218, aspirational, academic, copsless
Fours.
Bit of a gap. Mind you, their blades are pretty close.
Yeah, pretty close. I think they're okay. Oxford Brooks maybe meandering a little bit into the middle of the river there, but I think that crew from Sheffield, just as they came out, they missed a few of their strokes, but hasn't seemed to rattle them. They're about half a length up on their competitors from Oxford Brooks. The Brooks four here, they're in the third 8 that got bronze in the intermediate 8s at Bucks. But Sheffield here, brilliant start. The Sheffield 4 came 9th in the Champ 4 time trials at Bucks, and then they came 3rd in their rep. Yeah, an absolutely fantastic start. They've got about a length over Brooks already. But Brooks, I think they're responding. They don't want to lose that kind of elasticity. You've heard that word a few times today between the Sheffield crew. They don't want that clear water to happen. They want to get back on in alignment with that Sheffield crew. But a really nice start from Sheffield here as they got out. Like I said, they maybe missed a couple of their strokes right at the beginning, but it didn't fluster them at all.
Okay, I was just checking what happened there with the previous race. And Galway and Cambridge are going to go back onto the boats, so we should see that race restart. If not straight away, they will sort of join the queue. I think the Vesta race is going to go next. So just so that you know, the race on the course at the moment is...
This is Oxford Brooks University against Sheffield University.
The previous race, Galway and Cambridge, was halted by the umpire, and he intends to restart it. And Brooks here, trailing Sheffield University.
Yeah, University of Sheffield, just a really nice start, and they've just maintained that about a length distance as they came past spectator zone, and they've held that so far all the way down the course. I could be wrong, but is that a bucket rig?
Sorry?
I could be wrong. That looks like a bucket rig to me.
Right, so there's 2 together on this side and 2 spaced on the far side.
Yeah.
Bucket rig?
Bucket
Frig
rig.
rig, sometimes
Frig rig.
it's called. Yeah. There was a phase, wasn't there, where everybody was trying that,
Well, they were
and actually it was
very
just
fashionable and very
Yeah.
popular. But if they don't work, they do not
and
work.
very and very entertaining when one side is so much stronger than the other, and then the thing just doesn't steer properly. Anyway, they're doing okay. They're heading into the next round by the looks of things, would you say?
I'd say so. They look pretty comfortable.
Sheffield ahead of Brooks.
No major accidents or
No,
incidences.
London
and I think
University
they'll be all right.
Overcame the Aberdeen Scottish composite there in a time of 4 minutes 50. The distance was 4 lengths. Galway, Cambridge postponed for the time being. They're going to restart. And here we've got Sheffield University leading Brooks. And the distance is probably a couple of lengths. So the umpire's flag is... Oh, what's happened there?
I'm not entirely sure. Brooks definitely have just put in a massive push, though.
No, well, I said it looks like Sheffield are heading into the next round. You agreed.
I did. But Brooks,
Well, they didn't hear us.
absolutely not.
Look at this.
That is a sensational comeback from Brooks there.
My goodness.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, we need to have a closer look at that. So it's Brooks, top right-hand side of your screen, that have just... Well, did they have a rest? Or what on earth was that about?
I mean, I can only imagine they had a very specific race plan and they executed it. And that race plan was to go hell for leather in the last few hundred, because that was an incredible comeback. I think Sheffield were maybe a length up on them at one point. So to come through with that...
That's extraordinary. Anyway,
Yeah.
we've got Vesta Thames on the track at the moment. Vesta nearest to the bank, Thames over towards the middle of the river, and this is close.
Another neighbourly
That
rival.
was extraordinary. I mean, I actually scribbled down here, well, that's Sheffield through. Looked up, and there,
Brooks had just gone.
Brooks just put the turbo on.
I must have heard you. Thought, no, thank you.
Well, there we go. Well, this is close. See how close they get? The umpires must have loved getting races like this, yeah? Coxless fours. And lots of flag waving. So Vesta near side, Thames on the far side. Very, very close as it passed us.
Yeah, these two local rivals, next door neighbours on the Tideway, again, will be very familiar with one another. This Vesta crew, I think, had to knock out another Vesta crew yesterday. So again, they're not going to want to let up. They're not going to want to let their B crew have gone home for nothing. This is incredibly tight, isn't it? I think that Tideway, that Vesta crew, sorry, are really just pushing on.
Well,
There's still
they
contact
can't
from
get away
Thames.
from them.
No.
That's half a length, if that.
Thames really sticking
not-
onto them like glue.
Yeah, they're not going to give up clear water easily. Well, you saw in the last race, too, there's anything can happen, can't you? Yeah, turn around.
In the blink of an eye.
Well, I didn't see them catch a crab. I didn't see anything change particularly in that Sheffield crew. I think Brooks just decided where we're going to have a go.
It really
Amazing.
paid off, didn't it?
Brilliant. Right, same story here. Thames on the far side.
So,
Vesta nearest to us. As you say, Vesta beat their club mates yesterday.
yeah, this is Vesta A, and I'm reliably informed that this Thames crew, half of them are in the 4th ranked 8 at Thames. And they are putting on quite a performance against next door neighbours A crew. Really hanging on in there. They do not want to go home.
Yeah, just enjoying watching this at the moment. It's a really good battle. Steering, really good.
I mean, they're actually rating exactly the same. You can tell because their blades are going in and out of the
Yeah.
water at the exact same time. But I think Vesta's just putting on a little bit of a push there, really trying to...
Yeah, putting a bit more pressure on it. It's about a length, and it's possibly just going towards a little bit of clear water as we move to the restart of the earlier race. So this would be Galway and Cambridge University. Are they getting friendly again? They're a bit close. Do you know what? It's certainly it's Cambridge that are drifting over.
Yeah, it is. Cambridge just slightly into the middle of the river here. This Cambridge crew are members of the lightweight boat race crew.
How you get all this knowledge is amazing. You're not that big, but your brain is huge.
It's my
Just
hair. It's full of
store-
secrets.
Store all this knowledge. Unbelievable. And we're not listening to Zoe, who normally has loads of information that we copy. So, here we go. So that's the finish there. Vesta. Cross the line. Yep. Galway and Cambridge.
Yeah, this
They
is...
are. This is a goodie. This is close.
You can just see each of the members of that Galway crew just looking across to Cambridge.
They look. I mean, she's almost got a bite in her lip, isn't she?
I think she is. Just looking at
See that?
come on. Yeah.
The stroke of the Galway crew we were talking about there, with absolute determination. Umpire again. He's thinking, how did I get this race?
But they are very close.
They're very close. and there's not much in it. So here's the gap that we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
Stuff can happen here. You can go off course. And they're back on track. So I think after that little skirmish almost, it was Cambridge that have come off better. Probably about what? Third of a length?
Third of a length, half a length at best.
It's been great stuff, isn't it? This is a good little batch of races. So here we go. Academic, aspirational, coxless fours,
That's a mouthful.
which has seen University of London overcome the Scottish Composite. This is a rerow after a clash. They've restarted this race.
Cambridge, I think, being warned for their steering again.
Cambridge and Galway. Cambridge, they're quite a bit ahead. Why would? Maybe it's not deliberate. But they, you know, if they can wash them down, they would, I suppose.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you? Yeah.
Wow. That would be unsportsmanwoman-like.
Yeah. So Brooks and Sheffield. Brooks, they're on the line. Won that one. Vesta overcame Thames. And London and Tyne have just got underway down at the start. Meanwhile, we have the battle going on here where Cambridge look to be drawing away. The other race that has started, as I said, is London Rowing Club and Tyne. London nearest to us. Tyne on the far side. It's thick and fast, isn't it? Do we need this at the end of the day? I don't know. Well, we're getting it. There's Cambridge. They look good, don't they?
Yeah, Cambridge look quite tidy there as they come to the finish.
And these crews?
Yeah, London Rowing Club against Tyne Rowing Club. Oh, I think as they're coming up to us, it's pretty close again still. Some really fantastic racing to the end of the day here.
Any Capri Sun Guinness record holders in these ones?
I'm afraid not. I've got nothing, nothing on these ones.
Well, that hasn't stopped you before. You made it up.
I could just make something up, but that would be cruel.
London and Tyne, so pretty
That
close.
is quite tight.
Yeah, you'll see in the closing stages with Cambridge University overcoming the crew from Ireland there. Go through to the next round. So it's Vesta, Oxford Brooks and Vesta go through. London and Tyne. London and Tyne have passed us, and yeah, not much in it at all. London, Tyne, London on the right of your screen, Tyne at the top. Very, very close. I watched Tyne race yesterday. Actually, they certainly had a bit of pace. Now it looks like London. I've just put a bit of a shove on there. Strikes me that they get to roughly about the halfway and then
Yeah.
call for a push.
There's been a fair few London clubs entered this regatta.
There's a lot to this. There's a lot to this rowing, Mark. No, there's a lot to. No, well, these boats in particular. So, somebody has the responsibility of steering. Yeah.
Yes. You'd hope so.
Could be the stroke. Could be bow. Somebody also has the responsibility of giving the calls.
Yeah.
And that's very much a feel thing when it's right. So there's a lot can go wrong.
Yeah, particularly if you put too much on one person, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, generally you want, and this is a very generalisation, you want your stroke person thinking about setting the rhythm of the boat, listening for the calls. You want somebody making the calls, looking across at the other crew, knowing when to go off the race plan. And then you want whoever's steering, whether that's your bowwoman or not, really just focusing on going straight and not clashing into the other crew.
Yeah.
And, you know, that fourth girl, blade in, blade out, legs down.
And it's
Go
not,
hard.
Yeah, and it's not always the stroke who A calls the shots or
Absolutely
B
not.
steers, is it?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I know some clubs have a very strict kind of, you're here, you do this and you do that, but absolutely not. You can move that steering wire around. You can.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's better to have the stroke person making the calls. Sometimes it's better to have the person, in the bows who can see what's going on. You might even change it based on the race you're doing. I mean, this is knockout. So
Yeah.
if you're ahead, you know how far ahead you are.
Well, London against Tyne. So London looked to have pulled off a bit of a lead. We're straight on now to Nottingham against Worcester. Nottingham nearest to us, Worcester on the far side. Nottingham trailing at the moment. So there you are, you got a shot there from something, maybe the drone, who's showing an angle there. But it looks to me very much as if the crew on the Buckinghamshire station have a lead. When they go past us, we'll have a much better idea.
Yeah, it looks like Worcester Rowing Club about a length up, would you say?
Over
Or
Nottingham.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
I think that Nottingham crew had a slightly funky start, should we say? I think they went a little bit. I don't know whether they had a steering issue or someone caught a crab, but they just didn't look. It's a little bit rattled coming off the start, but I think now they're getting into their rhythm. And they're not out of the game. It's only a length. We've seen, with not a lot left, we've seen it completely change.
I know. I forgot to mention penultimate. Good word, that.
Penultimate.
Race. Ask me what race this is. It's the penultimate race. Which means Tideway Scullers and Marlow. The last race on my sheet of paper. I'll say it loudly in case anybody's listening. They're on the start. Tideway Scullers School and Marlow Rowing Club. So London against Tyne, we're looking towards the finish of that race. Nottingham and Worcester. Looks like Nottingham is leaving.
Do you want me to move
Okay, yes. So, just because my bit of paper is full, it means to say actually there are 3 more races left for this Saturday afternoon. We have
The development 4s still to come.
and how many races is that? Is there 3?
I think there's 3.
Okay.
No, 4. I'm lying
4.
to you. 4, because we
Well
work in
done.
batches of 4.
Well done,
It's a
young lady.
slick operation.
Well done, you. Right. Winding down here. Towards the finish. So the last couple here. So it's Nottingham, Worcester, London Rowing Club, Tyne. I'm looking just to see some times here, to be honest. So, the aspirational 4s times University of London 4 minutes 50, Cambridge University 4:53, Oxford Brookes 4:51. Oxford Brookes 4:51. Vesta went down the track in 4 minutes 42, but arguably pushed a little bit harder than some of the other races. And then we had London Rowing Club. London Rowing Club overcame the Tyne, and Worcester are presently leading, with the last race in this group being Tideway Scullers School and Marlow. Okay, Tideway Scullers have pulled ahead to about a length, but as we know, Coxless 4s, anything can happen, and it has happened.
And it has happened.
And we blink and we may miss
Blink
it.
and you'll miss it.
So we need to have our eyeballs straight ahead here to see the distance. Okay, you're getting better at this. Right?
Yeah, it looks like Tideway Skull is about 2 lengths up. He's laughed at me. I'm looking out the window. I should be looking straight ahead. Go on then. Call it.
Well, I'll wait till they go past. So this is true. So a guy I used to know they're passing now, and the following crew now. So from that, you're supposed to guess the distance. How ridiculous.
Or
That's what he used to do. That is what he used to do.
Or I could wait for the dulcet tones of Zoe to
With-
to just tell me. Listen.
Zoe Del Toledo is upstairs.
Back out into the middle of the river each time, so they just need to keep an eye on that. They are comfortably ahead, so hopefully
Comfortably ahead. So that's what?
their station.
That's no good to us, Zoe. Comfortably.
I think she's done it on
Right,
purpose.
so Tideway Scullers called Marlow. Tideway Scullers have a lead there of a couple of lengths.
I believe they're the defending
lengths.
champion of this event.
Right. That doesn't surprise me, but
think
the course is a bit shorter.
This is true.
You don't have to negotiate the back of the island, and I found out why, and I'll share it with you later. So the course is shortened, and it's all to do with the state boats and the stuff, the furniture that was put in the river for state boats is not there, and this is the only place really where they could securely pop a couple of tin fish type thing state boats in. So there we are. So that's the news there. You impressed? Right, tell us who's on the start for the next race.
Okay, on the start for the next race for the development fours, Coxed fours, we have University of Surrey on the Berkshire station, and we have University of Bristol on the Buckinghamshire station.
So it's Surrey against
It is Surrey against Bristol,
Bristol, and this is development.
Coxed fours.
So tell us about development.
Tell us about development. I think, oh gosh, I don't want to be completely quizzed on the rules, but I believe I'm going to try and get this right. These are for athletes who are newer to rowing. They have, quote unquote, not done as much stuff. I think there's some restrictions about what you could have won at Bucks, what you could have won, who you could have represented. But truly,
So at Bucks,
I
these
am
would have been
waffling.
racing in, I think, what the category is called beginners.
yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Having not rowed at Bucks, I find that quite difficult to do the jump.
But I think that was the explanation that was given to me. So development, good. So we're watching Scullers cross the line there. So that was the last of the academic. Aspirational Club Fours. Academic, forget that. Aspirational Club Fours. That saw going through to tomorrow. University of London, Cambridge University, Brooks, Vesta, who were quick, London Rowing Club, Worcester Rowing Club, and then the current holders, Tideway Scullers School. Right, that's put that lot to bed. So that's done. And now we're just down to the
Last.
development
Development Coxed fours.
Cox Fours. So they've got a pilot on board. So hopefully no crashing, no accidents, just
Okay.
a straight race. Surrey and Bristol. Surrey nearest to us, Bristol on the far side. You go Bristol, I go Surrey. Why? One of my kids did a masters at Surrey, so I'll go Surrey. You go Bristol.
I'll go Bristol.
Let's clap politely, not shouting.
I believe this event has the most was the most oversubscribed. I think it had something like 30 plus entries. It definitely had the most entries of any.
Yeah, we had a list here as to how many they whittled it down to.
Yeah.
So whatever, it's down to 16, isn't it? I mean, some only had 11, but
Still a relatively
yeah,
new
it's
event
good.
for this regatta
Yeah, no,
as
it's
well.
good. It's good. Now here we go. So the Cox will be encouraging them. Surrey nearest to us in blue, and in the quartered kit. Are you all
Bristol.
lot? Bristol. Why you all lot? Right, so Surrey have the lead. Yeah, Brooks were quick in that last round of races, actually at 4:50. Yeah, so we go through to race 224, 225, 226 and 227. Right, so next up, going on to the start would be who?
Agecroft Rowing Club and Norwich Rowing Club.
Agecroft, Norwich, same event, development Cox 4s. After that we have...
Aberdeen University.
Sorry?
Aberdeen University.
Yeah.
And Galway.
And?
Galway.
Galway.
Yeah.
3/4 of a length presently in this race. And it's Surrey. Yeah, Zoe, talking about a headwind there, the wind has picked up just a little bit. We can see the trees moving a wee bit, but as we look down the course, Bristol aren't letting them go here, so Surrey, that's a good race this. Surrey have the lead. Development 4s, yeah, you can see how their hair's now blowing about a bit. So it is a bit breezier towards the town than it is where we are. And we're sat indoors, for goodness sake. So
yeah, but that Bristol crew definitely put on quite a push. They brought the rate up.
Now, you know, development, they are going to get tired. They're 3 minutes into this now. So they were probably thinking, yeah, we got this in the bag. And then they look over, and Bristol haven't gone away, have they?
Absolutely not, no.
Yeah, it's good. So from this shot, you can see the University of Surrey. Moving ahead, but the distance, looking at our other camera, is, yeah, not a lot in it. What would you say? Do you know what? I think Bristol might come back there.
I think Bristol might have. I mean, these crews, they time trialled yesterday.
Yeah.
And then they raced this afternoon, early this afternoon, I want to say.
Yeah.
And they're back at it again. So it could just be that Bristol put in a push and they've just got a little bit more beans in them, even though Surrey had a really, good start there up. I think you're right. I think Bristol have come through.
Yeah, it's always difficult to tell with camera angles, but actually looking at this now, I would say that they're probably about a length ahead, which is a cracking effort. And we have completely ignored Agecroft and Norwich. Agecroft in red, nearest to the bank. Norwich in the yellow. And it's Agecroft that have the early lead. But actually, University of Surrey went off well, got to about halfway, but then Bristol have just plugged at it. And that's a really good effort, isn't it?
Yeah, they've put on quite an effort there. You see it on their faces as well, they are really pushing.
And actually, I think Zoe mentioned that the University of Surrey boat was a bit wobbly. And now it's not so wobbly looking at these guys, is it? They're really, really good. Development, eh?
Development.
Impressive, isn't it?
It is. Particularly when you're looking at clubs as well, clubs have had arguably the hardest club crew rowing has had the hardest go of it this year. Not being able to mix, not being able to get into crews together. One person maybe gets the message on the day of a race saying they can't race. That definitely happened to a few crews I know.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. That Bristol crew are delighted. And knackered.
That's really
but well
good,
deserved,
isn't it?
Bristol.
Really, really good. I was saying earlier, having been denied sport for so long, today is like Super Saturday. We've got Wimbledon, we've got Henley Women's Regatta with some brilliant racing. My mate's just been texting me like that. The British Lions are playing their first test match today in South Africa. And then we've got the football later. Huh? What an exhausting weekend. Aberdeen Galway next up. Aberdeen will be nearest to us and Galway on the far side. Then looking at the screen there, it's Agecroft, who are pulling away from Norwich. So Bristol go through. Norwich, well, we're not going to say too much, are we? Because these things can change. But I tell you what, that was some turnaround in that other race. I still can't. I'm going to go back and watch that later. Which you can do, you know.
You can do.
Yeah, you can hear yourself talking.
And how do you... oh, I don't want to do that, but how would one...
How would one?
How would one go back and rewatch a race?
Well, you go on Tube.
On the tube.
YouTube, and you type in the Henley Women's Regatta, and you type in... You can watch 2019 races, you can watch all sorts. It's all kept on there. Yeah, and the evidence is all there. And yeah, some really good... I mean, some amazing footage here. I mean, it is just... Some of the camera shots are stunning. So well done, boys, in your caravan, working hard, producing these images. And, you know, hours and hours of rowing stuff with us drivelling on about it. But there's been some cracking racing here on the Saturday. And we're watching Agecroft there take it home. The other race is underway. Aberdeen and Galway. Left of your screen, the drone shot. Aberdeen on the right, nearest the bank. Galway over to the centre of the river. Early lead goes to...
Aberdeen. Yeah, it looks like they're about half a length up their competitors.
Yeah, I'll go Aberdeen, you go the others.
You're going to go Aberdeen now?
Yeah, my mum's from Aberdeen. I'll go
Okay.
Aberdeen.
I'm Irish, I'll take Galway.
Right, so Agecroft looked to be, as news can say, it,
Really?
safely paddling home there.
Yeah, really impressive row from Agecroft there. They had actually quite a difficult heat early on. Well, maybe not difficult, but they definitely were pushed by the Mortlake crew. As they were coming down the course, they couldn't let up. I think even towards the finish, they were having to rate high. So yeah, really impressive row.
Yeah, and Agecroft still punching away as we're watching them in the closing stages on the right. Of your screen on the left, it's the race on the course at the moment that's just passing us. And that's probably just about a length, Aberdeen over Galway. But we saw that earlier, didn't we? We saw Surrey pass us with about a length. Bristol overtook them. Agecroft wide down, and they look to have successfully completed that. So this is development
Cox fours.
The times 5 minutes 11 and 5 minutes 14. Bristol did it in 5:11. Agecroft just crossed the line there in 5:14. So that's, it's close. It's close. Aberdeen Galway. Aberdeen with the advantage at the moment. And then the final, we had a penultimate and I went a bit early, didn't I?
You did. I think that is actually... This is actually the penultimate race
this is
of the day.
This is the real penultimate. Aberdeen Galway, real penultimate. Last race of the day, Edinburgh Oxford, just going on to the stake boats now. So the race on the course is Aberdeen and Galway. And Aberdeen have a really...
Not much has
really
changed.
good. Yeah, no, it's not. No, actually,
No.
you're right.
Galway, just about stuck in there, but Aberdeen over a length up.
Yeah. You've got the hang of this distance, isn't you? Ish. Right. Edinburgh Oxford on the start. Hands up. Waiting to start the last race of the day. Racing tomorrow starts at, I think, 9:30, I read. Are you on duty tomorrow?
I am, I should know.
I was relying on you knowing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 9:30. Racing starts tomorrow. So, yeah, been a good day, and it stayed dry, hasn't it?
It has, just about, and the sun's actually peeking out now.
Yeah.
Quite a nice evening here in Henley.
Yeah, there's a few competitors chatting. There's the girls from the pair, Leandra and Nottingham there, just outside our window having a chat.
Should I run out and find out which one of them has the record for the Capri Sun?
It's tempting, isn't it? But you're going to commentate on
I'm
this
going to
last race
commentate on
of the
this
day.
last race of the day.
Over to you.
Which
There
is
we go.
Edinburgh
Over to
and
you.
the Berkshire Station and Oxford University Women's Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. It looks to me, she says,
Last race of the day. That's one of those pesky engineers has just come in and slammed the door. Well done.
it looks like Edinburgh University. Looks like Edinburgh University are just up there on Oxford University Women's Boat Club. But as the race on the right hand side of your screen ends, it is, she says,
Aberdeen.
it is Aberdeen University.
They beat the Irish.
They did beat the Irish.
And the race that's on the course at the moment, Edinburgh and Oxford University, they're just about to pass us.
Yeah, as they pass us, that Edinburgh University crew looking really, really strong. They won the beginner sport at Bucks by almost over a minute, and they also won the beginner eights. And two of the crew also made the A1 of the beginner single sculls. So some very strong pedigree there. But having said that, Oxford University Women's Boat Club, they are pushing back. It is not over by any means. I think I'd say Edinburgh University probably just ahead by about a third of a length.
Yes.
You know you've done it right when you hear Zoe.
You do.
Zoe's estimation is
Zoe
the same
says
as
it
yours.
after you said it, and that's,
I can
that's
retire
a really
today.
Good shout. So, third of a length. Development fours, Edinburgh and Oxford. Last race of the day. Moving past us down through the boating area.
Yeah, that
You've got
Oxford.
an overhead shot.
I think that Oxford crew are making a big push right about here. Trying to draw level with that crew from Edinburgh. This is a great race to end the day with. Both crews maybe veering into the middle of their lanes there. Oxford University.
Yeah, really good. Really, really good effort. Well, we're all in the starting blocks to go off and watch a bit of football later, but plenty of people hanging around to see how this one pans out. It's close. Is it getting closer?
I think so. That from the drone shot you can see. I think Oxford University making a big push, but they are almost trying to go through Edinburgh. I think they've just adjusted their steering there. They were kind of veering into the middle of the river, but quite a call they must have had from the Cox, because they are
I'll tell
really
you
making
what,
a push to draw level.
I think they're probably gaining, so this is going to be a very, very close finish. Looking at the camera angle, it's very, very tight, but I bet you as it pans out, I think probably they're about level.
I think they are.
Yeah.
All to play
if
for in the final
anything, I tell you
stages.
what, Oxford, I think have gone through them.
I think you're right. I think they have.
I think Oxford have gone through. So let's have a look. Edinburgh, anything left? Can you push back? 227, final race of the day. Umpire, all warning.
I think they're warning Oxford for their steering.
He's saying move over.
Really difficult though, when you can sometimes hear.
Yeah, well, that's the Cox.
Hear the
You
umpire,
can't blame
but
the crew for that. The Cox has decided he'll nudge over and try and wash them down.
absolutely.
But you know what? That's
The Cox and that barrel though might not see the flag. You have to hope he hears over his own shouting.
But it is a visual sport, as I was
Well,
told
it is
once
true.
by Mr. Redgrave, and
Do you think he
have a
knows?
responsibility. You have a responsibility as the stroke
Oh.
to pass it on. There you
Look
go.
at that, Oxford University.
I know,
Massive
they've
push
moved
there,
out to a
and
length
they've
there.
moved out to a length.
And that's good. So
Oh,
yeah, they crossed the
look at
line
that
and they went for a
celebration.
length. There we go. End of the day. Thanks for that. Thanks for listening. I'll give you a very, very quick resume of those last few races. Development 4's really exciting stuff. Development 4 saw Bristol, Agecroft, Aberdeen, and Oxford University. Who'd have thought it? Zoe's leaving the building. We're off to watch the footy. Thank you and good night.